Oh, hey. What's up, nerds? How's everybody doing? I took a shower this morning, and my hair is being more frizzy. I like when it kind of does the weird Krusty the Clown thing, where I can kind of, like, make it into, like, big spikes before stream. But life's hard. Can't always get what you want. How's everybody doing tonight? Oh, where'd the music go? It went right here. A-duh. A-duh. A-doy-yoy-yoy. Guys, we got 94 submissions this week. 94. Pretty cool, right? Pretty, 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 pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know? You think this is crazy. I used to have a voice modulator. I don't really use it that much anymore. I keep forgetting to. I could turn it on right now if you wanted, but I feel like it's more of a... it's late and I'm in a weird mood than something I actually want to use regularly. What's up, Cosmic Code? What's up, Just a Velociraptor? What's up, Dragon Knight? Tyler Smith? The Traveling Bard. The Traveling Bard, you're one of our new people. I saw. You said it was your first time. We got Nafleck, what's up? We got Joe Claire, King Rogan, spelled differently than the Joe, Griffin, Ivy, PC Perini. Is the music too loud? Is that better? I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing. Guys, everybody calm. Calm down. Okay? But thank you for the call out. What's up, Eres Kagargadrapato? Too soft, Jesus Christ. Y'all are picky. We're gonna turn it off in a minute. This is just mood setting. Second time catching, welcome, welcome. You are calm? That's a wonderful thing to be. You're a very lucky person if you are calm. Not a lot of people can have that luxury. Some of us have to never go to sleep. Because we're a warforged. We're a reborn. You know? The music does feel extra loud tonight. Why is it doing that? Here. Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking musical medley. All right. You're getting a little hectic, music. Come on. Let's cool it out for a second. Guys, we have... Check this out. Here, wait. First of all, everybody calm down. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. I know the adventure begins, but it doesn't need to hit so fucking hard. You know? What's up? What's up, Game Rose? What's up, Video Game Joy? Darn? Darn indeed. You're super excited, Soul Catcher? I'm super excited. You love being the only human in the party? I'm going to tell you guys something. I have played I've played in 2 D&D games for a very long time. One of them has been a very private game, like with my friends, and we've been playing it for like 2 or 3 years. The other one is a very public game, which is a streamed game. Not streamed, I'm sorry. It's a podcast. It's called Unbalanced Encounters. Go look it up. It's very good. I'm the king of it. I'm not the main character, but none of us are because it's D&D. Excuse me. Unbalanced Encounters. Go check it out. But in both of the longest running campaigns I've ever played in, I played a Warforged. Both of them. I love Warforged. Oh, I love them so much. I just want to be a robot. I just want to be a robot, and I can't help it. You know? There's something so cool about the whole... You know what it is? This is what it comes down to. In my opinion, Warforged have the perfect weird flavor. They get +1 to their AC, which is just good. Like, there's no one that isn't going to have a good time with that. But the other thing that they get is they don't need to eat, drink, breathe, or sleep. And that's just so weird. And it allows you to play very inhuman characters, and in ways that it doesn't, like, you can still kind of be a person, but you can really lean into the fact that you just are, like, you can just walk forever. In the game that I played in my home game, I was an evil character. It was the first game that I ever played in where I very actively said to the group, I want to be an evil character, and I want it to work. So I tried really hard to make them an evil character that was supporting the team. So all of the evil that he did, it never got in the way of the adventure or what the team wanted. So it made it so nobody cared that he was super evil. But his name was Casanova Frankenstein, and he was a shadow sorcerer, and I loved him. He was great. He was a good guy. The character that I'm playing on Unbalanced Encounters here. You guys want me to show off Unbalanced Encounters for a second? Why not? You're not in charge here. It's me. Check it out, unbalancedencounters.com. Just watch this. All right, we're gonna start soon. I know. We're gonna start soon. Superman, he's the guy. We're gonna start soon. But just look how smooth this fucking website opens here. Let me move you guys off this screen so you're not having to look at yourself twice. Just look how smooth this transition is. Look at this. Watch this. Ooh, look at those mountains fade in. Wait, let's do it again. Let's just do a little more. Oh my goodness, what are we, professionals? Did we have our website designed by the same guy that works for, that designs stuff for Not Another D&D podcast and Dimension 20? Cause we did. Cause we're cool. Oh, you want to see it load again? I know. Guys, stop spamming to see it load again. Please, I can only click so much. I'm gonna get arthritis in my finger. Okay, one more time. Okay, now do you guys... All right, are you guys good? Are we good? Are you done? Are you done dealing with my bullshit? Let me... I have to check two things. I have to see if I have to see if Patrick wants to join us on stream tonight. He said he'll be there for a bit. Cool. So PC Perini. Oh, he's already hanging in the house. All right, I'll go get him. Let me grab him. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me, or if you're even there. I don't know if you are listening.
I was muted.
In the Discord chat lair. Hey, buddy.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Wait, let me fix your volume.
Yeah, sure.
I made the video that... So I don't really ever pay attention to volume, and I acknowledge that I should. Here, I'm going to turn the music off. I acknowledge that I should. And I was making some YouTube videos off of, like... highlights from stream before, and you show up in one for like a tiny bit.
Nice.
But it made me realize that I had the volume all whacked last time.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. For folks that don't know, this is Patrick Perini, PC Perini.
Hello.
He is the dungeon master on Unbalanced Encounters, and he also is a very, very fun, good writer. And in many ways, he thinks of things that I do not when I am thinking about homebrew, which is why he's one of my favorite people to talk to on stream about homebrew. He is often the foil to me in a lot of ways that I really appreciate. So, you guys want to see something? Look at this. Boom! Look at this wheel. Dang!
Oh my god!
I can't even see all these names.
94?
It's 94, yeah.
94 submissions? Cinder,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't even forge any of them this week.
See, that's where you made your first mistake.
People don't know this, but a lot of the time I just fill the submissions with my own homebrew to make it look like I'm more popular than I am, and then also so I can just criticize myself, because it feels it's what's it called when you're mean to yourself but you like it? Self-deprecating. It's self-deprecating.
Fair enough. That feels like a weird way to spend your time, if I'm honest. But you know,
Yeah, I know.
you do you.
I try. All right, I think you're really loud. I just had my volume really quiet. There we go. That sounds better. All right. Should we start? Is there anything you want to share with the stream before we got some nice numbers here. We got 12 on Twitch and 47 on YouTube.
That's insane. I'm very excited. Let's get into the homebrew.
Okay, I need you to make a decision tonight, and I'm gonna follow it all night, even if I don't want to.
Okay.
Do we use sound? Do we turn the sound on the wheel or no?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, fine. I fucking hate the sound on the wheel.
Game Rose says, why do you always make the streams at 2 a.m.? And I have to wonder where Game Rose is that it's 2 a.m. for them.
Are you Australian? He's probably Australian. Tim! Tim is selected.
Tim?
All right, let's find Tim.
Some call them Tim.
You know what I did that was so smart?
What'd you do?
I have everything open in my non-personal files this week.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Wow, we got a lot of 2 a.m.ers.
Time. Oh, God. Tim, you don't have a unique enough name. It's going to take me a second to find you. Okay, I found you. Yeah, I'm really popular in countries that aren't mine. Okay, so this is what Tim wrote. Wait, do you care if I explain or not? Tim wrote, by the way, folks, guess what? We didn't notify people because I'm not that on top of it, but we had, I think, 7 people out of the 94 submitted pieces that I can't access. That's why some pieces have a black box, because you did not make your piece accessible. Okay, Tim, let's see this. Tim said, this piece wasn't designed to be getting breaking, just to be a funny thing in the lore. Okay, I'm curious to see...
We will criticize
what that
the
means
ruthlessly and without mercy.
All right. You know what? Oh, I think. Oh, okay, cool. Let me post this in the chat too. Boom, there it is. If you want to see it, friendos.
Boom. Boom.
This is called Carmen's Hat of Produce. I mean,
all right, I'm already on board.
I'm already on board too. So I'm gonna tell you guys, for folks that are new in the channel, I'm gonna be honest here. I think it's actually easier to design a silly item well a lot of the time, because
Agreed.
It allows you to take off the tethers of I want it to be powerful and I care about all this stuff, and you can just make a weird fucking thing, and that's the best. Let's take a look at what it does. It's a rarity unknown. Do you know what that means when rarity is unknown?
Is that a question for me or for the chat?
In general, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what you tell me what you think it means, and I'll tell you what I think it means. What do you think it means? If somebody writes rarity unknown, what does that mean?
Yeah, it generally doesn't it mean that there's like a variety of rarities depending on the stats, right? So you've got like a very rare, a rare, an uncommon.
I think that usually says
variable
rarities. Whenever something says unknown rarity, I go on the assumption that they want me to decide what rarity it is. That's what I think.
That's interesting. I accept.
Because, yeah. So while you now that you're here, you have to do it too, though. It's a team effort.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well,
so one of our missions going in is to give this item a rarity.
Yeah, 100%.
Also, you don't need it to require attunement by all classes, because all classes are the only classes that you can be in Dungeons and Dragons. It's like infinity. Okay, let's read it. A character, when attuned, can reach into this hat once every hour to produce a random fruit or vegetable. DM's discretion as to how randomized 1d6. The hat itself is decorated with various types of produce that changes after spending 1 day in a new geographical region.
Oh, I love that.
I have a handful of feedback already, but I want to read the whole thing first, because I'm going to be honest. I think this piece has serious potential.
I agree.
The character is a bard. If the character is a bard, they gain +1 to their charisma checks and attacks, but not saving throws. Okay. So let's give general positive feedback first, and general constructive feedback. I don't always do this format because sometimes I just want to start, eating the flesh of the innocent. But this piece, I think, deserves a moment to. This piece is doing a couple things that I really like. The first thing that I like is it's giving you 2 different types of features. One that's very, very mechanically good. +1 to charisma checks and attack rolls on a bard is great. I don't know if bards really get any attack spells, but that's all attack rolls, so that would count for spells too.
Especially with magical secrets, there are a fair number that you can use, that you can pick up.
So it's pretty solid from a mechanical perspective of just like a player would be down, but the whole top part is essentially a ribbon feature, which is like, for folks that don't know, a ribbon feature is like an ability that is fun or very specifically good, like good in very weird situations that you usually need to make happen. But they also are the difference between items being fun or not a lot of the time. And this is really fun. The best part, in my opinion, is the fact that it changes depending on the environment that you're in. I love that.
Yeah, that is quite possibly one of the better pieces of homebrew item design I've seen in a long time. I think it's the kind of thing that for me, what I love is that it's a tool in the player's toolbox to like always be on the lookout for, oh, I'm in a new area, the hat is changing, and that's going to be meaningful. Like, let's use this to characterize this moment, characterize this place. And I love anything that gives world building tools to players. By that same token, I don't think that they need the parenthetical DM's discretion as to how to randomize, I think is what they're trying to say. I don't I think that could be at the player's discretion, right? I don't think there's any reason to not have it be at the player's discretion. Or if it is at the DM's discretion, I think that at the end of the day, you don't need to explicate that. That's how the game works, right?
Yeah. The only thing that I think needs to be, I think two things. The thing that I think that needs to be clarified the most is I don't know what this 1d6 is for. I don't know if is it for how much fruit?
Maybe my reading of it initially was just that they had maybe left it in. They had maybe started writing a rule as to how to do the randomization, and it just didn't formulate. I don't know what the right answer is, but either way, I don't think that a specific die is necessary.
I agree if it's what you think it is, but if it's what I think it is, which is this is how much fruit you can like pull off of it, well, I do think the die could be necessary.
Pokenonder says a random piece of fruit, right? So that's why I read it that way.
Oh, I see. I
don't like roll to their point. Rolling 1d6 for 6 pieces of fruit is kind of immaterial, where that's like not a measured thing that's super relevant. So I would say if you did intend to make it 1d6 pieces of fruit, consider just dropping that. I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fun. I also will say it is weird. This is not a bad thing, but I'm just pointing it out. It is a little weird to give a bard an item that has a +1 to attacks. That the way that this is written, I don't know if you know this, but okay, so for folks that don't know, if you say something adds a bonus to attacks, that counts physical attacks, like with swords, but it also counts spell attacks. So, yeah. I don't know if that's your intention or not. If your intention is for it to include spell attacks, that is a little bit weird on a bard. I'm just going to say it. Bards get the least spell attacks of any class. So it feels like it's half a bard item, where you only get this benefit if it's a bard, but bards are probably the spellcaster the least likely to benefit from this benefit.
I would also probably say that the hat giving you a +1 to attacks is maybe something that is a little thematically off for me. When I think about the mechanics conferred by an item, I want those things to synergize really well, right? Like, I want the item to very obviously be influencing the way that the mechanics work, and like from a fiction perspective. And I think that like I could buy into the assertion that my charisma checks are getting, kind of buffed out because I got a nice hat, right? Like a magically nice hat. How that affects my attacks, a little bit more of a stretch. So if you are considering, Tim, if you're considering getting rid of the attacks per Cinder's recommendation that it's a little mechanically wonky, I would say it also feels like the odd feature out here regardless. It feels like it's not supported by the fiction.
Yeah. I could take it or leave it. I could also see an argument for doing something where you go like opposite with it, where you can make creatures have penalties on their attacks against you, with some like distracting fancy headwear,
Love that.
Look at how many bananas are upon my head. They're like, oh shit, -1 to my attack roll. All right, I don't have anything else to say about it. I think it's a fun item.
Chat threw in a very, very, very small thing, which is usually the mechanical stuff goes first in items. I don't know if that's necessarily
No, that's very good. Okay, so
it's a good point.
I'm going to be honest here. I'm going to be very honest here, and this is not meant as a compliment or a critique. I read the grammar of this piece and assumed it was probably somebody that English is the second language, or they were sort of just rush writing it in shorthand, because there's a lot of wonkiness. So I wasn't going to hyper focus on it. But yes, for folks that are watching at home, traditionally, you keep flavor text very different than mechanical text, and the flavor text is always at top, and then the mechanical chunk is always at the bottom. And usually the way it goes in the mechanical text is it's the way that like the mechanics are written out is like what the thing targets / its limitations, what it does, and then how it is ended or how much it has. Well, you'll see that someday, maybe. Ooh, unbalanced encounters. Maybe. All right, let's spin again. That was a fun one. Good start. Go team.
Well done, Tim.
Yeah, well done, Tim. That was a solid item. I would use that in a game in a heartbeat.
Yeah, no question. As a matter of fact, actually, while I'm on the podcast, if you want to submit that if you want to become a patron of Unbalanced Encounters, you can submit homebrew items that we actually use in the show, and I'd love to see that in the fucking show. That's a great item.
Pat, I'm super down for you to promote our show's Patreon, but you got to do it not at the exact second that the timer's making the noise, because no one heard what you said. So try again.
Shit.
Say it again while I look this person up.
All right, I'm gonna repeat as we get to Krebs Cycle. Tim, if you like Unbalanced Encounters, if you go listen to Unbalanced Encounters, and you decide you want to become a patron of the show, you can submit homebrew items that we will use in the show. I'd love to see that hat in the game. I'd love to see the hat in the show. So promoting the podcast.
Does this hurt people's eyes when I do this? It hurts my eyes. Okay. This is Krebs Cycle. They said, new to homebrewing. And I wanted to design a barbarian subclass around the exhaustion mechanic, as I feel it is quite underutilized. Okay, I have so many thoughts immediately, but here's what I'm going to say right off the bat. I'm super curious to see what you did, because one of the original barbarians in the player's handbook, there are just two barbarians. One is the Berserker and one is the Totem Barbarian. The Berserker Barbarian is built around the exhaustion mechanic, and it's kind of why it's not played that much. But I'm also curious, and I'm going to be optimistic here, because barbarians are my favorite class, so I love reading about barbarians. Let's see what else they said. I know it is very off the shelf. It's not off the shelf, and hard to balance because of bounded accuracies. Bounded accuracies doesn't have to do with exhaustion, but oh my god, you're making me so curious what we're talking about here. But I have tried to limit stat manipulation. I enjoy mechanic dense play loops, but this might not be for some. All right, so
Krebs Cycle, who I think we've seen a couple of times now, very clearly using like game design jargon in a way that I personally am excited about, and I think it's going to be fun. But also, I think demonstrating that they are bringing a level of intentionality to their
well, also it's
design,
and it's called the Path of the Abomination,
which is great.
Like, guys, for folks that don't know me, monsters are my favorite. So I already love it.
Was this on Reddit? Was this on? Did you Krebs Cycle? Did you put this on Reddit? I think I might have seen this on Reddit.
To be honest, it's a name, Pat. Don't tell him. It's a common name, but it's a really common name.
I know.
If you look up Path of Abomination, you're gonna find 30 different things. All right, let's read it though. Let's take a look. I don't always read the flavor text. When the flavor text is a paragraph long, I will read it though. Barbarians who follow the path of the abomination undergo severe physiological changes. I like that you're just hitting the ground running with your flavor text, and you're not spending sentences getting into it. If the only thing I read is this first sentence, I still kind of understand what it is, and that means you've succeeded. I should understand what it is by the end, but I should also understand by the end of the first sentence. Some experiment on themselves, others submit to dark magics, but all are obsessed with obtaining the perfect form through which to channel their rage, no matter how monstrous it may be.
So we're dealing with kind of a Jekyll and Hyde situation here, actually.
I love a good Jekyll and Hyde.
No, I'm into it. And again, really good writing on that first graph.
What television show is the song Jekyll, Jekyll, Hyde, Jekyll, Hyde, Hyde, Jekyll, 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 Hyde? Is that Arthur? Is that from Arthur, maybe?
Man, I have no idea.
You guys watch Arthur at home? Arthur was the best. Arthur was goated with the sauce, as the kids say. All right.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, I speak child. I'm very good at it. I'm on TikTok. I'm a TikToker. Okay. Amalgamation of flesh. Starting when you adopt this path at 3rd level, you become detached from your body, seeing it merely as a vessel for your anger and allowing it to be warped into a monstrous form. I would make this a new sentence. Your skin now takes on an unnatural appearance. Perhaps a patchwork of skin sewn together or transparent film, revealing a writhing mass of amorphous muscle underneath. This is very good flavor text. Thank you for the follow. Except for using the word skin twice. Yeah. Don't do that.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what's a good word? Membrane.
I would honestly just drop it. I would say your skin takes on an unnatural appearance. Perhaps it becomes a patchwork sewn together,
I would
or a
honestly
transparent
just drop.
film revealing a writhing mass of blah blah blah.
That makes sense. That's it. Listen to that. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right.
You can generally, if you find yourself using a word twice in one sentence, you could probably actually just delete it one of the two times.
Unless it's the word the. Sometimes that needs to show up a couple times.
Yeah, true.
All right, so let's see what this actually does. Your new form endures hardship and pain more readily than your old body did, but is unstable. That is an awkward phrase. Rewrite this. Bursting with barely restrained power and requiring effort to hold together. There's too many commas. This is all one sentence. This is too long. Make this 2 or 3 sentences. You gain the following effects. Oh, you gain a lot of stuff at 3rd level. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, you don't want to get too much at 3rd level. I see that we have exhaustion features, so maybe it will balance itself out. But generally speaking, too much too early is not the best. But we're going to see. You have one or more. If you have 1 or more levels of exhaustion, you are treated as though you are under the effects of that level of exhaustion -1. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Makes sense. Example, if you have 1 level exhaustion, you are treated as having 0. Okay, cool. Also, really nice to include an example. If you're ever including a new mechanic, including an example is the best. And look, they even included the exhaustion chart. Very good. Very nice. If you can avoid making people look stuff up, that's also the best. Okay, so what does it actually get? We're still in 3rd level. When your hit points are reduced below half your maximum hit points, and whenever you take damage while they remain below your maximum hit points, you must roll a Constitution saving throw against bursting seams. The DC equals 10 or half the damage you take, whichever number is higher. So it's like a Constitution saving throw.
Concentration save, yeah.
Yeah. If you fail the save, what kind of saving throw is it? It is a Constitution save. Okay. If you fail the save, you lose the benefits of a natural endurance and no longer need to roll saving throws against burst at the seams until your hit points are increased to equal or above half your maximum hit points. So basically, the way this thing works so far is it has this exhaustion feature is always on, but this bursting at the seams, when you go below half hit points, you start gaining extra features and rolling on this thing. And then am I misreading something?
I like this. No, you're absolutely right. I like this. There's such an easier way to write it, right? Like this should not be 2 separate features that is like permanent, and then you've got another one that reintroduces basic concentration. I genuinely think you can write unnatural endurance, and then at the bottom of unnatural endurance say, if you are below half of your maximum hit points, you have to roll. You effectively are maintaining concentration on the exhaustion, and because you're a barbarian, you're not a spellcaster. It's not like that's going to get consumed by anything else, right? Like you can leverage the toolkit that you're redefining here and not make it a separate feature that is just a negative management feature on top of the positive feature immediately above it.
I agree. I don't know if that's how I would write it, but
Maybe not,
but I do agree. I agree that this you're taking a law. You're using all the words you can. You don't need to. All right, but we're still in the realm of the downsides. Let's see what this thing gets for some positives. Let's see what strengths this barbarian gets. It gets strain sinews. Also at 3rd level, you can push your body beyond its natural limits, unlocking new power at your long-term health's expense. When you rage as a bonus action, while raged, I think that while raging, you can strain sinews and gain the following effects. Wait a minute. So is this thing not tied to anything else? I assume that
it's just a different 3rd level feature. So we get 2 3rd level features. We get the exhaustion reduction that has a concentration mechanic, and then we get this overclock thing. Strained sinews.
But what does this do that's good? What does bursting at the seams do that's good?
That's what I was saying. It shouldn't be a separate feature. It's just the downside to the exhaustion reduction mechanic. When you hit half health, your exhaustion reduction mechanic, your unnatural endurance, needs to be concentrated on as if it were a spell.
Oh, I see. That's very... I didn't understand that before. And that's a good indicator that it's probably a little bit unclear.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. Depending on how powerful Strained Sinew is, I think you could just cut this whole thing out. I don't think getting -1 exhaustion is a big deal. I don't think Unnatural Endurance needs a downside necessarily. It doesn't feel more powerful than the Zealot Barbarian getting like free Revivify or free Resurrection.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
There's no downside to that. All right. Let's see what these features are. Where are they? Okay, so how does this work again? When you rage as a bonus action while rage, you can strain sinews and gain the following effects. So basically, this is curious because now we're dealing with elements of time that are different than the amount of time that you rage. For the next 5 minutes, your strength constitution scores increase by 2, and the maximum of those scores also increases by 2. This increase in constitution does not affect your maximum health points, so it's just for the con saves. And the other feature you get at first level...
I would definitely, if it doesn't affect your maximum health, I would rewrite that whole thing to be you add a +1 to constitution saving throws and ability checks.
Wait a minute.
And you add a +1 to strength ability checks and saving throws.
So, okay, let me... I'm a little bit... Okay, let me break down what I think is going on at 3rd level here. It seems like at 3rd level, you get to reduce your amount of exhaustion by 1, but if you go below half health, there's a good chance you'll lose that. Yep. And every time you rage, you get a +2 stat, essentially a +1 modifier to strength and con, and you gain a level of exhaustion.
For 5 minutes.
Well, your level of exhaustion doesn't go away for 5 minutes.
Unclear.
I would assume that it doesn't go away.
I misread it. Yeah, it doesn't go away. That's
I feel like I don't understand. This does not feel good. This doesn't feel strong enough. This has so many downsides. Every single time you rage, you get a level of exhaustion, and for a +1 bonus, that doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel strong enough.
Cinder, can I just for the sake of trying to get a sense of the balance of this.
Yeah.
Would you consider it to be strong enough if instead of reducing your level of exhaustion by 1, Unnatural Endurance made you immune to exhaustion? So you had to track the levels of exhaustion that you were taking, but until you fell below half health, it didn't matter. You were just always at 0. You could completely ignore exhaustion. And then maybe tighten up some of the strength and con stuff so that your hit point maximum maybe does increase, but it's not 5 minutes, it's just until the end of the rage. Would that feel like enough, or is that still too much of a drawback?
I don't know, and I'll tell you why. Exhaustion is not something that comes up in games that much.
I mean, it would if you were taking these levels of exhaustion.
Yeah. So what would the point be if you're immune? Because eventually you're not immune if you fail the saving throw?
Right. And that could all crash. I think the vibe is that you want that all crashing in at once. Right.
That I guess, okay. I mean, that could work, but that also is like, you are likely going to be... Okay, so there's two things. There's two thoughts. You don't lose exhaustion at the same pace as you lose everything else. So let's say you gain 5 levels of exhaustion. Yeah. That means for the next 5 days, you're going to be dealing with this stuff. I just don't know if it's worth it. Like here's what I'll say. The other thing that I'll say is that it is very against the grain in a way that I disagree with it to have a feature that triggers on your rage last longer than your rage. I don't like that. I don't think it makes sense. I don't like that. The only other problem with that is that when you get to level 20, when you have infinite rages, you can literally just have this go up by, you could very easily be like have 40 in your strength, which is like maybe not the end of the world because it's level 20, but like you could rage 6 times a minute for 4 minutes and then have 10 times 4 times 2 bonus to your strength and con for a minute fight.
Yeah, right.
That's a little too strong. I think.
Yeah. I think this needs tuning a little bit, and I think that the issues are that you're playing with Crab, you're playing with several kind of overlapping but not tightly coupled timescales. The rage,
Someone
the
delete this
5-minute
fucking
timer.
bot.
Yeah, right. The
Block
rage,
you.
the 5-minute timer, and the fact that exhaustion lasts multiple days when you start to rack it up.
Yeah.
And I think that just leads to a kind of a complexity here that is not well. It does the barbarian's not going to be well serviced by the emergent interaction of those three very complex loops.
I want to keep reading, but I do think that the way that I see it, my feeling is we're going to have similar feedback all the way down, because you'll notice all of these features are
mess with exhaustion.
They mess with exhaustion, which is not necessarily bad, but I guess what I come down to is, for me personally, that's not a mechanic that I feel any great desire to use as a game mechanic other than what its role is. Like, the only experience that I really have with exhaustion based characters are berserker barbarians, and they're not fun. But this is a little different, but it's really not different until level 6. Like, until level 6, the berserker barbarian is way better than this. And it's not, and the berserker barbarian I don't think is very good.
What does level 6 buy us?
All right, let's see. At 6th level, your twisted life force grows in strength, and you learn to regenerate your damaged body. If you are under the effects of one or more levels of exhaustion, you may... Folks, what do we say? Come on, chat. Come on, you got to call these out before I see them. We say can, we don't say may. May is incorrect grammar in this sentence. You can use your bonus action to patch up. You regain a number of hit points equal to 1d12 plus your proficiency bonus. You reduce your exhaustion by 1. So, if you're under the effects of exhaustion, what are we using to do this? Bonus action.
Bonus action, yeah.
You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Regain all uses when you finish a short rest. Or a long rest. I think it's fine. It's a little...
You are racking up levels of exhaustion. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the only... it might be a little strong. You know what I will say? It is a little strong to sit on one level of exhaustion where you don't have effects by it, and then every turn you regain 1d12 plus your proficiency bonus, because that is essentially doubled while you're raging. So that's not nothing at all. That's quite good.
Yeah, especially because you can, as a bonus action, there's no upside. There's no cap to strain sinews other than the levels of exhaustion. So you can just bounce.
You can only do a proficiency bonus times. You can't do it infinite.
Strain sinews, I think you can do indefinitely, can't you?
Strain sinews, you can. Not a patch.
Yeah, so up to you could do for a number of turns. You can just keep ratcheting it up, but you still get those +2 strength and cons every other turn. And your effective exhaustion level isn't going up, and you're healing every other turn for a while.
Oh my god, wait a minute. I totally misread the first level feature.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you could do that every turn. I just thought that was once per rage.
Yeah, it's only limited by your exhaustion level.
Oh, I struggle with it. I'm not saying it can't work, but I am saying I would not want to dungeon master this barbarian subclass.
Which is a very specific bit of feedback, but I think an important one.
Well, maybe it will be more helpful if I say why. It is a lot to keep track of. It is essentially a barbarian subclass that is its own mini game. That is separate from... it's its own mini game, basically. Which I guess you could like if you like that kind of thing. But I mean,
they did say that there were some fairly complex loops here.
No, I understand. I'm not arguing with their goal. I'm just saying, I am me. I have to say what I feel.
We all have to speak our truths, plural.
It's an interesting idea. I genuinely don't. It's hard to. I don't know what it would feel like. I really don't know. Like, okay.
I mean, I think the core loop at level 6 would be rage, get a +2 stack, take a level of exhaustion, suffer no effects. Next turn, get +1 d12 health back, drop your level of exhaustion down. Next turn, now we're up to +4 on both those stats, level of exhaustion, no effects. Then another d12, so we're on turn 4. I've gotten 2 d12 and a +4 to strength, +4 to con. See, proficiency bonus is 3 at 6th level.
Yeah.
So I can do this. That's 6 turns worth of combat where I have a stacked +6 to my strength and con. No effects of exhaustion, and I've gotten 3d12 hit points back while raging. That's the loop.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Okay. Now that you've explained it to me, I think it's a very interesting game loop. I also... Maybe I'm too dumb for it. That's kind of what I feel. Somebody said you can only rage twice. The Strain Sinew feature you can do as a bonus action on subsequent turns while raging. I guess what I struggle with picturing in my head is balancing how 5 minutes of a feature stacks.
And that's what I was saying about the multiple time cycles.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Nathleck. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Big appreciator. I'm part of the Appreciation Nation. Okay, interesting. Let's keep going. Let's keep reading.
Cool. Let's do it.
10th level, reactive tissue. Starting at 10th level, you have learned, I believe, not learned. Learned to imbue your flesh with regenerative abilities, and you now emit a vile stench. Your body can adapt to damage that it takes, growing back around wounds and mutating to defend you from future attacks. You gain the following effects. Whenever you take damage and must roll a save against bursting at the seams, you can spend your reaction to gain temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt. That's very strong. And until your next turn, gain resistance to that damage type. That second part's not the hugest deal. You gain a +1 modifier to intimidation checks and a -1 to persuasion checks. I think this is fun. I don't think you need to give the -1 to persuasion, but it is fun. If you're gonna give a -1 to persuasion, you should probably make this more. Just make them bigger. You know, if you go bigger, go home. I feel like it's too similar to the 6th level feature.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Because what's it doing? It's just giving you more health, temporary hit points. But there's, I would strongly, if you look at barbarians in general, usually the level where they get a weird feature that's like, hey, here's something a little different, then it's 10th level. 10th level is where they get features where they can like mimic spells. 10th level is where they get like the once a day features.
Yeah.
So it's a good place to put something new in, as opposed to building off of, because it's not even really building off of it. It's just a different version of hit point gain. I would lean more into this stuff, the plus minuses in weird directions. You know, make them feel like a crazy, sinewy person.
Which, to be fair, I feel like we've got some pretty interesting, if maybe a little complex, game loops. But I am not feeling overwhelmingly like this character's mechanics are selling the fiction for me. I am not getting Jekyll and Hyde from this. I'm not really getting Abomination from this. I'm kind of just getting like, really, I'm getting a lot of math class and a lot of like a barbarian that really is leveraging its whole action economy to work very precisely toward efficiency.
I was thinking very similarly. I was thinking this reads more like a super soldier.
Yeah, super soldier's exactly right.
Somebody that's like, I am making my metabolism 3.2 for the next 8 hours so I can have 5.6 later when I punch you.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the 14th level feature. But if you did want to make it feel like an abomination, here's the level where you make it where they can have like a mouth in their stomach or something.
Sure.
14th level. At the 14th level, you can push your body even further than before. Whenever you would use strain sinews, you can instead tear tendons. Those are both fun names, by the way.
Yeah, they are.
I'm going to burp. And gain the following effects. For the next 10 minutes, your strength and constitution score increase by 4, and the maximum of those scores increases by 4. This increase in constitution does not affect your health points. So it's an amp up of the 3rd level feature.
Yeah.
It's
interesting that it's a choice, but it just doubles the 3rd level.
Well, it also doubles the exhaustion. So it just gives you more flexibility. You could probably even write it in shorthand and just basically just explain it as this improves. Like a lot of times when like people have an ability that is like one thing at one level and then it's the same thing but improved at another level, they'll just reference that 1st level ability and say what stats are doubled. That's like D&D does that a lot, so you can do that too. Infused with sanguine bile. Good title. At 14th level, the blood seeping through your veins becomes toxic to other forms of life, changing to a color of your choice. That's fun. As you push beyond your body's limits, you learn to exploit the blood which drips from self-inflicted wounds. Whenever you gain 1 or more points of exhaustion, the next time you hit the melee attack, it deals an additional poison damage equal to 1d12 plus your con modifier. Interesting. So you basically can make yourself get essentially this feature every turn if you want. So like once a turn, you can do that extra damage basically.
What's your proficiency bonus at 14?
+5, +4.
Yeah, so over the course of 10 turns, you're going up and down. If it is 5, over the course of 10 turns, you're going up and down with 3rd and 6th level features.
Yeah.
And taking a point of exhaustion every other turn. So you'd be doing 5d12 plus 5 times your con mod. But again, your con mod is going up by 1 every other turn. So I feel like I need to break out factorials to get the actual number, but it's a lot.
Yeah, I like, okay, now that I have a better sense of the core concept, I do think that it is probably going to be a very fun thing for some people to play with in terms of trying something like this and playing with those, because it is essentially a mini game of like when you're using what features, and there are going to be some people that really like that. My hesitation towards using this piece is twofold. One, I don't think I'm good enough at math to dungeon master what this is because I don't understand its potential. I don't know how much you can cheese the system with using action economy. Like I would be hesitant to use something that I didn't know that with.
So in game design, there's a thing called a first order optimal strategy, which is a very fancy way of saying this is the thing you're supposed to do when you have a specific toolkit or a specific kind of set of constraints in a win condition. And this class feels like it has a really strong first order optimal strategy for playing it. And what's interesting is that in Dungeons and Dragons, because at the end of the day, you're not trying to win D&D, you're trying to like tell a story with friends, right? And even if you are trying to win a particular fight, you need variety and like a more kind of diverse skill set in order to be able to like be a person in a fictitious world. I worry that this class may be a little too constrained to I have optimized my damage.
Yeah, it basically does one thing.
It does one thing, which is it plays and so like it's a really interesting thought experiment, but in play, if you're not just doing damage under rage conditions, you don't have a subclass.
You know what I think this could be turned into pretty easily, actually? It's very different, so don't take this feedback if you don't want it, because this is a different path. This could be a magic item.
Oh, that would be fascinating.
Because magic items sometimes are that, where it's like you have like a weird little, you gain charges when you do this, you lose charges when you do this. I think this could be a magic item.
It would need to be a relatively powerful.
Yeah, it'd be an artifact. Artifact.
But, yeah, I think that could be a very cool magic item. And then it also helps to like decouple the concern you had about rage, right? And things lasting beyond the rage, because it's just no longer relevant to the rage. It's just bonus actions.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I will say, I think one of the points that you made earlier, which I want to strongly suggest the author think about, is where do the mechanics meet the flavor? And I think that this reads like you started with the idea of an abomination and you built this thing and it kind of turned into something different than what it started as. I would, and I think that you should go in the direction of like the efficient barbarian, because that's kind of what this is. This is the barbarian that's like utilizing themselves. Okay. I don't have anything else to say about it. It's a very interesting piece. I will say you did the work. Like, I can see that you are putting in real effort to build something interesting and unique. So I got to give you mad bonus points for that. This is not a simple design, and I can tell that you put in, that was a weird burp, a good amount of effort. So feel good about it. A thing that everyone should think about is that oftentimes the coolest designs are the most niche. So if you come up with something that is really fun for some people, but not fun for everybody, that doesn't actually mean it's bad. It just means that it's a little niche, you know? Some people love these kind of things. Okay.
Hell yeah.
And thank you for sharing the abomination.
Thank you very much,
I'm hiding you. All right, let's go again.
Bye.
Pat, how long are you hanging out tonight?
I could probably do another hour.
All right. No, you don't, no rush. I'm just curious.
For sure.
Chat, I'm sorry I've been ignoring you. Hi, Delport. Hi, Desmar. Hi, Archangel.
The weeds on that one. That was a heady one.
There's no way to talk about that one without getting into the weeds. That one is 100%. The weeds. It's a subclass called the weeds.
Honestly, that'd be a good druid.
The weeds would be a great druid.
Yeah.
Ugh, I hate when I click the wrong fucking button.
Submission process, friends. Chad has asked this a couple of times. If you go to the Discord, there's going to be a link to the next week's submission form.
Yeah, or check my Discord. The next week's submission form isn't up yet, but it will be up tomorrow.
One way or the other, you got to be in the Discord.
It's in the Discord, or it's also the submission form for next week is up in the YouTube description of this video, I think.
Ooh, fun!
But I didn't put it anywhere else yet. Okay, let's grab Glug's piece. Wait, let me just make sure they didn't want me to read this on stream, or they did. Okay, they don't care. So I read it on stream. Backstory. My DM asked me if I had any ideas for a homebrew first level spell. I said it'd be cool if 5e had a first level summoning spell that you can use in combat. About a half hour later, this is what we came up with. The wording is like all the new Tasha summoning spells, but we made the stat block since it's not intended to be as strong for the first few levels of play. Okay.
Interesting.
Let's grab that link. Take it up. Chat, do you want to see it too, chat? You don't want to be left out? I don't want to be left out. Got it. All right. Can you guys all see it? Okay. Cromer's Mountain Goat. You call forth, it's a 90-foot, 1 action, concentration, 1 minute. You call forth the spirit of a mountain goat. It manifests in an unoccupied space that you can see within range. This corporeal form uses the mountain goat stat block. The creature disappears when it drops to 0 hit points and when the spell ends. Okay, the creature is an ally to you and your companions in combat. The creature shares your initiative count, but it takes turns immediately after yours. It obeys your verbal commands, no action required. Cool. So one thing that this user did, and they said they did, is they copied the basic summoning language from D&D already written stuff. That is the move. If you're ever wanting to build a spell that's like a spell that already exists, the writing's there. It's like when somebody asks you how to spell something, but they write the word in the question. You can just copy it. One time when I was in 3rd grade, I had to write it was like a first day of school thing that you're supposed to do with your parents. Actually, it was 2nd grade, and it was like a worksheet that you're supposed to fill out. And I wanted to write something about. I wanted to use the word "little" in my. I don't remember what I was writing about, but like Little Mermaid or something. I wanted to use the word "little," and the word "little" was in the question. And my mom was like, you can just see how it's spelled there. And I was like, no, that's cheating. But that's not cheating. Okay, let's see. So this is a first level spell to summon this creature. That's a good way to think about it. First of all, nice art. Hey, look at that. Whenever you use art, you should list the artist. Good job. You win a bonus point. So it's a armor class 11, 13 hit points, 40-foot speed. 30-foot climb speed feels weird.
Rime of the Frostmaiden.
Oh, okay. What CR is this monster? Or is this...
Good question.
I don't know.
It's a 1/8. 1/8.
Let's take a peek at this guy. So it's honestly still a little strong for a first level spell. In my opinion.
CR 1/8, you think?
Not past maybe level 3.
Oh.
But being able to summon this monster is stronger than a first level character.
That's true.
And you can summon it for first level spell slot. And summon beast is second level, but summon beasts are a little different because they grow with you. They don't grow with you, but you can. I think they're a little stronger than this. They do grow with you. Okay.
One thing that you could do to help balance this is make the material component, somebody I think said in chat, an expensive bell, something that requires a fair amount of gold to be consumed that would be harder to get access to.
That would make sense. Also, it kind of ties with Find Familiar, which also requires some gold.
Yeah.
I'm apparently we don't need to question the stat block because they didn't write the stat block. What we're really talking about is just the general power balance, and I think that it's too strong at early levels. I think this is a spell that this is sort of like a wild like a moon druid, too strong at early levels, too weak at later levels.
Yeah, which is I think a lot of what happens when you try to summon based on CR is that it just doesn't scale smoothly with level.
Yeah, I would probably if you want to do a thing like this, I think you got to build a stat block. I think you got to really lean into, because there's a bunch of really good summoning spells now. There's summon undead, there's summon fey, there's summon uncles, and summon applesauce, all sorts of stuff. But a fun idea.
I have a bit of feedback on sort of the approach, especially if you're going to leave the Rime of the Frost Maiden Mountain Goat stat block as kind of the block that you use. While this kind of thing is the right way to approach, kind of this very mechanical spell, right? Like copy the language for summoning, use a stat block if you can get a hold of it and you like it and you feel like it's balanced. When you're thinking about how you make something kind of uniquely yours, give us a sentence or two of flavor text that helps to justify why the spell exists in the world, right? Like, from a writer's perspective, a dedicated spell to summon a mountain goat is a fascinating thing for a human person to have invented. Why did they invent it?
That's a good point.
Right?
They really like mountain goats.
There's something there. There's something there. And you don't have to give us a lot. You don't have to write us a whole novel, but like a sentence or two is a really great opportunity for you to kind of flex that sort of storytelling muscle and think about how your spell sort of sits in the world. And that's a great place to really start putting your own spin on your homebrew, is to like take a bunch of stuff, plug it together like Legos, and then flavor it in a way that makes it uniquely yours.
Can I make a suggestion for flavor text for this spell that makes me love it?
Of course.
It's still too powerful, but here's what the flavor text is. So Cromer was once a very powerful wizard, or was an up-and-coming wizard. And he was a necromancer, okay? But not like an evil necromancer. He wasn't trying to raise the dead. He was dealing with like soul transference and like life death energy balance stuff. And he had this pet goat that he loved. And he was like, "Oh, you're going to die one day." And he said, "Well, what if I transfer your soul into like an animated armor or something that can live eternally with me, because inevitably I'm going to go be a lich, right? Why not?" But he done messed it up, as often wizards are to do. And instead of transferring his pet goat's soul into a suit of armor, he like displaced it into the weave. So that in order for him to be able to see his goat ever again, he had to write a spell that anchors that soul back into reality for a short period of time. So he designed this spell so he could literally like see his pet goat. And anytime anyone casts this spell, it summons that goat. That's pretty cool.
Which is great, which is absolutely great. And then it also helps to potentially justify a more expensive component. Maybe there is a straight up a magic item you need in order to cast this spell.
Yeah, Cromer's carrot. Cromer's carrot sack. That sounds like an inappropriate name. Okay,
yes, it does.
But yeah, fun idea. Add flavor, but fun idea. A little too strong. Thank you, Glug.
That was an interesting one. That was a tiny little one.
I appreciate tiny little ones. I appreciate them way more than when people send me 3 classes and they're like, just But the worst is when somebody sends me like 3 or 4 classes in a document and they say, just pick whichever one you want to review. It's like, dude, I don't want you to tell me which one to pick when you're sending me 3 magic items. I don't.
Someone in chat has asked what class would be best for a Grim Reaper subclass.
What kind of Grim Reaper?
Yeah, I would say for trying to homebrew something, my guess would probably be something in the space of cleric, probably. But there may be something that covers you pretty nicely. So you got to think about what kind of Reaper you want. Why is it different from what already exists? Why is it different from the Death Domain cleric?
There was a I don't remember his name. I feel bad. When I was more actively in like the D&D homebrew professional community, like where everyone's on like Twitter and shit, there was a creator that I knew that I really liked. He was like some random dude in Indonesia that just like pumped out good homebrew. Really, really nice guy. Fuck, I wish I remembered his name. But he made a Grim Reaper fighter subclass, and it was one of the most interesting designed subclasses I read. And one of the features that it got, which I thought was so cool, and I forget what it was, it was a high level feature, but it was a feature where it was like when you hit a creature that's below 25 hit points, they die. But he basically gave it to you at a level that wasn't overpowered. But it's such a cool idea. I feel like that's such a good representation, or a version of a representation of death, where it's like sometimes you just kill things. Like that's what you do. You are death.
Yeah, that's really good. I like that quite a bit.
This is New Guy, and very apt name, New Guy. They say, I am very new to D&D. This is their first homebrew. I'm excited to take a look, and hopefully we'll be able to, enjoy it.
Help out.
And help out. That sounded mean, what I said. I didn't mean it to. I'm going to enjoy it either way. Here's it is if anyone wants to look at it. Insert weapon name here of Double Down. Okay, so this is intended to be a feature that can apply to any weapon, I'm assuming, because you wrote this. So it could be a sword of doubling down, a hammer of doubling down. Every successful attack will... Okay, so I'm going to read this, but then I already have 3 things I need to say, so I just want to read it first, or I'm never going to get through it. Every successful attack will be followed by another attack, which deals half damage of the original attack. No dice rolls needed. So, couple things there. Whenever you're writing how an item works, you don't speak in the future tense. And by the future tense, what you're saying is every attack will be followed by. So the way that you change that into the present tense is you say, when you hit a creature successfully with an attack roll, you bop, 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 bop. And it's really important to write things in the correct tense, not because it's grammatically incorrect, but because everything in D&D is written in the present tense. So if you decide to go against the grain and write something in the past tense or the future tense, it's going to make people feel weird when they read it, because it's going to really make them think about how it's not written like a normal D&D thing, even if it's grammatically correct. And it also just sounds a little bit weirder. So yeah, it sounds weird because that's not how D&D stuff is written. The other thing is that the way that it's written right now is you attack infinitely. Right?
No.
I make a successful attack.
Yes.
I make a successful attack. I make a successful attack.
Instead of that is a useful point, but to point out why it means that every successful attack is not followed up by another attack, it's that every successful attack, it's that when you successfully attack, you force the target to make a dex save against a certain DC, and on a failure, it deals additional damage equal to half the damage of the original attack.
That is how you write this item.
Yeah.
Exactly what you just said. I'm not even going to repeat you because you just said it correctly. You said it better than I could.
You do need to include a DC, though.
Yes.
Which is not included.
Yeah, magic items have saving throws, unless they are class-specific, and that class comes with its own saving throw. Mm-hmm. You don't even need to make it once per turn. If you, I guess you make once per turn. I would make it. I would also, you could, I would say maybe on your first attack, or maybe make it like a bonus action to activate that extra feature. The extra attack does not apply if the enemy is being grappled by the wielder of the weapon. If action surge is being used, if the attack, like a spell, most attacks don't work like spell effects. I can't think of any attack rolls that target multiple creatures right now. So there's certainly no weapons that have attack rolls that target multiple creatures, so that you don't need this. Okay, yeah. So just say the way that you solve all of these problems is just say like once per turn on the first time you hit a creature on your turn. Just say that solves all those problems. Yeah. So welcome to homebrewing. My main advice for you moving forward in homebrewing is twofold. One, you want to make sure that you are writing out everything in full sentences. You can use bullet points, but you still have to make each of these bullet points a full sentence. The other thing that I would strongly recommend you take a little bit of time to do is look at other magic items that are written and pay attention to the things that are between the lines. Like, not just like, oh, this item shoots fire, but like, oh, this item says, as an action, you target a creature within 30 feet to shoot them with fire. There's an element of action economy that is very critical in magic items, and also the organization of that action economy. It's just as good. It's the difference between somebody understanding your piece and not understanding it, and sometimes will also be the difference between someone using your piece and not using it. Hi, Melumski. What's up? You living your best life? I hope so. Who's shooting Eldritch Blast? I don't have anything else to say about this. Thoughts?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward.
All right. Thank you for sharing, new guy. Hope that you got something out of that. Welcome to the team. What's up, Sam L. Crow? Oh, Soup Angel is one of our OGs. There are people in this community that have been a part of my community back when I had 100 followers. And I sometimes recognize them, and then sometimes I don't. But when I do, it feels nice. Okay, and Soup Angels is an old hat. Let's find Soup Angel's piece. Let's say, what did you say, Soup Angel? Soup Angel said, I'm going to play this subclass in an upcoming campaign. I just want to make sure all the wording is clear and stuff. Also, what do you think about renaming it to Affliction Domain? I'll tell you in a minute. I don't know what I think about it. I guess we'll all find out together. Oh, you also made it look nice. I love it. Okay, here's the Affliction Domain. I love when somebody, you don't have to make it look nice, but it is fun. It's fun. Makes a piece. It does make a piece pop. And if you are somebody that's like, God damn it, I'm new to homebrew. How do I fucking do this? Use GM Binder. GM Binder is pretty easy. It's not the easiest, but it's very user friendly. You don't have to know that. I don't know anything about coding, and I used to use it pretty regularly. Homebrewery is good too. Homebrewery is actually better, but requires more tech work. And if you are somebody that has any coding ability, then you shouldn't use either of them, because it requires a lot of its own weird processes that are like coding adjacent. Like my friend PC Perini, my co-host, we were using it and he got very frustrated with it because he couldn't use all the powers.
To be fair, I was a professional software developer for a decade, and I was never not frustrated by CSS. That's just part of the beast.
What's CSS stand for?
Who knows?
Candy, sapphire. Suffering domain, pain and improvement, loss and regrowth, struggle and triumph. Now, I like all those phrases, but I am just going to point out, and I'm nitpicking, but you know I love you. You've been here forever. That's not a complete sentence. This is the way of life for clerics of the suffering domain, constantly seeking trials to learn from and grow stronger. All of this flavor is good, but your sentences have weird structure today, Soup Angel. They hone their bodies and minds to be able to handle pain and deliver it too. In combat, these clerics are able to cause overwhelming pain and misery to their enemies, both physically and mentally, crippling them and allowing the cleric's campaigns to finish them off. Let's look at the spell list. Armor of Agathis, Ray of Sickness, Cloud of Daggers, Flaming Sphere, Catnap, Elemental Weapon, Blight, Phantasmal Killer, Destructive Wave, Steel Wind Strike. I will say, there's a lot of suffering going on in this spell list. I think it's mostly fine. I don't see anything that's sticking out as crazy. It doesn't have the strongest vibe necessarily. Catnap feels a little out of left field, but I don't know. You could go more suffery, I think, but that's okay. Phantasmal Killer is a good pick. I think armor. I think level 1 solid. Okay. Bonus proficiency. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency in martial weapons and learn your choice from either Booming Blade or Green Flame Blade. That is fun, and I like it, which is considered a cleric spell for you. Good. Okay, let's see what we get at first level. This is good. I like getting the extra cantrip. That's fun. Mm-hmm. Also at first level, you can increase pain that already exists when a creature you can see within 60 feet of you gains the blinded, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, or stunned condition. You can force it to make a con saving throw against your cleric spell save DC at no action cost. Okay.
Interesting.
On a failed save, the creature takes 1 level of exhaustion. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest, unless you expand a spell slot of first level or higher to use it. I think that this probably should... Ooh, look at that. See what I just did there? I think that this should cost more than a spell slot to use again.
I don't necessarily know that I agree, because I don't know how often it's going to be happening, but I think it should consume your reaction, at the very least.
That might actually be all I care about, because I could make this happen 4 times in a turn if I have the spell slots.
Yeah.
You could kill creatures in 1 round very easily, regardless of any of their stats other than con.
Yeah, I don't think you should be able to do this more than a round. I think it should be reaction based.
Yeah. Exhaustion's pretty strong. At level 1, level 1 exhaustion doesn't do much in combat. It gives you disadvantage on skill checks, but level 2 exhaustion gives you disadvantage on attack rolls, all sorts of stuff. And then by level 3, your movement speed is halved. I forget what happens at level 4, but by level 6 you die. At level 6 you're dead. So it's an interesting thing. Definitely, should not be free. Not sure why it's free. Make it cost a reaction. That's solid.
Another thing that you could do to bring it in line is make the level of exhaustion tied to the effect. So the level of exhaustion is reduced when the triggering effect is lost.
Oh, interesting. Now, the feature itself, I'll say, I think fits the vibe of the suffering domain really well. Because it's literally, you are taking the suffering of a condition and making it more amplified. So that's nice. That's a very nice flavor meets mechanic moment right here, Soup Angel. Very nice. Channel Divinity. Crushing pain. Crushing pan. What if it was just a big old pan? As an action, you present your holy symbol and cause untold agony to overcome a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The target must make a Constitution saving throw against your cleric spell save DC. The target has disadvantage on the saving throw if it has less than half its maximum hit points. On a failed save, the target is stunned for a number of rounds equal to your wisdom modifier. The target can make its saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. I have 2 thoughts. I don't like that it's the same saving throw as the first level feature. I don't. Is this you want to diversify your saving throws a little bit? I think.
Oh, you're saying, what is it? Con save both times?
Yeah, con save both times.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. This one, interestingly enough, feels almost more like a wisdom save. It feels like an act of will to avoid being stunned here.
Yeah, or charisma would work well too. Force of presence. I like. There's not enough charisma saving throws. We got to get more charisma saving throws in there. In terms of what it actually does, I can't decide.
It's stunning strike.
It's stunning.
Better.
Yeah, it is. It's not. Is it better?
It's.
You're getting it. You get it less than stunning strike. It's just more powerful. But you also get it a lot earlier.
But it's also not behind both. Stunning strike, correct me if I'm wrong, is behind both an attack and a save, right?
Yes, it is. That's true. So it's just the save.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the end of the world.
Especially because you're only getting to use this once at 3rd level.
Yeah, or Channel Divinity you get at 1st level, don't you? No, I don't remember. I haven't played a cleric in so long.
I think you do. Now that you say it out loud. But still, you do it once at first level.
Chat seems to be in two directions. Krebs, hey Krebs, we just looked at your piece. Krebs says that it's not better.
When I say better, I think I don't mean as a feature.
You disagreeing with Krebs?
It's not behind both an attack and a save. It's a little bit more direct.
Okay. Soup Angel chiming in saying Channel Divinity's second level. Cool.
Cool, thank you.
I like it conceptually. I don't like how mechanically it. I just don't like change the save. Okay.
I like that it procs Amplify Affliction, which again, if you're using your reaction, there's like a cool sort of layup that you're setting yourself up for there.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch. I wonder if that's why Soup initially made it cost no action. So that
reaction would still be fine here. You can use reactions on your turn.
Oh no, I know. I just want to. Yeah. I wonder if that was their intention.
Probably. Yeah.
Or that, because sometimes you want to squeeze that power in. You want to get strong. Okay.
For sure.
Let's see what we get at 6th level. Strength from suffering. Starting at 6th level, you are able to let your pain drive you in your revenge. This is so nitpicky, Soup Angel, but you're here for it, so I know you don't mind. Is this a revenge-based subclass? Why are we driving our revenge? Why aren't we just driving towards pain? That's very specific. I want to be a suffering domain cleric that has no feeling of vengeance. I want to give people the glory of pain, doing it out of love, not out of vengeance. When you take like a crazy cultist, when you take damage from a creature you can see, you swear vengeance against it as a reaction. On your next turn, your strength, dexterity, and wisdom modifiers are all doubled for the purposes of spell save DC, attack rolls, and damage rolls against that creature. You can do this a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I think this should require a saving throw.
I also don't know that I love it as a reaction.
I think the idea is you get it for a turn. That's the goal, I think.
Yeah.
I think the goal is to avoid getting it for 2 turns.
When you take damage on your next turn, yeah, but why not set it up as a bonus action for this turn?
Because you don't really take damage on your turn that often.
Well, you could not necessarily constrain it to a target that's dealt damage to you. Again, if we're trying to wave away the vengeance motif.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're just giving the gift.
You're just marking someone for pain. It's basically just a super souped up kind of hunter's marky type thing.
Yeah, that does change the vibe of it a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's what Soup wants.
I'm sure.
But yeah. I agree that if I'm looking at this objectively and being like, what should a suffering cleric have? And I'm not thinking about anything other than that. I feel like being able to give anyone suffering is what they want to do. Not just the people that hurt them. They want to give everyone suffering.
I also wonder if the right mechanic is to buff yourself against them, or would it make more sense to figure out how to nerf them in similar ways?
That's not a bad idea either.
Disadvantage on things. Disadvantage on any check against your spell save DC, that kind of thing.
Disadvantage on strength, wisdom, dex checks against you. Yeah.
Not 100% sure where to go with this one, but I think it stems from wanting to think through a little bit more what fiction you're trying to sell at 6th level here.
Mm-hmm. Should it get it wisdom modifier times per long rest? Because it's much better than getting advantage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I would say that again, D&D tends to, over the last year, in Soup's defense, they said they built this about a year ago, has started moving away from wisdom mod number of times or charisma mod number of times, etc., to proficiency bonus number of times per long rest or half proficiency bonus number of times per long rest.
It makes it easier to control.
Yeah. I don't have a strong problem with it being wisdom modifier times per long rest, but I think that is in part because it's already pretty heavily limited behind being a reaction to a creature that dealt damage to you for that upcoming turn, right? Like,
I think it's strong enough that you're getting too much access to it.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Compare this to like a light cleric, where what they get is they can use their reaction to give a creature disadvantage on an attack roll.
Yeah, which is really not that much. That's fair.
So I think it's a little too strong for the amount of times you can get it. But I think that the idea of you picking a creature and being like, you shall be the one that suffers, and it will be so much fun, is fits the vibe. Divine Strike makes sense. What damage type did you pick? Necrotic? That's fair. Which probably makes the most sense.
Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily a better one.
That's definitely the most evil damage.
It could be interesting. Cinder.
Yeah, that's me.
Cinder.
I'm Cinder.
Could you do magical piercing damage? Is that stupid?
No, it's fun. Well, yeah, you could do it. It is mechanically going to have an impact on the game more than it's not going to have a non-impact, because there are creatures and abilities that react to magical damage as opposed to non-magical damage.
100%. But I think it might be worth potentially playing with and seeing if that feels good, because that is a way to drag it away from every other cleric that does necrotic damage.
The more that I think about it, the more I think it's really fun, actually.
Yeah,
because it's a little weird. Psychic damage is someone else traveling back said psychic damage. I think psychic damage could make sense, but this is really a physical pain. This is not a mental duress cleric. This is truly like, I want you to not feel good on the outside, and that it can seep into the inside.
Yeah, it's I think there's like a Crown of Thorns vibe with magical piercing damage. That's
magical piercing damage also sounds. Can you imagine like what that looks like on your mace? Like, how would you describe that? Like ethereal spines, or like anytime you wield a weapon, it grows gnarly, sharp edges. You know?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay, you sold me. Magical piercing damage, I think, is the move. It is weird, but I think it's the move.
Someone pointed out from chat that Pain's Endurance should be a 17th level feature, and it is labeled as 14th level.
Ah, the old typo gets us every time. Yes. I get these in my homebrew all the time, because I will often, if I have a format that I like, I'll just copy paste it. Yeah. So I'll have some feature that's clearly not supposed to be there all the time.
Just
but yeah, I'm sure that's just a typo
for sure.
Pain's Endurance at 17th level. You are able to endure the hardest of hardships. At the start of each of your turns, you regain 5 hit points if you have no more than half your hit points left.
Does that feel like enough for 17th level?
It's maybe not on a cleric. It would be. It could be on some martial classes, maybe.
Right. But especially for I don't know. I feel like, you are going to be in the fray. This is a Divine Strike cleric.
Yeah.
Your bonus proficiencies are martial weapons.
But 17th level, when is anything at 17th level, when is anything hitting you for less than 25 damage?
Yeah.
So is it that strong?
Yeah. I think that you could rework this to be about damage negation instead of damage regeneration, and that could potentially be fun, because that could screw with that could help your concentration at high levels as well.
Oh, that's true. If you had some innate pain resistance that wasn't like damage resistance, it was like a damage threshold or something like that, where it's like you just like pain. If you take bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage from a single target equal to 10 or less, you take no damage.
Something to that effect, or a resource constrained, like 1 or 3 times per long rest, the ability to if you take less than half your maximum HP in a single strike, you can half it or nullify it entirely, right? Something in that universe.
Yeah, if you make it a once a day feature, you can make it really nutty.
Yeah.
100%. Overall though, I feel like this is in a pretty good spot, Soup Angel, all things considered. Like, the feedback
6th level needs the most attention, I think, but the rest of it's
I agree. 6th level needs attention. Change a couple words around. Fix your sentence structure. I think that this is really solid. Early level feels really solid. Make Con a different saving throw in one of these, just to shake it up, and it'll also just make the character stronger. Like, because what you don't want to have happen is if you're entirely relying on one stat to hurt a creature. When you fight a creature that has 1 million in that stat, it's just like, I'm not playing a fun game. You want to have options. But cool. Nice flavor. Feels very Eldar or Hellraiser. Are you familiar with the Eldar, Pat?
No.
Oh man, you're missing out. They're the least. The Eldar are the least exciting Warhammer people, in my opinion. They're the least fun.
Fair enough.
Elliot! Oh my god, Elliot's so excited to be here. Dude, Elliot is so excited to be here. I think is somebody.
Oh, Soup Angel wanted us to recommend the name Suffering or Affliction. I think it's Suffering. I think Suffering's the right.
Yeah, Suffering's good. I like the name. I think the name's good.
Yeah. Affliction is too illness oriented for where it ended up.
This is from Elliot. I mean the Dark Eldar. Yes, I do, guys. Listen. I'm not. I know. I watch a lot of YouTube videos about Warhammer. I've never played it. I live on the outside of it, but I know enough about Warhammer that I would know how to win the Warhammer universe. If anyone is ever like, hey, you have to live in Warhammer, I know how to do it and have truly the best life ever. I probably would have more fun there than here. It's very easy to have a lot of fun living in the Warhammer universe. It's very easy.
Weird thing that you're saying that doesn't feel right for someone who only knows the surface level shit about.
The only thing you have to do to have fun in the Warhammer universe is be an orc.
Oh yeah, true.
And you just live a happy life. You just hang out with your friends, you laugh and you play, and you just want to have fun all the time. And you just do. It's like, you know what they are? They are self-actual. In a very non-ironic way, the orcs in Warhammer 40K are the definition of self-actualization. Straight up.
I like it.
Okay.
Especially
what did Elliot say?
Manipulate reality.
Hey, Diner. This is the set. Would you call me Diner? Hey, Diner. I'm down for
that. Hold on. I love that as a gender neutral.
That's a good nickname.
That's so good.
I think it's Cinder spelled wrong, but I like it. Hey, Diner. Because it makes me feel like you're going to serve me food. And I love food. I'll be your diner. Get me some chocolate milk and we'll have a party. Hey, Diner. I've also decided I'm going to start doing an inside joke that only the 80 or so people that are watching right now will know about, because I'm only saying it now, but I will do it from now ever. Whenever I give examples on how to do proper formatting of language in D&D in my Discord, I will always use the example of a chocolate milk themed thing. So like earlier people were asking about run-on sentences. So I wrote some examples of run-on sentences versus not run-on sentences. And they were the flavor text for the Oath of Chocolate Milk Paladin. And Pat, I am not kidding when I say it was probably the best flavor text I've written for a subclass.
We should do that and juice it for Reddit points so that we can get more attention on things.
Okay, wait, let's see what they said. Hey, Diner. Oh, I like that so much. Dude, I've never been so pumped on a spelling mistake. This is fucking awesome. Hey, Diner. Hey, Diner. Hey, Diner. Okay, sorry, guys. Sorry. We're here to do homebrew. It's homework time. Hey, Diner. This is the second draft ready for a review. Ooh, a second draft, which means I can crank up the judgment a little bit. But the kind of judgment, the critique. Please do not look at the first one because I said may and I don't want you to be mad at me. Well, first of all, I will. It's really, really easy for me to not. Here's the thing. It's very, very easy for me not to be mad at you. All you have to do for me not to be mad at you is really three things. One is you have to put effort into the thing you're working on, whether it's a second draft of a homebrew or whatever. I don't want you to be like, hey, I made this thing. I spent 2 seconds on it. I'm not going to care about it. You didn't care about it. Put effort into the thing. I like that. The other thing is just be nice. When you're annoying or a dick, and I don't mean annoying like I have an annoying opinion. I mean like when I see people leaving very, like unconstructive bullshit, it's just like, oh, you don't have anything interesting to say and you're just being a dick. If people are being a dick, I will be mean to them. But I generally don't like doing that. I don't remember what we were talking about. All right, let's look at this fucking homebrew. Guys, Cinder, you took the screen away. I know, it's back.
We need the link too.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Lord.
I know what I'm doing. School of Translocation.
A wizard subclass.
All right, cool. Let's take a peek. Wizards of the School of Translocation study the ability to instantly transport, teleport, and translocate themselves and others. Often referred to as blink mages. That's a fun name. These wizards, yeah, isn't it? Blink mage. That's like the cash name when they're at the club. These wizards make incredible infiltrators and spies. They are often sought out and conscripted straight from their schools when they make enough progress to be considered useful. There's a burp coming.
I have an immediate piece of feedback. That block of flavor text could be improved 60% by deleting the first sentence, 80% by reworking the first sentence and making it the second sentence.
Yeah.
You're not adding a lot there. It could theoretically be an okay way to bridge Blink Mage into wizards study things, right? But we know wizards study things. We don't know about Blink Mages. And I'm actually a little annoyed that I had to read a whole sentence to then get to Blink Mages. Because Blink Mages is so good.
It's a good opener. It's a good opener. You want to start strong. You don't want to get lost in the weeds before you hit him with the hard ball. What are people? People had all sorts of feelings. Somebody said, isn't this just a half conjuration wizard? Not really. Well, we don't know what it does yet. But we'll see. It might be half a conjuration wizard. They might have read it.
They took the conjuration wizard. They put the first half of
Chat reads ahead all the time. They're done reading by the time I start half the time because I get in tangents. Okay, at second level, they get 2 features. Beginning when you... A lot of wizards don't get 2 features at second level. Or one of them is like very...
No, they
all get 2 features, but one is always like... It's just always like, you can write your spells faster. Or you can fight with a hammer. Beginning when you select this school at second level, the golden time you have spent to copy a spell from the School of Translocation spell list into your spell book is halved. Interesting. I'm assuming you add that spell list?
See, that's the problem is we should skip down right away. You can't, for your table, you can do whatever you want, but for published D&D, you can't make a spell live in a different school. And all of these spells have schools. This is something that makes wizard subclasses a little tricky to do because you have to come up with a completely new way of representing the half golden time mechanic because all of the spell schools are already taken. That's how Wizards of the Coast did theirs.
Yeah.
And so you have to look at like the Blade Singer or the War Mage to get to something different because like I'm your GM, right? Misty Step is not a translocation spell. Misty Step is, what is that? Conjuration spell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just is. That's the rule is written. And so you can...
And the thing is that actually... I just want to... People are saying don't pay attention to it. I'm going to just say why you should pay attention to it. Because there are a great deal of features in D&D, whether you like it or not, that are based on schools of magic and what school the spell is from. There's enough that if you make up a new school of magic and put spells on it, it works fine for, like you said, Pat, it works fine for a home game. But if you put it out on the internet, people are going to be like, I don't know what to do with this.
And you could, theoretically, do more or less what you've done and say, this is not a school of translocation spell. However, there is a translocation spell list, and here are all of the spells on them. That's fine. You need to change your language a little bit. It's not a problem that you've done that. But what is a problem is that this is a very small spell list, effectively making your arcane relocation feature, your translocation savant feature worthless, right? It's a very vanishingly small number of spells that you get half price for.
It's 19 spells. I'm trying to think what the next lowest class is. Maybe necromancy? And they've got at least 30 spells.
And so like it's probably better and easier just to think of a different way to represent making learning these spells easier.
You know what I would probably do? I would probably write it like whenever you learn a spell. I don't know how I would word this. I need to think about it. But I would probably word it like whenever you learn a spell. I would probably do it like this. Well, let's see what the other one does, but I have an idea. I'm going to share my idea afterwards. Let's read, because I want to make sure that the second level feature isn't my idea. Starting at second level, you gain the ability to blink from one place to another using the overflow of Okay, this is what you should do. You should make it that whenever you cast a teleportation spell or a spell that teleports you or other things, that you can make it a little farther than normal.
For the translocation savant?
Yeah. You should make it so you're just better at teleportation spells. Like anytime
that is a good idea.
Yeah. Just like you could add your proficiency bonus times 5 to the range, which is not crazy, but it is an extra 30 feet at higher levels and an extra 10 feet immediately, which makes your everything 10 feet's actually pretty fucking good on like a Misty Step. Okay, that's what I would do for that. That's the 6th level feature. Okay, well then come up with something else for the 2nd level. We'll get there. Hey, we're thinking similar thoughts. It's not a bad sign. Let's finish reading 2nd level. Starting at 2nd level, you gain the ability to blink from one place to another using the overflow of magic from a spell you cast. You gain the following feature. If it's only one feature, you don't need to write it like a bullet. When you cast a spell of 1st level or higher on your turn, you can teleport up to a number of feet equal to 5 times the spell level, no action required. To a place you can see within range, you can do so immediately before or after the spell. You can use this feature 2 times your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. In addition, you can use your arcane recovery. I think it should just be proficiency bonus. I don't think it should be 2 times proficiency bonus.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Or if you don't want to make it proficiency bonus because you're like, that's not enough, you can make it your proficiency bonus plus half your wizard level rounded down. Like the way that Zealot Barbarians weapon attack goes up. Although they do a d6 plus whatever. You could do something like that.
What is this saying that you regain 2 expended uses of the feature when you use arcane recovery?
Oh, I'd probably make it 1.
Yeah, that's a little.
Just divide all the numbers by 2. You're good.
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right, let's take a look at 6th level. Apparently, it is the same feature we suggested they give it. Starting at 6th level, you focused on translocation. Your focus on translocation magic has allowed you to increase the ability of your teleports. You gain the following features. When you teleport through a spell you cast or use your arcane relocation feature, you can bring 1 additional creature with you, provided the creature is willing, medium, or smaller within 5 feet. When you teleport through the use of this spell, you can the distance you can travel is doubled. Doubled is a lot stronger than what we suggested. I think doubled might be too much. I'm going to make a suggestion here. I'm going to make a suggestion that you don't make it that you get both of these. I'm going to make it that you pick one. And I would probably still lower the range from doubled to a number that is tied to your proficiency bonus or your wizard level.
Yeah, I would definitely reduce doubled for sure. You're saying you pick one.
Like if I cast Dimension Door, right now when I cast Dimension Door, I can take me, I can take my buddy, and I can go 500 feet. Yep. With this as written, I could take me, my buddy, his boo, and we could all go 1,000 feet. I feel like I should be able to bring my buddy and his boo, or I should be able to go farther, but not both.
I agree, and I actually just thought of something that you could maybe rework Translocation Savant into that could potentially be valuable. Which is that in order to really sell the fiction of incredible infiltrators and spies, you might want to kind of give something to that at 2nd level. You could potentially make all of the spells that teleport ritual castable. So if you know that you need to be in a certain place, you can spend 10 minutes to cast Misty Step. And not burn the spell slot.
I was thinking you were going to go in the direction where you could like not require components, so you could like secretly cast teleports.
That could also be really good. But one of those 2 things that kind of lean into the infiltration mechanic, I think, is potentially a better replacement for Translocation Savant.
I like both of those ideas. I will say, so far, this is a very fun wizard subclass.
It's really good.
This is a subclass that we're going to keep criticizing you because you're not here to get praise. You're here to grow as a writer, and that requires a little bit of praise and a whole lot of here's opinions that you don't need to listen to. But I feel the vibe very strongly, and I think that it's fun. Fun is one of those things that's like the most important part, but a lot of times people don't dance that close to it. I have players that would like want to do this, so that's definitely going in a good direction. Let's look at level 10. Evasive Avoidance. When you reach level 10 in this class, you gain the ability to use your teleportation in a defensive manner the very moment you encounter harm. Again, you don't need bullet points if it's just one feature. As a reaction, when you take damage, you can have the damage dealt against you and teleport a number of feet up to 5 times your wizard level to a location you can see within range.
Once per long rest.
Once per long rest. It's right now once per short or long rest. Are you suggesting they change it to just once per long rest?
Oh, sorry. No, you're right. I just missed it. I like it. I think it's cool. Do we think it's balanced? 5 times your wizard level is 50 feet to a point that you can see within range.
Once I would make it. I think you can make it once a day probably. I also.
I think more often but less far is actually more useful.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say maybe instead of 5 times your wizard level, you do 5 times your int mod, and then on a short or long rest.
Good. 5 times intelligence modifier is good, or 5 times half your wizard level. There is something that is. I feel that there's a piece of seasoning that is not in this that I want, and I don't know exactly what it is.
I think it's the teleportation of objects that isn't touched on at all. I think it's like making things go to different places that isn't really brought forward, right? This is so far all about you teleporting and teleporting creatures and teleporting distances. Useful stuff, but you're a wizard. You're supposed to be the magic rogue.
You're
right?
a wizard, Addy.
You're supposed to have a tool for every possible situation, and this is not explicitly driving towards some of that toolkit. I don't know if I was specifically thinking about objects.
You disagree? No, I don't disagree at all. But I think I wasn't thinking of the solution.
Yeah.
I was just like, I think that as much as it's nice to have a lot of focus of subclass, you do want some diversity of abilities. And while this is a defensive ability as opposed to the more, utility of the other teleports, it's still just another teleport. There's like maybe teleporting an object is a good idea. I was thinking, my headspace was going in like more of, I don't even know. Like I was thinking more like, how do I use portals in weird ways? Like what if the 10th level ability was like a portal gun that I could use once a day for like, where I could like put something on the wall and shoot firebolts through it at other people or cut someone's hand off with a portal. I don't know.
I think portal gun. That's a different implementation, but it's a similar vibe of like, there's no way for me to interact with teleportation and anything that isn't my body. Right. And I think that if you want to put a spin on this in a way that I think is interesting, provide that contrast, that's what's missing, is like an ability for me to like shoot fireballs through or throw a rock through or teleport important documents out of a space, right? Like that kind of thing.
What if there, I don't know if this was a good idea or not. It's not that strong, but I think it's interesting. What if teleportation spells that required you to target creatures, you could target objects?
Potentially.
Like, what if I could cast Misty Step to move an object 30 feet?
Is Misty Step's target self?
Yeah.
You'd have to write some language around that.
That's what, yeah, you would. I don't know if it works. This is not necessarily like that. This is a brainstorm idea, but I think that might be fun. I don't know what I would use it for, but I like the idea. You cast a, you make like a what are they called? Like a slow timer fireball. I forget what that spell is. Delayed blast fireball, and you teleport it to somebody's house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Krebs Cycle touches on something that I think is useful here, which is some way to make it offensive, which is all to my mind in the same space of like, you need a way to use teleportation on something that isn't yourself.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways you could make it offensive. You could basically write some like unique once a day features that are essentially damaging features that use the flavor of teleporting. Like you could make a feature where all it does is people in a big area have to make a dex save or take a bunch of damage, but you flavor it as like you're opening a portal above them and dropping debris down or stuff like that. Yeah. You don't have to do that, but
Sea Slug just said if a spell used in this way has a range of self, it instead has a range of touch, which I think is fascinating. Cool. Has huge implications on the game, but might be worth thinking about.
That's cool. I like that a lot. I would want to run through the spells and see how many that affected, but I like the idea quite a bit. All right. You probably need to throw a saving throw on there for unwilling creatures.
Yeah,
at level 14, translocation magic becomes second nature to you and seems to flow through you freely and magically. You gain the following features. You ignore the rule which states you cannot cast a spell of first level or higher with your action and bonus action on the same turn. Instead, you can cast 2 spells of the first level or higher on the same turn, provided that one of them is the School of Translocation spell. I wonder if what we were just talking about is kind of what they're shooting for here. Like teleport and then do a thing. That's what that's the whole point. That's the point of this.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean 100%, but you also already still have free teleport from Arcane Relocation, which is teleport and do a thing. If you're doing a thing, you get a free teleport on top of it.
You also get unlimited use. Okay, you can't just throw shit like this in. These are not ribbon features. These are strong. Getting unlimited uses of features. I'm gonna tell you something you're not gonna love. This on its own is too strong, I think. These
I agree.
On their own are maybe a little on the weak side, but not that much on the weak side. I also think if your goal is to figure out ways that you can like do combo wombos with teleporting, I don't think this is the move. I don't think this is the move.
Again, I want to point out that we already have combos with, like, Arcane Relocation gave us combos. Anytime you cast a leveled spell, you can just teleport. Your
Like
that is.
I mean, you know what? You're right. Now the fact that it's infinite use, that's it. This is your 14th level feature. I don't think you need either of the other bullets.
I don't disagree. Actually, yeah, I think that's it, because
you're a fucking wizard. All you do is cast spells.
Right, and there's no reason to limit it to the number of proficiency bonuses. Yeah, I think that's potentially very, very good. The action economy for Arcane Relocation is a free, no action required teleport on top of casting a leveled spell.
Is it? No, it's a reaction.
Arcane Relocation.
Oh yeah, Arcane Relocation. Yeah. Sorry, that's this one. Yeah.
Arcane Avoidance is evasive avoidance is evasion.
Yeah, so it's a little across the board. It's a little strong right now in some places, and a little I think could use a little broadening, similar to the other piece that we looked at. It's very
focused.
Like
potentially over focused.
Yeah. One thing that is really good to think about when you're making homebrew is you want to hit the vibe, and that doesn't a piece of homebrew, like especially a subclass, like a player character thing. You want that vibe to be broad enough to be able to incorporate a couple elements of gameplay. I don't think it's good. This is my opinion, so you can disagree with me. That's fine. I don't think One Trick Pony is good design.
I broadly agree. I think that this is not so deep into One Trick Pony that you have to change a lot in order to get it there.
Yeah.
But I do think that that there are places where it does need to be kind of tightened up a little bit. I think really 10th level is potentially a good place to do that.
10th level is always the wild card level.
Second level is also potentially a good place to do that if you wanted to introduce some element of like being able to use touch teleportation, self teleportation spells as touch. There's some stuff here.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. Thank you for sharing.
Good stuff.
Elliot.
Thank you very much, Elliot. This was good.
Very nice redraft. You should be proud of yourself.
Yeah.
That is a fun feeling subclass.
Wizards for me are often very dry, and that's one of the more interesting ones that I've seen.
The other thing I think is that it is easier, in my opinion, to make something that is too strong balanced than to make something that has vibe have vibe.
Yeah, 100%. If you're close, you can kind of flesh it out, tone it in. If you just don't have something, it's really hard to sit down and come up with something.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? There's enough people in here that people are like crossing fingers and stuff.
I know.
It's crazy.
What happens when you subject them to roulette?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not making money off of it yet.
True.
Oh, shit. We got another OG folk in the chat. Gladhedriel. Gladhedriel is somebody who's been on my channel in my little community for a while, and they have put up with me mispronouncing their username for most of our relationship. I've only recently learned it wasn't Gladriel. It was Gladhedriel. Do you want me to read this on stream or no? No mention of not, so let's do it. I am building a world where the PCs, along with several very important NPCs, will be avatars of the major arcana, as you would find in a tarot deck. Pat, do you ever know anything about writing alternative tarot decks?
Only what we've done together for that one project.
Yeah, but that's a lot. That's more than anyone ever does, unless they're like
Maybe.
unless they're people that like spend a little bit too much money on crystals.
I feel like there's a lot of people who spend too much money on crystals, and I'm not one of them.
I wish I was. Crystals are cool, but I don't have too much money, so I can't do it.
Yeah, there you go.
It is my intention that each PC be granted this feat very early in the story, probably before level 4. Would be great to get some feedback on balancing something like this. I want them to feel powerful and special, but at the same time not overpowered. Glad, are you in the chat?
Glad was here earlier.
I didn't see them. Glad, is this for your home game or not? Because that will help me make that. If it's for your home game, there's a lot more flexibility of power. If your goal is for it to be a feat to be public, then I don't think it's a good idea to plan for a person to take that feat at a certain level, because that's not how feats work.
It is for a home game.
It is for home game. Okay, cool.
Yeah. You want to link us?
No. Okay, fine.
All right.
Okay, fine.
Listen, fine.
Yeah, I like when people tell me when something's for their home game, because I can sort of just focus fire. Or when it's for their not home game, because I can focus fire. Champion of Fate. This is a feat intended for a level 4 or lower character. The threads of fate have chosen you to set an and you said all of your characters get this. The threads of fate have chosen you to set an unbalanced world to rights. You embody the aspects of one of the major arcana determined by your DM. You gain the following benefits: ability score increase. You learn a cantrip of your choice from the sorcerer spell list, and one spell of your choice from the sorcerer spell list. Once you cast it, you get a once-a-day spell. Okay, and Constitution is your saving throw for it. That's kind of fun.
It's interesting. That's also short or long rest on that cast.
Oh, so it's a little bit stronger than the other versions of this.
Yeah.
When you make an attack roll, you can expend one of your hit dice, and as a result, add the result to your hit total. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. This is really strong. This last one,
especially on top of everything else.
This could be a feat on its own, and I might be like, Because if I'm a fucking barbarian, I can add a 1d12 to my attack rolls. I don't... Hit dice are for the birds. I long rest.
I think if it's for a game where you're going to be doing this sort of whatever it is, the like 9 major encounters in a day schedule, you could maybe make that work.
Yeah, what I would say right now is this does majorly favor martial characters. This feat.
I don't know. Attack. It doesn't say weapon attack roll.
Yeah, but there's more of those, and I'm just thinking who has the biggest hit die? A barbarian. Yeah, who has the highest con? A barbarian. So it's just like, it's not a bad thing necessarily. I will say this is I would say a step or two stronger than your average feat. So if somebody is choosing between this feat and a traditional feat, and they choose the traditional feat, they're not going to be as strong. I don't know how I feel about a feat that triggers off your hit dice, because I agree with C-Slug that I don't know if C-Slug's making a point or just pointing it out, but it is weird that it's so much stronger for different classes. I guess that's fine, but it's just a thing to think about. That's what I mean, that it really favors like those big hit die classes. It also kind of makes it also kind of shits on bards.
There's more mechanic here, by the way.
Oh, I
read ahead a little bit?
I'm sorry, I assumed it was the end.
Last bit, it's not flavor.
Let me read. In addition to these features, you are bound to a heroic spirit from the past. This spirit is an exemplar of the major arcana you embody and is destined to guide you through your destiny. Its personality is determined by the DM. Its ability scores mirror your own, but it retains the proficiencies it had. It can opt to take the help action to assist you with the skill check, and with its proficient. Does it exist in space? So that's my is this mechanics to basically be like you get free advantage on a handful of skills because that's what the help action does, or is it intended to exist in space?
I'm unclear that necessarily matters.
Well, if it exists in space, you need to know how you can interact with it.
I would interpret this as incorporeal spirit is what Glad said. I would interpret this as it's it's a bonus proficiency list effectively.
Yeah. Well, it's not bonus proficiencies. It's bonus advantage. It gives you permanent advantage on a handful of proficiencies.
Yeah. I like what some dude Wilson just said, which is this feels like a magic item. I would potentially consider reframing this as a magic item just because it slots into the way that D&D thinks about balancing things a little bit more nicely. Magic items they can just be a lot more powerful, right? Because it's up to the GM's discretion to reduce their frequency in the game. As a feat, this is both pretty overpowered, I think. And also I think there are some big open questions for me around like, what is that proficiency list from your major arcana? Does the major arcana affect this in any other way? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I also like who figures out what its proficiencies were, because that also will hugely impact it. Like if I'm a rogue and I get an old rogue who was proficient in stealth and sleight of hand, I just always have advantage on stealth and sleight of hand. That's sick. But if I get like, stuff I'm not going to like, then it's like, oh boy, I have animal handling. Let's go pretend to talk to a horse and waste 10 minutes of the game for everybody. Oh, it's so funny for the 50th time. The horse still talks funny because it's a horse,
Really not a fan of animal handling there, huh?
I love animal handling. I just acknowledge that the joke of talking animals is pretty much the same joke every time it's done. It's not a bad joke.
Yeah.
But so for example, in Rally. So guys, in Rally, the podcast that I'm in where I'm a character and Patrick is a dungeon master, for a very long time my character had the ability to talk to animals all the time. That was just permanently on. And it wasn't like with gnomes I could have a conversation with them. And I think I used it a handful of times, but if I had tried to use it every session, everyone would have gotten so annoyed with me. You would have gotten so annoyed with me.
You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong.
Yeah, because it's the same joke every time.
Yeah, more or less.
Animals talk funny. They think different.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a bad joke, but it's a bad joke if you force your dungeon master to make it every time you play D&D.
Session. 100%.
Cool. I don't have anything else to say about Champion of Fate. I think it's interesting. If you were making this for a not for a home game, I would say it feels like it goes in too many directions. It does not feel like it has a strong identity other than general heroic power, which I think maybe is fine for your game, but I would suggest if you wanted to take it in more of a public, I what's the vibe of that champion,
Yeah, I definitely think there's an element of like, if you were to publish this, at the very least you would need to publish one for each major arcana, right? And maybe think about, instead of letting them choose a cantrip and a spell, the major arcana provides you with a cantrip and a spell, which hems in the power a little bit and also makes it a little bit more thematic and a little bit more flavorful. But for effectively a placeholder for your home game, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a fun. It feels like a boon that you give characters.
Yeah, boon is a good word for.
Feels like a gift from like of the spirits. It's like when Aragorn gets the ghost army.
Yeah, 100%. Also, boons are a thing in 5e.
Yeah, they are
under
the DMG.
At least a variant rule set.
They're great. You can also just give feats as boons. Everybody loves that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I give extra feats all the time.
On that note, I think I am going to be bouncing.
All right. Do you want to promote anything or say anything to the people that are here before you leave?
Genuinely, y'all are wonderful. It's really exciting to see Cinder kind of take off and get a lot more. I mean, practically 100 submissions is insane. So
go to this website. All of you
go to that website.
Watch our podcast or listen to it.
Cinder plays a robot. Yeah. Which is great. Robot of Death now, which is really interesting, and is also the editor for the show. And it's a very, very excruciatingly well edited show. We love it. It's fun. Go to the website, and I love you all. Good night.
All right, I'll do it 3 more times, guys. Thank you, Pat. You're wonderful. Have a good night. Are we talking tomorrow morning? It's Monday, right? Did you leave already? God damn it. He always leaves before I ask him. I think I have a meeting with him tomorrow morning. All right, we'll do it a couple more times. All right. I don't know if you can hear me. Guys, it's just you and me now, which means I'm going to start singing. Or if you're even there, I don't know if you would listen to a streamer's prayer. What a wild name. Yes, I know, I'm just a D&D nerd. Your name's not showing up in my thing. Let's try writing Adorable Tarrasque. There you are. Adorable Tarrasque did not leave a note. The noteless Adorable Tarrasque. All right. The Diminut. The Diminut. Hey, who called me Cinderman Bun? All right, now I have to look at. I now read chat more. Let's hi chat. How's it going? Ooh la la. Here's hoping I get picked. Sorry, you didn't get picked. This person got picked. But maybe you'll be next. Let's see what we're working with here. It's a monster, CR3. Let's read about it first. The Diminut's body is shaped like a barrel and has skin that is oily to the touch. It has 2 eyes at the top of at the front of its body, which it shields with natural hardened eyelids. That's so weird, right? Let me read that sentence again. It has 2 eyes at the top of its front body. That's a weird phrase. Which it shields with natural hardened eyelids whenever attacking a creature, and 2 more eyes on the bottom of its front body. What a weird... You mean like that... What's its front body? What does that mean? It has no head. So it's face and its back. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So it has 2 eyes in the front, 2 eyes in the back, no head. Okay. And 2 more eyes at the bottom of its front body's just a funny word. Sounds like the kind of thing like a kid would say when they're like learning sex education, you know? This is my front body, and don't go near it. Camouflaged by skin-like eyelids, used while the upper eyes are closed. Why are we getting... I'm gonna give some feedback on this in a second. I want to read the whole thing first. It has a round mouth with small muscles around it that hold tiny piercing teeth, which are used to penetrate armor and cling onto its target. Using the muscles, this sentence is too long. This is a run-on sentence. This part here is too long. Cut this part off. I'm gonna give you some feedback here about how you're writing this homebrew. Not your homebrew, your flavor text. I still don't really understand what this monster is, but I understand that you wrote a lot about its eyes. I would strongly encourage you to pull a couple steps back away from it being like an anatomy description. You can include a little bit of an anatomy description, but you want to, in flavor text, you want to make sure that the person that's going to use it understands like what it feels like. If it's a monster that's intended to look like a barrel, then you gotta like talk a little bit more about its barrel-y existence other than just this one phrase at the top. All right, let's see what it does. 14 armor class, 55 hit points, con saves. Speaks a bunch of languages. Armor drain. If this creature hits a target with armor until Diminut is removed, which is done by striking it, making Diminut roll on concentration saving throw. The AC if the target is halved, a creature can be affected only once. Okay, so the first thing is that sentence is fucked. The second thing is cutting a creature's armor class in half is too strong. Just straight up, that's too strong. You can't do that. That's not how... It goes against some fundamental AC design. It's just too strong. There needs to be some kind of stick ability then, maybe a climb speed. Well, it's a barrel. I assume it just rolls around. If this creature hits a target... So... Two things. You could put this whole feature in its attack, So you would say +6 to hit, 1 target, 4d, 2d. What is it using to hit? It's strength? Where is it getting +6 from? So, fun fact. If you are designing a monster, it needs to use the same system of stats as a adventurer. Same thing as a character sheet. So, for example, if this is a CR3 monster with a proficiency bonus of +2, and it is using its strength to hit, then that means you add its proficiency bonus plus its strength to its attack. So its attack should be +4, not +6. The other thing is that when you are doing averages of dice, and I see other people mentioning this in the chat, the average of 1d4 is not 2. It's 2.5, and that's for any damage die. The average of a d10 is 5.5. The average of a d12 is 6.5. So when you're doing that math, you got to calculate with that math in mind. Now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this sentence for a second. Here's how you phrase this. When the Diminut hits a creature with its bite attack, it can cling on to the creature. While clung on, the creature has a penalty to their AC equal to blank, or gets a -1 penalty to their AC. And then you have a separate section after that that says, a creature, including the target, can use their action to attempt to remove the thing. And if it's a really easy creature like a Sturge, you just let them do it for free. And if it's a harder creature, you can make it a strength. You can make it an athletics check. You could make it the grapple condition. So you could use athletics or acrobatics. It feels very off for a CR3 creature. It does way too little damage, but it destroys armor. Now let's keep reading though. We'll talk. I want to see this. If this creature hits a target with armor, it will gain +2 to its AC. This can be done until it reaches an armor class of 20. So you would say this feature stacks up to a maximum of 20. You also need to say how long it lasts. So if it hits a, so basically if it hits a creature with armor, it gets a bonus to their AC and their AC gets cut in half. It's very odd because what it does is it creates a situation where you have a monster that is it will be very hard to hit because its AC is going to be very high, and it's going to have a very easy time hitting you because your AC is going to be very low, but that fight is going to take a long time because it does such little damage. If you're thinking monster design or general D&D design, a really important thing to think about is like, how does this play out in combat? And a monster with a lot of hit points, or that's very hard to hit, but does very little damage, is like it's like a slow fight. It's a very slow fight, and it ends up not being that much fun a lot of the time. If you want to make a monster hit hard or be tough, you don't really need to give it a lot more hit points. You just need to give it a couple big powers that it can use once, because players fighting a monster and killing it in 3 rounds isn't bad. What's bad is players fighting a monster and it taking 10 rounds to kill it, and them doing the same thing on every turn for those 10 rounds. That's just going to get boring. So, yeah, you got to clean up your language, and I would strongly encourage you, if you're going to have an ability that messes with armor class, look at the things that already mess with armor class, like the Black Pudding or the Rust Monster, or there's a couple other oozes that do, and they have a feature called corrosive or something like that. A lot of them do, and it basically is a feature that allows you to hurt armor or hurt weapons, but it's a little bit more balanced than this, and I think it'll do you some good. So yeah, my main feedback, look at some pre-written stuff and see how they mess with AC. Make sure you're getting all your math right. Make sure you're making your monster hit hard enough. And I would strongly encourage you to shift your flavor text so that it is more intended to inspire the author than to hyper-specifically describe the anatomy of the monster. That's my feedback. Cool? You guys good on it? All right. Thank you for sharing, adorable Tarask. What an adorable Tarask. All right, guys. I'm going to give you a second before I click now because everyone needs to put in their thoughts and prayers. Everybody's like, please me. Well, just the three of you that were doing it. So I'll give you a second so you can type it before I click. So that way you have more of an effect on the universe. All right, we'll see. We'll see if the traveling bard gets it. He's been begging for it. Data Bank. Hey, Data. How you doing, man? I feel like we haven't chatted in a while. I know, but sometimes I interact with you a lot, and sometimes I just see you in the distance like a mystical shadow, always just out of reach, you know? Caper! We got a piece from Caper. I don't know her, but I'll put her on a bagel. Let's see what they said. They said, do you want me to not read this on stream? You mentioned nothing, so oops, where is it? I lost it. There it is. Okay, what did you say? You said... Fairly new to Homebrew, this is supposed to be a spell version of the Mega Man Battle Network Mega Chip Meteors, if that helps visualizing it. I'm going to say that it doesn't, but I'll look it up. I still... I think that I need more I don't know what are battle chips. This is like the advanced website. I just need the basic one. Where's this is what a battle chip is. All right, we're not going to learn that today. Chat, can you explain to me what a battle chip is? They're barbecue chips? All right, cool. Hey, GM Workshop. GM Workshop, can we collab on something soon? Can we stream together? Sooner than later? Or later than sooner? I know we do different... We're still very different schedules, but... I want to do something. And I don't know what. So I'm open to ideas, but let's find something to do together on stream. For folks that don't know, GM Workshop is primarily a Twitch streamer. GM Workshop, I'm on YouTube more than I'm on Twitch these days. I mean, I do both, but my numbers are way higher on YouTube. But GM Workshop is probably my favorite D&D streamer to watch in the morning. He's usually streaming early, and it is very often watching him kind of lead chat through a D&D game, but it also sort of feels like you're going through the process of like thinking about how to design encounters. I don't know how much of it is improv or not, but they're very fun. And what a dulcimer tone too, the voice. I used to be really jealous of your microphone, GM Workshop, and then I realized that is not what it was. I'm jealous of your voice. That's what it is. You have a vibrato when you talk that I only have if I smoke too much and then don't sleep for 3 days. And that's not that that made it sound like it was an insult. I didn't mean it as that. I just wish I could always have that sort of deep sultry tone. I don't have it. Okay. This is called Usi's Meteor Shower. It is based off of a Mega Man thing that I do not know what it is. Level 4. What are you saying? You saying nice things? All right. Psh. What's the material? All right, wait. I mean, let's read what it does first. I see that there's a material at the bottom. We'll check it out. Level 4, 1 action, unlimited range? That's crazy. Okay. Why is the range unlimited? Select an area of up to 250 square feet of any shape. The selected area will be hit... Again, guys, we talked about this earlier on stream. If you are writing D&D content, do not write it in the future tense. You want to write in the present tense. So you don't say the selected area will be hit by. You say you summon 10 meteorites to strike the target area. Make it in the present tense. Don't make it the future tense. Don't make it the past tense. We want to use that present tense. And which is not always the way that we write. You know, if you're writing fiction, present tense is often what people don't like to write in. They like that past tense because you have the power of reflection. But when we're writing rules and mechanics, we write in the present tense. The selected area will be hit by 10 meteors that deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage and fire damage in a 25 square feet area each. There's a lot of shapes going on here. Any creature in the hit area, just say in the target area, in the area, must make a dex saving throw. If successful, the damage is halved. If this is such an easy thing to fix, just read how spells work and copy the language. On a failure, this happens. On a success, they take half damage. Just copy the language of things. Copy the language of the structure and grammar of current spells. You don't have to love it. You don't have to be like, but it's I want to be unique and different. You can be unique and different. The reason why I want you to copy the sentence structure and the language and the rhythm of the written material is because when you write stuff, what you're doing is you're trying to, any writing that you do, whether it's for D&D or for school or for a book you're working on or whatever, the goal of that writing is to make the person who's reading it kind of forget that they are actively reading. You want them to get immersed in the thing, you know? And there's a lot of things that you can do to help that immersion, to make it so they get lost in the reading and they forget that they're reading. And there are a lot more things that you can do that break that immersion and remind them that they are reading. And when somebody remembers that they're reading, it makes them not want to read. It makes them like not enjoy it as much. Even if it's just like subconscious in that tiny second of a moment. That tiny second of a moment really matters. And one of the things that tricks people's brain into not wanting to read what you're writing is when they're expecting a certain sentence structure and tone, and you break that sentence structure and tone. So it's not like a huge deal in terms of understanding it, right? Like if you showed that to one of your players, they would get it. But if your goal is to make somebody read in the way that a writer wants someone to read, then you have to know what the trends and the structures and the what people are expecting in terms of the vibe. And you have to work towards that. And if you, or you don't have to work towards that, but you have to understand it so well that you can defy it using it. But that's like one of the things, I talk about this sometimes where it's like, people that break the rules of D&D design, that know the rules of D&D design, do it really well. People that break the rules of D&D design because they just didn't want to learn the rules of D&D design, do it really badly. And you don't want to break the rules badly. That's lame. You want to break the rules like a fucking G. You know? Pick up, put them down. Okay, let's keep reading this. Any creature hit in the area must make a dex saving throw. If successful, the damage is halved. So like this is a sentence to fix right here. This is what caused the rant about sentence structure. If the selected area is smaller than 250 square feet, then wrong form of the word then. Oh no, the right form of the word then. You need a comma after feet. Then the remaining meteors, in fact, you can just remove the word then, comma. The remaining meteors will strike the same area as the first meteors in the same order. Meteor strikes, the order doesn't matter. It's an instantaneous spell. You can just drop that. Meteor strike in north, star, east, west order. North, south. Again, this is an instantaneous spell. Doesn't matter. All of these things are happening at the same time. You don't need to address it that way, unless they are triggering like on multiple turns. When cast using a higher level spell slot, double the cost of the spell and add 5 meteors per above 4th. What? That's way too many. So this scales in a way that this is what I was talking about, where it's like if you want to break the rules, you got to know the rules. This defies the way that spells normally scale. 9 times out of 10, the way that a spell scales is you can either summon more of the thing, target more targets, or deal extra d6s of damage. Or d10s of damage, or whatever the damage die is for that spell. And a lot of the time, the more powerful spells, if you can upcast them, you actually have to cast them 2 levels higher. So like Spiritual Weapon is like a 2nd level spell, I think, or maybe a 3rd level spell. It's a 2nd level spell, but you have to upcast it to 4th level before it feels like maybe it's not Spiritual Weapon. I'm thinking there's some spells like that. I forget if it's Spiritual Weapon or not. But anyway, this scales in a way that does not work. The other thing is that there is a lot going on here that makes it a little bit tricky to run. A 250 square foot area of any shape is that's very flexible. That's a lot of stuff to keep track of. I would argue too much to keep track of. I also think that unless that you are breaking this 25 square foot up into 25 foot squares, this sentence is confusing and doesn't make sense. And also, I don't think this is a 4th level spell. Also, the range should not be unlimited. That's crazy. What do you... Chat, I need your help for a second. What are you saying? Those 2 statements really highlight the programmatic behaviors they're seeing in a Mega Man and emulating to D&D. I'm so unfamiliar with Mega Man, amigo. You might know the answer. You might understand, but I don't. I don't know Mega Man. I never met him. He seems cool though. Magic Weapon does that. Yeah, Magic Weapon scales big. So it's minute meteors, but once and slightly less damage and one spell. But it's a much bigger area. The area is huge, and look at how it scales. If you cast it at higher levels, it not only does it do bigger spaces, it does more space and more damage and bigger damage die. Unlimited range, yeah, the unlimited range is crazy. Yeah, let's try to implement something mechanically, which should be flavor with a much larger area. I think that you could make a spell that is a huge area of effect, tiny damage, but I think that there's too much going on. If I was you, what I would probably do is I would probably say something like pick 4. I would make it sort of like meteor, or some like summon. There's like a fire. I would probably make it like firestorm. I forget. There's a spell that lets you target like a bunch of areas and make big explosions. I would make it like that, but just little. That's what I would do. I would copy that spell. What spell is that, guys? Is that firestorm? Meteor. It's not meteor. Is it meteor? Meteor, I think, only targets one thing. Each meteor is only 25 square feet. Oh. Well, then I didn't even think about that. Yeah, then it should be a 5 by, then write 5 by 5 foot square. Don't make people do geometry to see the range of the thing. Yeah, meteor swarm. Thank you guys. Hey, Milk Boy. What's up? What's up, Glug? So, yeah, look at meteor swarm and make it a baby version of that. Don't make the range unlimited. Don't make it scale all weird. What's this? It requires 2.5 pounds of fuel material or stone used in the process. Somebody said that was too specific. I mean, I could get 2.5 pounds of stone right now, and I live in a city without loose stone. I could go find loose stone easily. I feel like that's okay. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. A little version of Meteor Swarm I think can work, but I think right now it's a little bit. I think you need to phrase it a little bit more like D&D language, and I strongly suggest you look at D&D, some D&D spells, both for your language, but also for your scaling and balance. But not a bad idea. Thank you for sharing, Caper. Let us spin. What's up, Alex Snow? Are you related to John? Oh shit, it's Blaze. Blaze is a name that people... Blaze is the name that you give the fake character in, like, the teen movie. Oh, nobody messes with Blaze. He rides a motorcycle to school. What did they say? They said... Well, I'm back. Welcome back. And hopefully you should have access to it this time. Oh, there's somebody that gave me a piece with no access before. All right, Blaze. What did you send me? A class? All right, so I'll take a peek. But for folks that are new, I don't ever look at whole classes on stream. So I will look at basically the first level features. And then I'll be done. And if you don't think that that's legit, I don't know what to tell you. If you really want me to look at your whole class, you can pay me consultant fees, and I'll be a design consultant. But that's expensive, and I don't want to do that unless you're paying me too much money. So it's probably not going to happen. Okay, Let's see. Disclaimer, this homebrew was made for a homemade sci-fi setting. However, it can be reflavored to work in more traditional settings. Ooh. How are people getting multiple spins? I haven't gotten it once. Who's getting multiple spins? Do you mean getting multiple spins on multiple streams? That's just random. I will say I have the ability to give people weighted I can weight submissions. So I can make submissions more or less likely, but I haven't implemented that in any way yet, and I don't plan on it. I might make it. I'm gonna reopen my Patreon this week. Probably in like 3 or 4 days. And I might make it so people that do like my lowest tier Patreon, which will be like $3, get extra votes. So just because it's like that feels fair. $3 ain't much. But other than that, I'm not gonna do weighted votes. It's just a lot to keep track of, and I like the RNG element quite a bit. Okay. The Hacker up to level 10. Whether you're the brains in the heist movie or a teen who majored in IT, you have the skills to bypass the firewall and mess with your foes. Class features. Hit points, 1d8. We got light and medium armor, simple weapons, fire tools, firearms. Okay, saving throws, con, and intelligence. So far, it's very artificery. I'm not going to worry about your weird stat. Let's just see. What do we get? Where's your... You know what you need to give us, dude? You need to give me the box. You know the box? You guys know the box, right? Do you guys know the box I'm talking about? This. I need this. Give me this. I need the table of this thing. I need to see what all the things are. I need the box. Is there a box here? I'm skimming for the box. I see no box. We need the box. Box. Okay. Let's see what we get at first. Let's read our first level features. You gain the ability to hack into objects. To hack an object, make an intelligence check to a check of the DM's choice after referencing the DC list. To change size, add 5. What does that mean to change? Oh, for a medium-sized object. Why is it harder to hack well, we don't know what hacking does yet, so let's see what hacking does. Hacked objects will not purposefully attack allies and cannot be controlled by enemies. Hacking takes an action and a bonus action and activates at the start of your next turn. Enemies can remove the hack by making an intelligence check if the hacker's spell save DC. So this is really for a game where you're using like terminals and robots and stuff, because there's not many objects in D&D that you could hack, right? Like, what does that mean? How would you? What would it mean to hack a wand of fireball? Or what would it mean to hack a immovable rod? I don't think it's mind control because it doesn't target creatures; it targets objects. I guess it could be for. I guess but technically constructs aren't objects, so it wouldn't. I mean, what creature counts as an object? Undead aren't objects, and constructs aren't objects. You can hack enemy magic items to make them not work. That's true. That would be kind of neat, but I don't think that's enough for a first level feature. That's so specific. And how many people are given their monsters magic items actually? If the hacker fails to hack an object 3 times, then nearby enemies linked to the object will be notified. Yeah, this is really for tech stuff. So I'm not gonna give you too much criticism about the this part of the hacking feature, because I would kind of need to know like how object focused are your games. Thank you for the follow, Tim the Strange. That's a fun name. But I am gonna give you feedback for that I think can be applied not just to this sci-fi setting, but to any D&D and also to the audience a little bit. So, if you are making a brand new class, then your goal should be a couple fold. But 2 of the big things that you're going to want to do is you're going to want that class to feel distinct as early as possible. Ideally, by level 2, you feel really different than every other class. In a great world, by 1, you feel really different than any other class. You should feel different enough early enough that it merits it existing. Because if it just feels like a level 1 fighter, you're not really making anything new. Why, don't work on it. This does that. This feels different at level 1. So you're accomplishing that goal. But you're missing the other big thing, which is that if you're making a new class, this is true of all of the classes, by the way. You just don't have to do this work most of the time because they exist already. So you don't have to do this when you're making a subclass. But you have to make those core first, second level features fundamentally useful and very mechanically sound, because they are going to be the features that the characters are using more than any other features in the whole game. And I do not think it is good design to completely base the challenge rating of your hack on the DM's choice, because you're going to use this feature all the time. This is your first level feature. Now, I'm not saying it's bad because the DM shouldn't make that choice. Ideally, you trust your dungeon master and you want to have a good time with them and they want you to have fun. But I would be I would get annoyed if one of my players was playing a class where every single time they used the first level feature, I had to figure out how it was going to work. It's a lot of work on the dungeon master on top of their regular dungeon master work, you know? So that's what I don't like about it. That's what I think if giving feedback based on what I've seen so far, I think that is the main thing I want to suggest. The other thing is that unless you are running a game that is deeply rooted in objects being interactable and doing crazy stuff that they don't really do in D&D, but they could possibly do in a sci-fi game, you should change the wording of this feature, because right now I'm not. You said it could be used in other things, but it really can't. Like this would, if somebody wanted to play this in my D&D game, even if I let them, they basically wouldn't have a first level feature, you know. But I think it's an interesting idea. I also think that this shines a light on something that I think is really interesting and worth thinking about, which is that one of the ways you can kind of theory craft new ideas for homebrew is to put D&D in another setting and see what things you can make that wouldn't, like this class would make a lot of sense in a sci-fi setting, but it really doesn't work in traditional fantasy, even whether it's high or low fantasy. And that's kind of a fun game to play sometime, where it's like, if I radically change the setting of D&D, what other things would make sense to make that normally wouldn't, you know? Sombra vibes, hacking the enemies. That could be cool. That's a good idea. I like that. Cyberpunk? Yeah, very cyberpunk. All right. Those are my thoughts. I hope you don't mind I didn't read the whole thing, Blaze. You got an intimidating name. You're the intimidating guy in the high school movie. Wheel's taking a while tonight, huh? Carl! Carl! All right, Carl, let's see what you get. Oh, another first timer. This is... Oh, I just bit my tongue. God damn it. I don't like when I bite my tongue. It hurts and it makes me very frustrated at myself, and I can't put that frustration anywhere because I just did it to myself. There's no one to blame but myself, and it's pain that I made, and I hate it. This is my first homebrew shared on this server. Well, welcome, dude. I'm so pumped that you're sharing, and you're relatively new to homebrewing. Thank you for sharing. Let's take a peek. You made a monster. Monsters are a little tricky. Monsters are a little tricky, but they're also my favorite thing, so you're in good hands. Let's take a peek at this monster. And yeah, I'll share it in the chat. Oh, Buttbot, you're so rude. I'm going to say one thing immediately. What's your name again, Carl? Carl, this is not a judgment on you, but this is a trend that I do see. A lot when people are new to writing D&D homebrew, they always want to make giant monsters. They always want to make these huge... What's up, Baba? They always want to make these huge high CR monsters. But it is so much harder to design a high CR monster well than a low CR monster. It's sort of like being like, it's like a person that is really excited to drive like fighter jets, but refuses to practice learning how to fly on any other type of plane. Yeah, you can do the coolest shit with a fighter jet for sure, but it's hard to learn on, and you're gonna fuck some shit up, and you might end up driving that fighter jet worse than you drive the simple plane. Okay. That being said, let's take a look. How did you? I can't highlight anything. So strange. Okay. How did you calibrate your hit points? You need to give the hit die. You can't just say a number. What's its proficiency bonus? Very high, probably. 5. Higher than that, I guess. Let's do math for a second. Its con bonus is +6, and its con modifier is +13. So that means its proficiency bonus is +7. Is that reasonable for a CR23 monster? +7 proficiency bonus? Y'all tell me in the chat. 7? Okay, cool. It's got a shit ton of skills, a shit ton of damage resistances. What does it do? So here is where we get into the nitty-gritty of the high CR monsters. Here's where it gets a little complicated. Is that you can make high CR monsters do anything, which is the challenge. You need them to feel kind of unique and distinct. So the trick of making a high CR monster isn't making a difficult monster. It's making a monster that is very evocative and feels distinct. Like, you don't want your monster to have unmemorable features. A high CR monster should basically be a cinematic experience. One of the best things that you can do when you're designing, and this is actually something I don't do enough, and I'm trying to work on more, is that when you're designing those high CR monsters, it's okay to design them with the intention of a cinematic moment in mind, because realistically, they're not going to be used that much. Like, you're not using a beholder in 30 different combats. You might use a goblin in 30 different combats, but beholders show up, a couple times a campaign. You fight one beholder, you fight them all. They're very simple, and they're not simple, but they're very straightforward, but they are a very distinct vibe. Okay. Legendary action, everybody gets that. Aggressive is a bonus action. It can run towards creature it can see. Magic weapons, magic resistance, +14 to hit. Where's it getting that from? It's strength. Whenever you're writing the damage of monsters, you got to put the average here. You give the dungeon master the averages. It makes our life so much easier. So if you ever look at like a monster here, what's a D&D monster? The Chul. Best monster in D&D. So whenever you are seeing like this is how much damage it does, the average is put right here. And the reason why the average is put right here is because if I am being lazy and don't want to think about it too hard, I can just look at that and be like, okay, it does on average 11 damage. This is a weaker hit, so it'll do like 6 damage. So you could do it like that, right? Or you could be like, oh, I'm nervous. I want to know if I should use this monster. How much damage does it do on average? You can look and be like, okay, 11, word. So you got to put that because it just makes the life easier for the dungeon master, and good design makes dungeon masters have an easier time. Sea-Slug, you are not the first person that has mentioned that they want me to check out the Chwinga. I have not. If I've read it before, I don't remember it. I think it's in Icewind Dale, right? Icewind Dale is a book that I bought and never read. All right, I'll check them out. We'll make a video about them or something. Yeah. Most people, exactly. Who said that? Exactly. Moron. You're a moron. I'm a moron. I Lemonmon. I'm actually very colorblind, so some of your names are hard to read because of the colors. Okay. So far, it just is a big monster. Let's see what it does. It has a leg attack. It's kind of fun. Why is its leg do piercing damage? Why is it a bite? What does it look like? I was imagining like a big guy with an axe. It's an executioner. So it has a leg and a bite and a tail. It makes 2 leg attacks and 1 bite attack. You can also use commanding gaze later. Let's see. Any creature that can... its eyes glow deep purple, and it tries to call prey to them. Any creature that can see it must make a 22 charisma save or become charmed. That should be a wisdom saving throw. Charisma never really charms creatures. That's a wisdom feature. Charmed creature must then spend its entire turn to try and get as close to the close as possible to it. Look at how the harpy is written, and copy the language of how that works, or dissonant whispers, which is the opposite of this, but copy that language. The affected target can make a save again if it takes damage or if another creature spends an action to snap them out of it. After succeeding, the creature is immune. Okay, that's kind of fun. Rotting breath. It opens its mouth and corrosive gas spews onto the floor, 20-foot radius. Any creature makes a con save or takes much necrotic damage, half as a success. This gas stays in the area until its next turn. Any creature starts to turn there or moves into the gas must make a save again and take the same amount of damage. It kind of feels like a dragon, doesn't it? Doesn't this feel like a dragon? It's got like a couple big hits. It has one big crowd control ability, and it has a breath attack. It's very dragon feeling. It's called the Executioner. It's the Executioner. Corrosive gas causes necrotic, not poison. Well, necrotic and rotten are often tied. I thought human too, but then I realized that it has a bite and leg and tail attack, which is like, oh, that's just a dragon. Tail crushing charge. It moves up to half its speed without triggering attacks of opportunity. Can then make a leg attack at every creature it ran past. At every creature it ran past, that should cost all 3. That should cost 3 to use. And it can use its breath attack if available. I would replace... Okay, here's what I would do. Keep crushing charge. It's an interesting feature. I probably would not have it make a leg attack against every creature it ran past. I would probably have every creature it ran past make a dex or strength save and take some damage. That way, because if it runs past 5 creatures, that means you got to roll 5 different attacks. You got to roll damage 5 different times. If everyone else is making saving throw, then they're all just making dice rolls once, and you're making damage roll once. It's just a lot easier. You can also make it a pretty high DC because it's a 23 monster. I also would completely drop the Rotting Breath feature and give it either a basic attack feature. I guess you give that with the tail. I would give it something else. I don't like getting the Rotting Breath off on legendary action turns. I don't know why. I'm not into it. Robot Bug. Layer actions. Raise undead. Can raise a bunch of skeletons. Falling debris. Can make stuff fall. Lightning arc. Don't see how the lightning fits in. I also want to say I don't feel like it should be able to raise the dead. I feel like this thing makes dead. I don't think it should raise dead. I feel like necromancers and executioners have different goals. They should almost be enemies, if anything, right? Right now, it does feel very dragony still, which is not bad for a first-time homebrew. It's not bad. For first-time homebrew, it's quite good, I would say. It's definitely way more flavorful than a lot of the high CR stuff that I see from first-time brewers. You got some potential, kid, but I do think that if you did not base this off of a dragon, you might have. But if you did not base this off of a dragon, you serendipitously made this feel so much like a dragon, which I could give or take. But I like Commanding Gaze is neat. Rotting Breath is okay. Leg attack is just funny to me. I love a good leg attack. Did you stumble onto an amazing story of the necromancers versus the executioners? But who's the BBEG? Oh, who's to say? Ben Walls. Ben Walls. He's a guy who often is in my chat. So now I recognize his name. He's a guy who posts on my shorts. So sometimes I still recognize his name. I'm recognizing more of you guys now. I'm getting better at it. I'm good at recognizing Twitch people. There's not a lot of Twitch folk. Ooh, Bebo. What's up, Bebo? Bibs. What's up, Bibs? Biden's statue? Bibsdian statue? What a strange name. All right. Whoa, the Chul. Does anyone not think Chul is the best monster in D&D? No thanks. I don't agree. Chul is pretty good. Chul has a very cool feature called Sense Magic. It is... You guys want to know how to fuck with your players right now? Do you want a little fuck with your players moment? We're going to take a pause from Homebrew for 3 seconds. If you ever really want to be an asshole... Actually, you can do this in 2 ways. You can do this in the asshole way or the not asshole way. Here's the asshole way you do this. And this is really good if you got like stealthy characters or rogues that are like, I never roll under a 26 on stealth. Give the monster a Chul. Give the bad guy a Chul. Do you know why? As a guard dog. This is the best guard dog. Because of this. They can detect any magic within 120 feet of them all the time. Which means that if you have a rogue with a magic item and they roll a 37 on their stealth, this guy is still going to notice them if they have magic items on them. So if you want to be a dick, you just give this monster to your bad guy and you don't explain it to your players. If you want to make it scary, you have your players realize that the bad guy's lair is guarded by Chul, and then they, as level 10 or whatever characters, have to decide, do we want to be able to sneak in and not come in with magic items, or do we want to come in with magic items and pretty much guarantee that they'll know we're coming? And that's kind of an interesting question to have players need to figure out. That's why I like the Chul so much. Also, it's just a simple monster. Also, the art is so nice. Look at that little guy. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to count to 5 very slowly, and while I do, at 1, I'm going to click. In the meantime, you can all pray to your gods to see if the wheel grants you favor. May the wheel ever spin in your favor. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Click. I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day. Lizard. People have some interesting names. A little bit simple. Simple people. Lizard left a note. They said monk subclass. All right, Lizard. Let's take a peek. My aunt is named Liz, and my uncle calls her Lizzie or Lizard sometimes. All right. Why does this look like it's so much written on the page for a monk? Monk subclasses are so short usually. What's going on here? How do I zoom in? Go away, outline. I don't need you. Okay, let's see. Way of mind and motion, monastic tradition. You have trained and turned your mind and body into a fortress, manipulating every movement to serve a purpose. Starting at 3rd level, how many 3rd level features do we get? Okay. Starting at 3rd level, you gain the ability to spend key points to enter stances, which provide you with different abilities. Don't say may, say can. You can only enter a stance if you are not already in a stance. Does that mean when you pick a stance, you can't switch to another one? During any stance, you are immune to flank effects. Flank is not a rule in D&D; it's a variant rule. So that power is not going to be meaningless at a lot of tables. You cannot be disadvantaged from being surrounded by enemies. Again, that's not something that is in D&D 5e mechanics normally, so that's not really an anything. Also, when you use your reaction to make an opportunity attack, you can take this fucking may out, put a can in there. You can make opportunity attacks equal to your proficiency bonus. Damn, that is fucking strong. That's very strong. Situational, but very strong. I don't know how I feel about that, if I'm being honest. They didn't say whether it was or whether it wasn't, but it might be made for someone's specific table. This is the way that I do my... If y'all are new, if y'all are just hanging out for the first time, here's how I do it, okay? First of all, we got my forehead cam. In case anybody misses my forehead. There it is, okay? Second of all, I can do all sorts of weird stuff. Listen, we're all over the place. Check this out. Look how entertaining I am just by waving my hand. Oh my god, he's so cool. What were we talking about? Okay, if you do not tell me, when you submit Homebrew, if you do not explicitly say, this is for a home game, I will always review it from the perspective of it not being for a home game. Why? Because you will get better feedback. You should never tell me your piece is for a home game, even if it is, because you will still get better feedback. The reason why I like people to tell me is because, well, to be honest, it's because a lot of people don't think about balance that much in their home games, or they don't care. So if you don't care, I don't want to spend as much effort caring either. But if you actually care, you should never tell me that it's for a home game, because I will review it with the full force of my ability. And some people might be like, oh, I don't know, that's a little scary sounding, Cinder. You shouldn't think about it like it being scary, because it's not scary. Because I'm not criticizing you. I'm trying to lift you up. You know what I mean? Somebody was saying that somebody was talking about me roasting people earlier, and I think that's interesting because, in my opinion, I do roast people a little bit, but I don't roast anybody that I don't genuinely think can produce better work if they practice. Like, if I haven't really let me think, actually. I can't think of any pieces that I've come across recently or even in a while where I was like, there is so little hope here that I'm just not going to say anything. Because if I give you a lot of time, it's because I think you can improve and because you're probably better than you think you are. Okay? Okay, so feel good about yourself, you fucking writer, you. Look at my eye. You're lucky this is the only eye you can see right now. You're lucky these are the only eyes you can see right now. Did you guys see the Bo Berman movie? You know? Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking brew. Oh my god, I'm in a weird mood. That's a red eye. You know what? Do you know what? You know what that's called? That's called somebody who literally didn't go to bed last night because they were late on a deadline for some editing work they had to do. And they didn't realize that the piece they needed to edit was twice as long as they normally were. So I had to spend about 10 more hours on it. Not 10, but I also fucked it up. I deleted part of it by accident and then had to go find it. It was my podcast. I was editing my podcast. Okay. So, opportunity, whenever you use your reaction, you can make as many opportunity attacks as you have equal to your proficiency bonus. That's very strong. I'm hesitant to see. I'm nervous that this is such a long paragraph because that on its own is almost a whole third level feature right there. At third level, you have mastered the art of, what did you say? People who don't care about balance that much in home games. For example, I have a pet owlbear as a druid. She's a nerd in home games, people don't care as much. But I do think that even for your home games, you should aspire to use balanced stuff because of two things. One, it makes your job a lot easier as a dungeon master if you can have some element of expectations about the power level of your characters. But the other one that I think is probably more important is that if you do too much unhinged stuff, you can find yourself in a situation where you're accidentally making one player way stronger than another because you're not thinking about the larger ramifications of some of your wacky homebrew. Because some wacky homebrew doesn't really have any impact on the game, and some of it like fundamentally changes it. The first game that I ever played in on stream, it was not on my stream, it was on someone else's stream. And he was a fine dungeon master, but he would do this thing where whenever we would get magic items, he would let us like buy magic items at the magic store, which I think is always a fine thing. And so we could like look at the magic items. So I would like go through the book and I would like pick the magic item I wanted to buy, and he'd be like, cool. And then one of the players who was a little bit newer, and they didn't want to have to read through the magic items, they would just like, can I just explain what I want my magic item to do? And he would be like, yeah, sure. And it was all very unintentional, but they unintentionally would have like everything that they would get was basically a legendary item because they were like, I think it would be cool to have a cloak that I could turn invisible with. And he was like, yeah, that makes sense. But it's like, yeah, the cloak of invisibility is a fucking legendary item though. And we're level 4. I have a ring of protection. You know? Okay. Let's see what these stances are. At 3rd level, you have mastered the art of clearing your mind and body and focusing solely on the movement of the world around you. A translucent aura surrounds your body, almost as if the surrounding air slows at the surface of your skin. It's a strange sentence. I don't dislike it, but it is strange. As an action on your turn, you can choose to spend 2 key points to enter the still stance. If you enter this stance before moving on your turn, your movement speed is reduced to 0. I would just say when you enter this stance, your movement speed becomes 0 until the end of your turn. You should also say until the end of your turn, not just have your movement speed become 0 forever. In this stance, your movement speed is reduced by 25 feet, and you cannot take the dash action. Any opportunity attacks against you have disadvantage, and attackers must make a wisdom saving throw against your key save. On a failure, they take 1d6 force damage and are knocked prone. If you are flanked, you have advantage on opportunity attacks. The stance lasts a minute, or you can end it with a bonus action on your turn. I think this is doing a little too much at 3rd level. I think it's doing a little too much. My immediate thought is, I don't know how I feel about a class that gets radically different stances at different levels. When you mentioned that you could switch stances, I was under the impression that it would be like being Marth, not Marth, the guy with the big laser sword in one of the Super Smash Bros. Games, where you can switch through stances. Because the way that this is written, it seems like you get a special stance at 3rd level and then you lose it because you can only have one stance at a time. I guess you could just switch out of them. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so let's actually look at what 3rd level action does. 2 key points. Your movement speed becomes, whatever, between 5 and 15 feet, give or take. Opportunity attacks against you have disadvantage, but you're moving really slow, so it doesn't really matter anyway. And then you essentially have a way to do a little bit of force damage, but it's not a lot of damage. But the knock prone is big. But you're saying, again, if you are flanked, you have advantage on opportunity attacks. That doesn't mean anything in 5e. So what are we actually getting with this stance? We spend 2 key points, we lose a bunch of movement, and creatures take 1d6 force damage and are knocked prone if they fail a wisdom save when they hit us. Huh. I don't not like it. It's just very weird. What do you guys think, chat? I need help. It's a little... I guess it's... This is my... Okay. I think it might work. I'm going to look at you. I'm going to look... Here, I'll make everybody look at you. Look at Ark. Look at them. Look at this. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. You guys looking at them? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, these are my main thoughts. It's a very mechanically crunchy feature. What's up, King? There's a lot going on here. A lot going on. And I would argue maybe a little bit too many things. Like, this feature has like 6, not 6, let's actually count them. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I thought I was exaggerating. This feature does have 6 different effects. That's too many. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if it's balanced. That's just too many effects for one feature to have. It's too much to keep track of. The other thing that I want to say here is that what I don't love about the design of this piece is it forces you to play a very specific style of stance until you get to level 6. So you sort of phrase it as a stance shifting class, but that's not really what it is, because 9 out of 10 D&D games don't go past level 5. So it really is a stillness monk primarily. I wonder if it would make sense to give you the ability to switch stances earlier, or maybe just shift your flavors around a little bit to better fit that. All right, let's keep reading, but that's my main thoughts around the 3rd level features. Would you recommend moving Wrath to 3rd level? I haven't read Wrath yet, so we'll see. I would not move anything to 3rd level at this point. I would probably cut half of the 3rd level features out and try to figure out what it looked like, and then maybe cut a little bit more out and fill it with other stances. But right now, this one 3rd level feature does 6 things. That's too many. And this 3rd level feature does like 3 things, or 2 things. At 6th level, you have mastered the art of clearing your mind and body and focusing solely on your own movement. That's a little bit run-on-y. Just cut those sentences up. A glaring aura surrounds your body, angry and iridescent. Ooh, I like that. That's a nice sounding. That sentence sounds nice when I say it. As an action, on your turn, you can choose to spend. Just say you can spend. You can spend 2 key points to enter the Wrath state. If you enter this stance after moving on your turn, you regain your movement speed. What does that mean, you regain your movement speed? Because your movement speed is not a resource. I would say you gain, you can move in a distance equal to your movement speed, or you gain double your move speed for this turn. It's not something that you lose and regain. So I would just fix the language up there. In this stance, any opportunity attacks against you have advantage, and enemies must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your key save. On a failure. So it's the same thing, except they just have it. What's the difference? So this is like you're really slow, and they're harder to hit you, and this is you're really fast, and they're easier to hit you. But either way, you're getting hit with the same force damage effect. Yeah, I don't understand why this is the 6th level feature. I do think that this should be a 3rd level feature too. I think you should be able to switch between them, and I don't think they should do nearly as many things as they do. In this stance, if you are flanked, again, flanked isn't anything in D&D 5e, so we're just gonna not worry about that. Less a minute. All right, let's look at stance of balance. At 11th level, you have mastered the art of clearing your mind and body of all excess information. You have found an equilibrium to focus on. You move through the world fluidly. You move through the worldly fluidly. I think you mean world fluidly. And without hitches. Your outlines are blurred, and you appear to phase in and out of existence. As an action, on your turn, you can choose to spend. Just say you can spend. You're adding so many words. To enter the balance stance. If you enter this stance after moving on your turn, you regain your movement speed. So that's the same as Wrath so far. In this stance, you have advantage on all acrobatics and athletics and stealth checks, and your movement speed is doubled. Whoa. That's too strong. So your movement speed is doubled, and then it's doubled again because you get your movement speed again, and you have advantage on all the things that are the most important. Also, all monks get the ability to walk on water as if it was solid land. Not, that's like a core class mechanic. What are you saying? Also, you're a monk, the fastest class ever? Yeah. I thought you were going to tell me that they need more strengths. This stance lasts for a minute. Okay. Stance of the Zephyr. We're getting 2 separate stances at 11th level. Okay. At 11th level, you have learned. Why does everyone say learned? You've learned. Maybe you're from another country. Ooh, maybe you're like Canadian or British. You have learned the variability of the world of the wind to move like a gentle breeze or to rampage like a storm. Sometimes you use really, really nice sentence structure that's very poetic and it reads really good. It's got good mouth feel. But sometimes you do it too much. This is you doing it too much, this sentence. Regardless, each of you, it's like when you put too much sugar in a cake and it's just like, I don't taste the cake. That's a bad example. It's more like putting too much salt on a something. Because you can't put too much sugar in a cake. That's madness. Regardless, each of your steps are deliberate and measured. You can channel your internal ki into an external force. As an action, you can choose to spend. Just say you can spend. You can spend 2 key points to enter the Zephyr stance. Upon entering the stance, all enemies within 5 feet of you must make a strength saving throw against your key. On a failure, don't say upon a failure, just say on a failure. They're pushed back 15 feet and knocked prone, but still invoke opportunity attacks. Okay, which deal an additional 2d10 force damage. No, that's too much. You're already getting shit ton of opportunity attacks from your other features. You don't need to add on top of it, because that's every time you use this feature. That's just this is just your action every turn. No, that's crazy. That's madness. Upon a 6. Okay, so. Let's reset level 17, and then we're going to do some general feedback. At 17th level, your control over mind and body is incomparable. You have advantage on all opportunity attacks. You have advantage on checks against being charmed, grappled, or restrained. You cannot be knocked prone. I feel like you are doing a strange combination. There's too much going on here. So my main advice for you would be to pick 3 stances. A mobile stance, an offensive stance, and a defensive stance, or something like that, and give them access to all 3 stances at level 3. Then, at higher levels, make all of those stances improve a little bit, incremental improvements, so that they are always able to transition between stances, because that is the fun of this sort of class. So we should be able to transition in between stances sooner. The other thing is you're just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at some features. Simplicity is good design. You really, especially for like complicated design can work really, really well, but it does work best, I think, on monsters and magic items. Things that can exist separate from the characters, but can interact with the characters. I think that when you are building a subclass, right, which is like basically core class features, like your 3rd level feature, you're going to use a lot. You want that feature to be easily understandable very quickly. It does not need to be simple, but I should not have to re-explain it more than twice. I should be able to understand it very clearly if I use it twice, if I have to have explained to me like twice. And I think that there's just a little bit too much going on right now, and it's adding to a layer of complicated that is going to potentially put people off from your brew, because there's just a lot of stuff to keep track of. The other thing is that you are incorporating flanking mechanics, and D&D 5e does not really use flanking. There are optional flanking rules, but D&D doesn't really use it that much. Who just lost? Somebody just lost something. I will remove the saving throw aspect from stillness, adjust it into the defense focused stance. I think you should make them all feel really different. You should get all 3 stances at level 3, and they should all do one thing at level 3. Don't do all of this, because it seems like you're trying to build 2 things. This is, okay, I realized what it is. Okay, this is my feedback. I'm sorry. I'm walking in circles. I'm going to be honest. It takes me a long time to say anything sometimes, so I just desperately have to hope it's entertaining enough to the point that when I get there, it's exciting. I know what the problem is. You're trying to build 2 different subclasses. That's what the problem is. One of the subclasses that you're trying to build is a D&D subclass that is based on stances. The other subclass that you're trying to build is a subclass that is based on opportunity attacks. So each of the features that you're doing, you're really shoehorning in these opportunity attack-based features, which every single one of them feels out of place. Because it doesn't see, I don't see why they are connected. And I want to make a suggestion to you. You don't need to take it. Any suggestion that I make, you don't need to take, by the way. I'm right very rarely. I would strongly suggest you ask yourself, is the opportunity attack integral? Do you guys hear my speech impediment there? Integral to my homebrew, to this vibe. If it is, then you need to figure out why, and then you need to make that what this is. If it's not, then I say you drop it entirely so you have a lot more wiggle room with the stances. Because from my perspective, the move is the stances. The stances are the cool thing. The opportunity attack thing is like, okay, But it also is one of those things where it's like it feels like it's either overpowered or underpowered and nothing in between. I don't have much more to say. Chat, is there anything else you noticed that I should talk about that I didn't mention? Anybody else things that they feel I should say, or questions? I don't see any. All right. Well, what was your name again? Lizard. Thank you very much for sharing. I think a stance-based monk is an excellent idea, and I think you're pretty close to a pretty powerful one that will feel very fun to play. I just think there's a little too much going on right now. But I think that if you trim some of that extra stuff out, you're going to have so much playground space, and it's going to be sick. So thank you for sharing. All right, I'm going to count down from purple. Purple. Red. Turquoise. Triangle. Oh shit. Oh shit, it's the Poke9er. Poke9er is also an older community member. Maybe not in age. I assume all of you are like 14. You're probably not. You're probably like my age, or well, most of you aren't my age. I'm very old. I'm usually the oldest person in the room, and I've been in the room with really old people. But most of you, I think, are probably, if YouTube is correct, most of you are between 13 and 28. That's what YouTube tells me. What did you say, Poke9er? This is my 5th class of my 2023 project. Did you send me a whole class? Oh, it's a subclass. This druid subclass is flavored to represent magical gemstones. Interesting. That envelop a magic setting. What does that mean, envelop? Like, I know what the word means, but I'm not sure if that's the right usage of it. They're like surrounding it, I guess. We'll see. Hey, chat, do you want to see the stuff? Chat, whenever people ask me how old I am, I tell them the truth. You can always ask me my age. I'm happy to share it. I don't really have any shame about it. It just keeps changing every year, so it's hard to keep track of. Okay, first of all, love a little formatting. Ooh, multiple art pieces. Look at that. Did you hyperlink the artists? Oh my god, you're so good. Look at that. See, this is the kind of thing that is a nice thing to do. If you are ever using art that somebody else made, how old am I? I don't generally it's hard. Okay. I said I would answer it, but it's also hard to answer. I know that I was a teenager around the time that Pangea stopped being a thing, and I think that I had my first sleepover when when the Atlantic Ocean started to hit against the beaches of the coastal United States. I don't think it was the coastal United States at the time. I don't remember. I was just a kid. I wasn't paying attention. But around there. So I'm pretty old. I punched Abraham Lincoln once, but it was an accident. We were in a wrestling match, and I fell, and I was trying to catch myself, and I ended up having to get disqualified. But it was fair because he would have kicked my ass. Okay. But yeah, if you are using artists in your work, always credit them. And if you want to go the extra mile, like Poke9er, you can even link them. So then you can be like, oh, you're cool, I like you. Oh, you're cool, I like you. Redbubble, etc. All right, let's look at this thing. I'm gonna burp. Oh, that was a gross one. That was a gross one too. Druidic Circle of Luster. And my lesson to you, my students. This is some good fucking italics. Friends, okay, a lot of times people will write a paragraph in italics at the front of their piece because they see other people do it and they think, ooh, italics. But they never know what to fucking do with it. This is what you do with italics. If you're going to put italics at the beginning of your piece, it should be because somebody in the game world is being quoted. And then and it should sound like their voice. And if you can't make it sound like a character, you should just write it like a paragraph, not worry about italics. Cinder, you just claimed to be over 64 million years old, but we all know you're only like 168. I see what you did there. I mean, you don't know. Listen, 168 by whose count? You guys are very humanist and xenocentric when you think about measurements of time. You know? There are plenty of celestial bodies that, doing one loop takes a while longer depending on, what's going on. But I am only 160. I turned 187. I think if we're counting human numbers, if we're doing a human measurement, I'm 187 now. But it's it's translation. Okay, let's read this. And my lesson to you, my students, as the world grows more complex and advanced in the coming times, stand firm in the humble beginnings of life and creation. Recognize that we are but simple creatures in a vast multiverse, similar to a grain of sand among the shore. Ooh, we were just talking about the shore. Only through understanding that simplicity can you grow into something truly wondrous. Lessons of Steladris, the Crystal Keeper. Okay, I'm in it. You got me. Let's keep going. The sheer beauty and magnificence of the gemstones throughout the material plane are inspiring to many druids. Make this sentence better. The gemstones of the gemstones throughout the material. I guess I don't know. I would probably say something like I would not just call them the gemstones. I would probably call them like, the whatever gemstones inspire druids with their beauty and magnificence throughout the plane. I would phrase it a little bit more like that. These gemstones connect this druidic circle to the earth and the inherent magic within it. Luster druids recognize that simple lessons of the earth are key to understanding key to understand the complexities of each creature's ability. Crystalline body. This is a druid, right? Sorry, I got lost for a second. Starting at second level, you gain the ability to grow magical stones along your body to protect yourself. As an action, you can expend a use of your wild shape. Nice. I love alternative wild shapes. To enhance your form. I would probably say form here because you already said body here. For 1 minute, you can revert to your normal form earlier. No action required. It should require something. Make it a bonus action or a reaction, or make it at a certain time at least. Like at the start of your turn and end of your turn. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Ignore that. While you are in this form and you aren't wearing armor, your armor class is 13 plus your wisdom modifier. Cool. You cannot gain the benefits using a shield. Okay, fine. The base armor increases to 14 at 6th, 15 at 10th, 16 at 14th, and 17 at 18th. Dang. Interesting, Pokeniner. Interesting. So the way that this is worded, you can't really juke the system because it doesn't stack with other things. So at level 6... Oh! Well. Look who we have here. If it isn't my old friend Scarlet and her noble stream companions. How you guys doing? How was stream? Did you guys have a good stream? Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what I like to do when your friends, like I can do this and make all of your friends. How's you guys doing? How's it going? Friends, if you do not follow Scarlet64 on Twitch, she is a Twitch streamer. She's an excellent streamer, and she runs some D&D stuff, and she and I do some collabs on occasion, and we're doing one. I'm going to be streaming with her on Thursday. I'm going to be on her stream. I'll probably be streaming at the same time, but she will be the one that has the nice layout. I will be the one that has the bad layout. So if you want to watch the good layout, you should watch her stream. How was the game, Scarlet? How was Out of the Abyss? Did you guys kick ass? I know it was Out of the Abyss. Scarlet, I'm going to be very honest with you here right now in this moment until you leave. And then I won't be honest anymore. I don't watch that many of anyone's streams. And I don't know anyone's stream schedule. But I do know that every Sunday night you run Out of the Abyss. At the very least, I know that. So, in your face, my brain, for keeping track of something. I know that you run Out of the Abyss, but I don't know the schedule. And there was the other game that you were playing in for a while that I don't remember what it was. Not Dark Dominion. There was another one. I never actually watched Dark Dominion. But there was another one. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, whoa, look at all this. Look, Kurtz. Oh, Kurtzu. What's up, Kurtzu? How's it going? Kurtzu's another fun streamer who we've done. I've been on some. We've done some games together that have been fun. I forgot what I was saying. Was I giving you a compliment? Oh, yeah. There was another game of yours that you were playing in for Raw Scarlet that I liked, that I used to know when it was, but I don't remember when it is anymore because I wasn't able to watch it for like 3 episodes that I stopped. Okay. Anyway, guys, we're reviewing Homebrew. If you like getting Homebrew reviewed and you're like, ooh, man, I want to write D&D Homebrew, join my Discord. Follow me on YouTube. Follow me on the places. I run Homebrew reviews every week, and you can find the submission forms for them in my Discord or on my YouTube channel. So if you are like, hey, come on over. So many people, you're scared. Don't be scared. They're not going to hurt you. Why? Listen. Will it make you feel better if I make a fool of myself for a second? Would that make you feel better? Would you feel more comfortable if you didn't have to be the fool? If I bared that burden for you? Look at me. I don't want anybody to be scared. They could be scared of me. Here, you guys want to race for a second? If you are ever like, oh, there's too many people on... Oh God! Oh, we were going into break and stream. If you ever really want to make if you ever really are like, I'm feeling uncomfortable, there's too many people around, you just got to do like something that's a little weird, like zoom in your camera way too close and just give them one of these. Just give them one of those. If you give somebody one of these, do you know what happens? First of all, your nose gets itchy for a second, but one of 3 things happens. They act like it's not happening, which is very funny because you know it is and they know it is. They question you, like, what are you doing? In which case, you can kind of like act like you don't know what you're doing, and that's kind of fun and funny. The other thing that they might do is they might fall in love with you. I'm not saying that the last romantic partners I had, I got because I was a nose flare champion at the bar, but let's just say pre-COVID, I was, let's look how quickly I can race. I just realized it might have looked like I was doing a cocaine joke, but I wasn't intending to. I was literally doing a nose flare joke. But it could have come off the wrong way. I apologize. I'm not really a drug doer. Maybe one day. Okay. Maybe when I'm older. Too young. All right. I'm sorry, Poke9er. You've been waiting a long time. Hey, guys, we're going to get back to reviewing Homebrew. Dude, I wield so much power. I'm the king of this castle, the lord of this land. Here's the secret to power. You guys want to know a secret? All right, I'll tell you a secret right now. I am not a famous person at all. At all. But sometimes I dance a little bit close to the famous people in a way that I think they might be my friends. I play D&D with a famous person. In a home game. The most famous person I know is in a D&D game with me. And he's terrifying. If you look in his eyes for too long, he just charms you. He's like an Eldrin as a natural man. If anybody can guess what band he's in, I'll mod you in the Discord. No, I'll mod you somewhere if you can guess what band he's in. I'll mod you on Twitch. Okay. Let's see. So, let's get back to this. So, this 3rd level feature, okay, let's assume you're the strongest. That you have +5. So I think that assuming that you are the strongest you've ever been, and you have a +5 to your wisdom, that means your wild shape gives you an AC of 18 at 2nd level, 19, 20 at 10th. That feels a little high. Feels a little high. I might drop it by... Are there any D&D things that already get a armor class based off their wisdom modifier? All of you are guessing in the wrong direction. You guys do not. You guys. Do I present as a hardcore music guy? I'd play with Salt Bay. He'd bring good food. I like 3 or 4 really hardcore bands, but mostly I listen to weird stuff. What are you saying, Pokeniner? Yeah. I'm wondering. I'm thinking 2 things about Crystalline Body. I dig it, but I'm wondering if there's a way we can have the AC not continue to go up so high, because I do think it's too much at higher levels. So what I think I would do if I were you is I would consider either having that upgrade just happen less, like not happen every, like right now it happens 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Maybe see what happens if you split it up and have it upgrade 2 times. See how that feels? The other thing that you could do, which I think might also help, is what if you got some weird resistances? So like Crystalline Body, okay? So what if we get a little less AC, right? Drop minus from all of it, right? Make it a little less. But what if you also got resistance to like non-barbarian things? Like, so you didn't get resistance to like bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. What are crystals resistant to? What if you got resistance to like fire and cold damage, or fire, cold, and poison, or something like that? Do you know what I mean? I might play around in that space a little bit. I think the idea of a wild shape that allows you to become crystalline in a defensive way is very solid. I just think the AC stack is a little too high, but let's keep going. Also at 2nd level, the magical gems have enriched your body. There's grammar missing. Also at 2nd level, the magical gems have enriched your body, increasing your magical senses. Put an ing there. You gain proficiency in Arcana skill. If you're already proficient in it, you gain proficiency in one of the other following skills. Okay, cool. Your proficiency is doubled. Okay, cool. So you're an expert arcanist. After you are damaged by a spell, you can use your reaction to make an Arcana check, contested against the spellcaster's Arcana check. If you succeed, you take half the damage of the spell rounded up, and redirect the other half back to the Okay, this is cool. I like this a lot, but I think you need to do so. Okay, I think you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say here. I think you need to do one of 2 things. I think you got to make it like not a proficiency bonus times per day thing, but like a once per rest thing, because it's quite strong. But not only is it quite strong, there's like several features in here. There's actually 3 features in here. You're getting an extra proficiency bonus, you're getting an expertise, and you're getting this thing. So there's a lot of features in there. So I probably would make it a once per long rest thing. And also because it ties into the advantage on proficiency, or expertise and proficiency, or expertise in Arcana. The other thing that I was going to say is I might make it a contested spellcasting ability score check and not tie it to Arcana to make it a little bit weaker, but weaker in a way that I think would be balanced better. That's my thought. I have half of another thought. I want to encourage you to move away from both of the main 2nd level features being solely defensive. Now, getting a little Arcana thing here, I guess you're dealing damage back. Okay, I take it back. It's a little strong. This is both these, a little strong. Tone it down. But I get it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Half a thought, guys. The only thoughts I have are half thoughts. I feel like the last time I had a whole thought, you couldn't see this far into my fucking skull. Look at that. I'm pretty clear. I'm getting close to Krusty the Clown. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm gonna get there one day. You know what I mean? Yeah, just Pokeniner. If you want to keep it the same, make it once a day, and I think you're okay. And that might not be enough, but you can always make it more. But I would start as it being once a long rest. Okay, illustrious bacon. Starting at 6th level, you gain the ability to channel magic into crystals along the ground. As an action or bonus... I thought it was raining. As an action or bonus action while in your crystalline body form. Oh, interesting. Interesting. All right, well, let's read what it does first. You can grow a crystal in an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of you on the ground. You can only have one crystal created by this feature at a time. Any crystals, thank you for the follow, Squeaky Shart. Great name. You can only have one crystal. You can only have one crystal creature. You can only have one crystal created by this feature at a time. And any crystal that remains when a new one is created turns to dust. The crystal has an AC of 20, 1 hit point. If the crystal requires a saving throw against a spell, it uses your saving throws. Okay, easy. It should probably automatically fail dex saving throws. And maybe strength saving throws. And maybe con saving throws. Maybe, no. Just dex. It should automatically fail dex saving throws. Dex and strength probably, because it can't do strong or dex. It takes no damage or effects if it succeeds. It is destroyed if it fails. As long as the crystal is active and you are within 60 feet of it, you can cast a spell from the crystal as if you were in its place. But you must use your own senses. Okay. Interesting. I like this a lot. Yeah, I got it. It's like a little turret that you make. A little magic turret. I have some thoughts that I don't know if you're going to like, but I'm going to share them when I'm done reading this feature. Additionally, as a bonus action, you can expend a spell slot of 1st level or higher to have the crystal explode and scatter at nearby enemies. Creatures in a 15-foot radius of the crystal must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. Target takes 2d10 force damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one when you detonate this crystal using a spell slot of 2nd or higher. Okay, so couple things. Chat, feel free to suggest things also, but let me just tell you what my thought is. This last part here should not be a bonus action. This should be an action, not a bonus action. And I'll tell you why. Because if it's an action, when you are not wild-shaped, it requires 2 turns for you to make a crystal and blow a crystal up, which I think makes sense. And if you are in your wild shape, you can make a crystal as a bonus action and blow one up as an action, so you can make one and blow one up on the same turn. Right now, if you're in your wild shape, you can't make one and blow one up on the same turn because both of those things require bonus actions. Make this an action. Balances the feature out when you're not wild-shaped. Ties better with it when you are wild-shaped. The other thing that I'm going to say, and I don't think you're going to like it, is I want to suggest that you consider something. What if you cut out this whole fucking feature? What if you completely cut out crystalline body and made your alternative wild shape summoning your little crystal turret? Maybe you give it a base attack also that you could use that is essentially shooting cantrips through it. It's a different build, but I feel like summoning your little crystal as a wild shape would make sense and be cool. How many of these can you summon? How often can you do this? You can only have one at a time. But how many times a day can you do this? Once? Does it say that somewhere? Did I just miss it? Unlimited times? Yeah, I would maybe not make it unlimited times. I would limit it. Limit it. All right. Now, traditionally, if you guys want to get into the nitty-gritty of druids, 10th level, more often than not, I would say 8 times out of 10, if a character in D&D gets an alternative use for their wild shape at 3rd level, if you are following the rules and the expected balance and growth, 10th level is where you get a big wild shape related upgrade. So like, it's when the Star Druid makes all of their extra things do more. It's when the Moon Druid can turn into elementals, etc. Let's see what we get. 10th level, improved crystalline body. At 10th level, your lustrous body can repel hostile magic. While in your crystalline body form, you gain a bonus to all your saving throws equal to your wisdom modifier against magical effects. Okay, I don't think the same number you're using to figure out your armor should be the same number that you're using to get a bonus on for your saving throws. Make it something different. You could make it equal to your proficiency bonus. You could make it equal to a lot of things, but don't make it the same thing. These features should not, it's a little too much. We got to diversify. This is a very strong class already. Oh, and we get another 10th level feature? We probably shouldn't get another 10th level feature. I'm going to read it, but then I'm going to tell you need to pick one. Because that's really, this one right here, that's very strong. That's a strong boy feature. Strong, like a bull. Like a bull made of cheese. Okay, let's see what else we get at 10. Refractive Presence. Also at 10th level, when you are targeted by a ranged spell attack and hit, you can use your reaction to ignore any damage and effects, and instead refract the spell to another creature you can see within 30 feet of you. I would be careful not to use flavor text language when you should be using mechanical text language. I understand that what you're meaning when you say refract, because it sounds like it's related to light bending, but refracting a spell literally means nothing in D&D. So this, as it's written, does nothing. I would say reflect, because that everyone will understand what that means. The spell reflected, I'm just going to course correct for you. The spell reflected against the new target. You could just say this. Just say the reflected spell hits the new target. Okay, let me read the whole sentence before I tell you how to fix it. Sorry about that. The spell refracted against the new target has advantage using the original caster's attack modifier. Why? No, that's too powerful. You can use this feature any number of times equal to your proficiency. Half your proficiency bonus rounded up, and you gain all expended use when you finish. Yeah, you got to pick one of these features. Pick one. Pick improved crystalline body, or pick refractive presence. Don't do both. And this, there needs to be some way to contest this feature. It's too strong if there's no way to contest it. I guess the issue that I'm seeing is the advantage using the original casters. Drop the advantage. Makes it too strong. What's up, Red Trills? You already left, Rad Trills. I see you lurking. You're not here. I don't understand why people choose to tell me when they're lurking. It's like, hey, what's the point? Chat, maybe you guys are more familiar. Why would somebody tell someone that they're lurking? Oh, it doesn't read that way. So Pokey Niner, if your goal is to make it so you're enhancing an ally spell, you need to completely reword it, because the way that it's written right now, it makes me think somebody's shooting a spell, you're bouncing it back at them and hurting them with it. So I would pull very far away from the language of light bouncing, and I would lean into the language of D&D mechanics when you actually explain what it does. Does that make sense? Oh, it's for enemy casters. Either way, you got to fix the language. Drop the advantage. And yeah, pick one. Don't put both. Whichever one you want. They're both fine. I'm also probably going to tell you to pick one of these ones too. 14th level, the gemstones around you bless your crystalline body form with new abilities while you are in crystal. You know what the problem is? I'm realizing what the problem is okay, Pokey Niner. You're making two different subclasses. This is what's happening right now. Do you see it? Do you see chat? And by the way, if you say this in an unkind way, I'm going to time you out. But can anybody tell me what two subclasses Pokey Niner's making right now? They're two very different subclasses. Can anyone explain both subclasses in 5 words each or less? Too many stacked features is not two different subclasses. I'm asking what those subclasses are. If you were going to break this, yes, there we go. Thor is better than Superman. You're making the tank and you're making the blaster. And you shouldn't do both because you're making basically this because either of them are strong enough to exist on their own. And you're combining them to make them too strong. So I think you need to just pick, not just for the things that I told you, but I think you need to pick across the board. Is this a tank that maybe gets 1 blast feature? Or is this a blast that gets maybe 1 tank feature? Let's read the 14th level features, though. At 14th level, the gemstones around you bless your crystalline body feature with new abilities. While you are in your crystalline body form, you are under the effects of the investiture of stone. What the fuck does that do? I hate looking stuff up. Did you just list all of it in the did? You did, okay. Unless this is radically different than investiture of stone, if this is just investiture of stone, then I would recommend you just write out the features or just write investiture of stone. You don't need to do both. You have resistance to bludgeoning, because when you have both, it makes me think that they're different. You have resistance to bludgeoning, passing, so you just are resistant to damage all the time. You can use your action to create a small. Yeah, I mean, this is Pokey Niner. Pokey. My dear sweet Poke. Pokemon. Pokey 9. Can I show you something, Pokey Niner? I'm going to tell you something right now, and you're not going to like it, but it's true. This is its own 14th level feature. This is a different one. And this one's probably strong enough on its own to exist on its own. And you probably shouldn't do that one. Well, initially I was going to yell at you because I thought this was strong enough on its own, but I realized it's only while you're wild shaped, which is still a lot. But getting resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing ain't nothing. Okay. At 14th level, magical gemstones can be formed within your grasp. Once per turn as a bonus action, you can create a magical gemstone that can be used as part of your spell, as part of a spell this round. If you do not use the gemstone by the start of your next turn, it fades to dust. This gemstone can be used by you or any other willing creature on the turn. It can be used to... Oh, it's like a component. Oh, that's fun. Interesting. Huh. Okay, so here's what you're going to do, Pokey. Oh, why is my camera getting fucked up? Pokey Niner, you're going to pick if this is a tank or if it's a guy that shoots stuff and reflects stuff, and you're going to lean hard in that direction. And you're going to keep 1 or 2 other little features from the other ones, but not both. If this is for like a world building thing that's all crystal focused, you might want to consider making both. Make just 2 different druid subclasses. This is not a strong enough feature to exist on its own at level 14. This one maybe is. This one's not as strong as I thought it was. But overall, I like the vibe a lot. It just feels like you're making 2 subclasses into 1. So split them up. But I love transformative things and I love crystal things. I don't really like healing crystals. But I'm okay if other people do. All right. Pokenana, that's all I got. Ready, set, spin. Crystals are very pretty, but they're so expensive because they get too much power from people, even though they just grow them in labs. El Taco! El Taco 12. Not El Taco 1. Not El Taco 2. Not Otaco 12. Hey, I'm gonna post, if you are a Discord mod of mine, I'm gonna post something in the Discord mod channel right now. Hey. Right now. And I know it's here. Okay, I just sent you a message. Did you guys see it? You're all going to say yes to the idea. It's a good idea. Anyway, let's see what El Taco brings us. And bring chat back up. I am new to Homebrew. Wonderful. Welcome. We've looked at a lot of new homebrewers tonight. I am new to Homebrew, and I was kind of just messing around. Oh, I'm going to burp soon. So, am I going to burp again? Yep. So, hi, I'm new to Homebrew, and I was kind of just messing around, so I'm sure this is both very unbalanced and missing some stuff. Also, it's supposed to be for a max level party to use. This is something that comes up over and over again, and maybe I'm just too old. Maybe I'm just an old fucking man. But I don't understand why people decide for their first homebrew to make the strongest things. It's the hardest thing to make. It's the hardest thing to design for is high level. It's so much easier to learn to write and to learn to design when you're writing lower level stuff. So much easier. But El Taco, we're going to give it a peek. I mean, we're not going to read the whole thing. That's crazy. But I will definitely read at least the first 3 sentences. You do brew what gets you excited, but I'm going to say something, Glug, and everything that I say on my stream... Let's hey, guys. Hey guys, come here. Let's talk for a second. Everything I say on my stream is challenged by choice, right? Like, you don't need to listen to shit that I say. But I'm going to tell you something right now. I want you to have fun writing homebrew, and I want you to feel good writing homebrew. But I think that you will do that on your own. I don't think you need me to have fun doing homebrew. You might need me to have fun showing off homebrew to strangers on the internet, but you don't need me to help having fun making homebrew. Because you can do that on your own. You're going to have fun. You're making homebrew. You like it. You're having fun. What I can do, I can help you with the growing pains of translating fun homebrew into balanced fun homebrew. Homebrew that maintains the fun, but also doesn't shatter the balance. Or to help you find ways to convey ideas that you're struggling to convey. So while I appreciate that if you're having fun, that's all that matters, and that truly is the truth, that is a low bar for a writing workshop. So I hold the bar a little bit higher than fun when it comes to the brew that I'm looking at on stream. Because if it was just fun, then I wouldn't have anything to say, right? It's like, oh, this is a fun idea. It's like, all right, that's it. That'd be boring. You know, nobody's learning anything. So that's why I think fun is important, but also I spend about a third of the time thinking about fun, and the other 2/3 thinking about mechanics and balance. Actually, maybe a quarter, and clarity. Those are the big 4. Okay. Astral tarot cards, excuse me, reprinted. Oh yeah, gotta get that reprint. If you had the first edition, you retire early. Wondrous item, unknown rarity. I mean, I'll tell you what, if it's for a high, just make it a fucking artifact or a legendary item. All right, how many cards are in this deck? 78 cards? Did you make things for each of the cards? Upon attunement, the attuned character gains the ability to do one of these during either a long rest or combat as stated below. Don't do that. Just describe how the card, just say like, if you're going to split the abilities up into long rest abilities and action abilities, split them up. Don't make the reader have to figure out which is which. That's Zeno. In the words of my people, Zelotov, Chaver. Zelotov. Ein Lanu good writing when we do that. Ein Lanu. And we want a Lanu the good writing. You know what I mean? Yeshli good. Okay. So during a long rest, the attuned character. So if the item requires attunement and it says it requires attunement, then you don't need to mention attunement ever again for anything else because it is assumed. So you don't need any more attunement. I don't know what you mean at all. What do you mean, Data Bank? What don't you know? Data, you want? What do you mean? You know, Data, you know me well enough to know that I'm more than a party hero. I'm a party hero in the front. But there's something else going on in the shadows. Russian? I don't speak Russian. That wasn't Russian. I can fake it. I can say one word in Russian. Da. That's my Russian. Pretty good, right? No. But you guys... No. It's like a pretty obvious language. All right, whatever. All right, let's see. Let's read what the first two cards do. Let's read the first two. During a long rest, you can successfully read the cards, automatically preparing the spell Foresight. Spell does not take up a spell slot. Okay, so immediately you just get a free 9th level spell. So yeah, this is an artifact. This is... Oh, it's not on... Thank you. That's not rude. Dude, telling me that I'm not showing the brew when I'm supposed to, that's not rude. That's just being like, yo, get your shit together, you fucking dummy. Yeah, so that's very strong. Foresight is one of the better 9th level spells. To just get access to it for free is insane. If you're giving a character the potential to get a free 9th level spell, that is more than a 14th level character item. That is like a 17th level character item. Number 2, the character can pull a random card off the tarot deck, triggering a roll on the wild magic table. This may be taken as an action or during a long or short rest. So here's something I'm going to tell you right now. You can take actions during long and short rests. An action is not something that is limited to combat. You can do an action whenever the fuck you want. In fact, the only time you can't do an action is if it's in combat and you've already done an action. That's it. Unknown rarity is reserved for items with varied rarity. This item doesn't have a varied rarity. The first card gives you access to a 9th level spell for free. There's no variation there. I like big crazy random items. Okay, the bag of beans is one of my favorite items in D&D. The wand of wonder is my favorite item to give low tier parties, but you just gotta play carefully with that, because like something like getting a being able, let's use the first one. Getting access to Foresight for free once a day will make your character the strongest character in your party until you're maybe even after your level, maybe even at level 20 a lot of the time. It's just very good. So you got to just be cautious, right? Like I don't know how I feel about one of the most powerful abilities I've seen on a magic item right next to a wild magic surge roll. But I guess that's the randomness of the cards. All right, let's look at one more. Let's look at the moon. The user gains resistance to necrotic and radiant damage for the duration of combat. Again, okay, so so in D&D, things are not measured by in combat or out of combat. Combat takes place over time, and that time is specified, but all items, abilities, features, they work either as they just happen, like they're one and done, or they last a minute, or they last 10 minutes, or they last an hour, and sometimes they last 24 hours, or something weird like 8 days, because combat, one round of combat is 6 seconds, meaning if an ability lasts a minute, it means it lasts 10 rounds of combat, or a minute. So you don't need to translate between those things. That's just how it works. Okay, I'm not going to look at it anymore because there's a lot in here, and I feel like that feedback that I just gave you probably could apply to the general piece, but I love the big random crazy. Good luck with it. If you do keep working on this item, you got to work on your formatting. This is hard to read. So like, if you look at like, let me just show you. This is very much like the Deck of Many Things. If you guys aren't familiar with the Deck of Many Things, it's a magic item in D&D. But if you look at the Deck of Many Things, actually, this is a really poor. This is poorly organized. There's a better one. Whatever. Don't do this. But you see how at least these are very like split up, and I would bold all the names. I would make all of these bold so you can see them very clearly. It's just ease of use stuff. All right. Uno, dos, tres. Does the duration make sense is the question you should ask yourself. Well, there's all sorts of questions I should ask myself, but we don't need to go down that road. All right, let's see. It's rain. Big money? Yeah, big money. That's me. They call me Big Money Cinder Block. Big Money Sin. Speaking of big money, let's see what the fuck this person made. Rain. Ooh, you left no information. Are you a black card? Ooh, Rain. This is a good lesson for everyone out there. If you want me to review your homebrew live, please submit it as a Google document or an image or a PDF that is not needed to be downloaded. I do prefer Google Docs, and if you do post it, you got to give me access or I can't read it. And everyone else in chat cheers because they get another chance at a spin. Ooh, it's Ghost Hack 9. You know what? I'm really glad it's Ghost Hack 9 because I fucking hate Ghost Hack 8. That fucking quack. Son of a bitch. All right. Primary questions are on the dual concentration feature and the capstone feature. I'd love a full assessment. Well, I'll tell you right now. I'm always very hesitant of a dual concentration feature in general. So my guess is going to be I'm not going to love it, but we'll see. Let's share it with chat too. OBS, where are you? There you are. Haha. I do love warlocks. Warlocks are really wonderful. But when I see double concentration, I get nervous. All right, this is Patron, the grimoire. Nice art. You have been. Oh my god, that's a long 14th level feature. You have made your pact with a sentient tome of powerful magic. It is said that the famous Demonomicon Niswiggle is one of the codex. Bop, 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 bop. Excuse me. All right, so it's a book. You worship a book. You're a book man. Most who seek power from the grimoire are loath to part with such a book, keeping their patron closely on their person and passing it off as a religious text, personal journal or spell book. The truth may be far more insidious. Sentient grimoires have strange origins and untold predilections. This is a good flavor text. They will resist being cast aside, but have a tendency to be lost or stolen when they encounter a new aspiring warlock. This is pretty solid flavor text. Hacker. Ghost Hack 9. All right, let's see what this let's see our expanded spell list. Identify protection from evil and good. See invisible spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons pretty solid. Bestow Curse, Catnap, Arcane Eye, Mordecai's Private Sanctum, Legend Lore, Modified Memory. It's a pretty good spell list, too. It's got some really strong heavy hitters, but it's also got some very situational things, but it's got big vibe. I think it's a pretty solid spell list. You know? All right, let's see what we get. Warlocks are one of those classes that sort of follows patterns of creation, but breaks that pattern regularly. Well, it really depends on the game you're playing, Glug. I'll be honest. I think these are both very good spells, depending on your game. Spiritual Weapon is unquestionably one of the best damage-dealing spells in D&D. It just gives you an extra attack for spell slots. And as a scaling spellcaster, it's just like it's going to be pretty high. See Invisible is very situational. Bestow Curse and Catnap are very situational. I don't like either of them, but I think they fit the vibe. Arcane Eye is situationally very good. Private Sanctum is situationally very, very good. I would argue that both Modify Memory and Legend Lore are just good spells. I think they're just good spells. Good night, Data. You're a champion. You question Spiritual Weapon? I question it being on the list, I guess. I see that. I guess it's like I see that questioning. I think there's other second level spells that could probably fit better. Illusory Script, is that a second level spell? Or is that a first level? I feel like Illusory Script is a good one for that. No, it's first level. All right. But it would fit too. Okay. Starting at first level, your Grimoire Patron empowers. It empowers your most elemental spells with its sentience. When you cast a cantrip that deals acid, fire, acid, cold, fire, or lightning, or poison, or thunder damage, you deal bonus psychic damage equal to your charisma modifier plus your intelligence modifier. Ghost Hack, what did you say about your piece? Did you give me anything, or did you just dump in? Let me just check again. Your primary questions are on dual concentration and the capstone feature. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the... So you are a warlock. So adding your main spellcasting modifier to the damage of your cantrips, that is strong enough to be its own feature. In fact, there are plenty of subclasses that is a feature that they get. In fact, every single cleric, pretty much. I would drop the intelligence modifier. I would probably change what this is also. I don't think I would have it function exactly this way. Because the other thing, well, it wouldn't work with Eldritch Blast, because Eldritch Blast deals force damage. So it doesn't trigger off of Eldritch Blast. Unless you have a way to change your Eldritch Blast to do another type of damage, which I don't think you do. There might be is there an invocation where you can change your Eldritch Blast to do other types of damage? I don't remember. It's weird. Okay, here's what I'll say. It's a little bit odd. It's definitely encouraging you to play a non-traditional warlock, right? Both of the things that it's doing are encouraging you to use not main features, not Eldritch Blast and your intelligence. But for folks that were here early, I would say at first level, how does this feel like a tome warlock? Where is the grimoire here? I don't see the grimoire here. Feels like a wand warlock. Interesting. It kind of does feel like a wand warlock. I'm not opposed to this feature. It just feels kind of bland. Like, it doesn't feel very flavorful. It's just like a little bit more damage that encourages you to like try other things. But I don't think we need to force people to try other things if we don't want to. But also I feel like, good night, whoever's leaving. Good night. But I do feel like there's not... I'm not getting the tone here. I'm not getting the tone here. The intelligence modifier is also really throwing me off. Okay, let's look at the 6th level feature. Starting at 6th level, you have tethered your mind to the grimoire, allowing you to concentrate on 2 spells at the same time. When you cast a spell that requires concentration using Warlock spell slot, you can maintain a second spell or ability requiring concentration at the same time. The second spell can be cast before or after. If you fail a concentration check while concentrating on more than one spell or both, effects are lost. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest. This is too strong. This is one of the things you wanted to know about, so I will tell you very clearly. This is too strong. Double concentration, even if it's once a short rest, is too strong. Even if it's on a warlock. I have seen people attempt it in some places, and where I see it work is when it has a negative side effect. So, like, one person that I saw use it that I thought was kind of good was while you were concentrating on 2 spells at once, you had a handful of debuffs. One of them was you were making concentration checks at disadvantage. Another one was that when if you lost concentration before the spell ended, you would get a level of exhaustion. Like, you have to make sure there are guardrails up if you're giving someone double concentration, because it is very strong. It's one of those things. It's sort of like the wish spell. Like, it just opens up too many possibilities. Or it's like, how powerful is it? Well, how powerful can you make it? How much time do you have to look at spells that can combo together? Maybe if that level 1 feature was more like alter the cantrip in your grimoire to add balanced amount of psychic damage. I guess it could. I guess why I was asking what where the grimoire was in the first level feature was because the impression that I got from the grimoire based on the spell list is a very sort of traditional. Thank you for the follow, Kazaz. Thank you. Lovely to have you here. The reason why I thought it was the way that it was because I look at this spell list. Am I hearing some? Am I being fucking crazy? Poopy. Ice cream. I'm just a crazy person. This all feels like it's a very academic warlock, you know? Like a booky warlock. This is not a booky feature. And I would also argue that this is not a booky feature. This might be a magic feature. This would be a magic-y feature, like arcane, I guess, but we're not getting any bonuses to our intelligence. I look familiar. Do I like your ex-girl? Do you want that? You look familiar, like an girlfriend only when you smile, but I'm sure I see you somewhere else. Did you say to the club? You guys ever see Rent? Who went to hippie summer camp where everybody listened to Rent all summer growing up? I don't know, but you can tell that it's getting a little later because I need to change the screen around more. I feel like I've seen you on YouTube. I am on YouTube. I'm bigger on YouTube than I'm on Twitch. I'm a little fish in a medium space on YouTube. I just hit 26,000 followers on YouTube, which is pretty cool. I don't know if it's intentional, but Cinder does show up. I show up? Where do I show up? I do like to appear in YouTube Shorts. I love it. It's fun. YouTube Shorts are the best content. I wish they paid better because you don't really get money off of them in the same way that you do on YouTube videos because I get better views on them. And I think I'm better at short-term content aside from this stupid long-form content. But then turning it into medium-form content is a pain. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the 10th level feature. Starting at 10th level, your patron's guidance grants you a bonus to your AC and saving throws equal to your intelligence modifier. Again, I don't know how I feel about a warlock that is built around at making a different stat really important. I don't know. I don't feel like that fits. I don't feel like that's the grimoire. I don't know. I also just don't love the design of like I wouldn't want to play if I want to play an intelligent focused character and be a warlock, I'm just going to ask my dungeon master if I can play an intelligence based warlock. You know? The length of the next one reminds you wait, what did you say? I'm the best on D&D shorts. No, I'm not. This looks aggressively. This is a very aggressive book. Yeah, it's true. Okay, let's take a look. Your soul, mine. I'm gonna say something here. For a warlock subclass that is about a book, that's weird grammar. By 14th level, your soul can leave your body and enter the grimoire itself. If you are killed, your soul instantly enters the pages of the grimoire. You change this. Hey, chat, what word should be here? Let's see how good you are. Let's see how fast you are. First person to say it wins. But what word should this be? What word should it be? Should it be yes? Should it be no? Should it be maybe? It should be can. It should be can. It should be can. Change all your mays to can. There's maybe 4 or 5 different times when writing homebrew that you should use may. And they never come up. Well, they rarely come up. I guess they sometimes come up, but it's not often enough. You use may too much. You use may too much. Everyone uses may too much. Why do you keep using may? Who taught you to write like that? Who taught you to write like that? Where did you go to school? Why were your teachers bad? Why didn't you learn to write the right way? I don't really mind having to say it a couple times, but I get annoyed when I have to say it a million times. I'm not annoyed with you, creator of the brew. because you might be new and I don't want to make you feel bad. I just think that I have to make this feedback every time. 100 years, 100 years, 100 years. You know? Okay. You can also choose to enter the grimoire as an action, at which point your body falls lifelessly and under the effects of the feigned death spell. That also is fix the grammar of that sentence. As an action, in addition, as an action, you can choose to put your soul in the grimoire. Your body appears to be under the feigned death spell. It's soul jar. Is it just soul jar? When your soul inhabits the grimoire, you are aware of your surroundings. The only action you can take is to project your soul up to 100 feet out of the grimoire, either returning to your body, returning to possess another living humanoid. It really is. It is. Do we need to read the whole thing, or is it just magic jar? Is it just soul jar? Is it soul? Glug glug? Is it actually soul jar all the way through? Not the whole thing. No, the whole thing is soul jar. All right. Well, I don't. Okay, if the whole thing is soul jar, I'm gonna trust you, chat, and I'm just gonna believe you. And I will say, creator, that in my opinion, you should not make a feature out of a spell. If you want to give a spell as part of a feature, then I think that that's fine. But if and when you do, I would strongly encourage you to give an alternative way to use it. I'll give you an example. The stone genasi can cast earth shape or meld earth or whatever, the cantrip. But a couple times per day, they can cast it as a bonus action. Ooh. Or like the tentacle warlock. What's the tentacle warlock called? The deep warlock? Like the fathoms warlock, the deep warlock. They, at a certain level, can do like a tentacle spell. I forget which tentacle spell. But they get to cast it in a slightly unique way at 10th level. So if you're going to give somebody something that's a spell, just make sure that it's unique, and also don't write it out. You don't need to write the whole spell out if it's literally just the spell. Just say you can cast this spell, and you can even be like, you can cast this spell once per day without requiring a spell slot. And when you do, it gains these additional features. I really like the flavor of what you were going for, but I'm going to be honest, and this is not to say that you need to change everything, but the description does not match the subclass. That's what I would say. The description does not match the subclass. I don't know what subclass this is working towards, but it does not feel like a grimoire warlock. It feels, you know what it kind of feels like? It feels like a warlock that wanted to be a wizard. It feels like a warlock with a weird slice of wizard thrown on. I would strongly encourage you to think a little bit more about what does it mean to be a grimoire warlock, where you sold your soul to a book, and like what sort of powers would it give you? Would the book, you know, because that's the headspace that I think is best to go into here. But yeah, interesting idea. I think either refocus the flavor or refocus the design, because right now they are not aligned. Click, 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 click. I have this day-old muffin I'm thinking about eating. What do you guys feel? Are you guys down for some day-old muffin? Oh shit, it's Tyler Smith. Oh shit. Tyler Smith was in the chat. Tyler Smith was here before stream started. He was talking shit in the chat. There was one new person. I don't know who the fuck. I don't remember what their name was. There was somebody that was legit talking trash to me before stream. I was like, all right, we're starting with burns? Okay. You're going to burn me before you get to know me? And I think he probably was either very socially incompetent or like a 14-year-old, because I don't think he was actually trying to be offensive. I think he was just talking in a way where it's like he doesn't realize he sounds like a fucking idiot. Anyway, me and my friend made this homebrew item. Can you tell me what rarity it should be? All right, let's take a look. Copy. I wonder if he's still here, because what I just said sounded kind of mean. I didn't intend it to. But you did come at me with fire before you came at me with anything else, if you're still here. I remember your username. I just thought about it. Thought about it for 3 seconds, and I remembered. Hey, it's Mr. Plinkett. What's up? Highest level feature, you just got a death note. That's cool. I'm down to get a death note. Okay. What are we? These are dragon fruit. True dragon fruit. The magic item, you can say this. I would even say this fruit. This otherworldly fruit looks exactly like a normal dragon fruit, but it is definitely not. You have to make a choice when you're beginning to write your piece. Am I writing a silly tone or am I writing a normal tone? This is a silly tone phrase. This one. When you eat this, you turn into it. I would make it like a sentence that works and is proper as opposed to half sentence. When you eat the dragon fruit, roll a d10 and a d6. You transform to a dragon of the associated type for a number of hours equal to the d6, etc. If you eat the fruit, you take all the stats of the dragon, including health score, skill score, AC. Don't write that. Just say you polymorph into a dragon. Just say you transform into a dragon. The other thing is that there's like 15 different dragon stat blocks for each dragon type. So if you're like, what's the rarity of this? Well, if you're turning into a dragon whelp and it's a one-time use item, it's probably like rare. If you're turning into like an adult dragon and it's a one-time use item, it's probably like a legendary. If you're turning into an ancient dragon and it's a one-time use item, it's probably like an artifact. That's how I would put it. I think that it's okay if you are ever wanting to do something where you really like break the game with explosive power, just make it an artifact. Artifacts are kind of intended to break the game. So if you are like, man, I want to make an item that has a crazy power. Like I want to make an item that makes me have a jump distance of 600 feet. Just make it an artifact. And then you can give it like 2 other powers too. I think a dragon fruit is cool. I like it. It's very simple, straightforward, not much to it. Clarify what kind of dragon you're turning into, clean up your language. Not what kind of dragon, what like age of dragon. And that is all I have to say about that. Thank you, Tyler Smith. Lovely to have you. My headphones are doing something fucking weird. I don't know what's going on here. Ross, are you a Ross I know in real life, or are you a different Ross? I know a Ross in real life. Let's see. If you mentioned that you know me, then you probably do. My party doesn't... Wait, do you not want me to read this on stream? No, you don't care. My party doesn't care for food mechanics, so I've tried to trivial it in a fun manner. I hope the specifics around sharing could have some creative uses. This is an item I made for Foundry VTT, so I took some screenshots rather than use D&D Beyond. That's fine. Screenshots are fine. I might do the thing where I pop it open on a different channel at first, just to make sure you're not sending me something fucking weird. And you're not. Lovely. Look at that. Lovely. Boom. There it is if you guys want to see it. All right, this is the pot of regenerating bean curd. So I do want to say one thing about what this person said, and I think it's worth noting. Let me just bring them back for a second. So they said, my party doesn't care about food mechanics, so I've tried to trivial it in a fun manner. Now, I think that there's nothing at all wrong with noticing something that your players don't like and trying to make it fun for them. I think that that's noble. The other side of that coin is that if there's something that your players don't like and they explain to you that they don't like it, then introducing a new game mechanic about it might kind of come off like you aren't listening to what they're saying. You know? It might come off as them being like, yo, didn't I just tell you that I didn't like this? Like, why are you now making me do it more? So just, I would just keep it, keep that in mind whenever you're making something new in a vacuum, and people that are using it might open that they don't like it. Oh, the item is to trivialize it. Okay, well then, if the item is to trivialize it, then you can also just ignore food, right? How many of you guys keep track of rations in D&D? If you keep track of rations in D&D, say, I keep track of rations. If you don't keep track of rations in D&D, say, I don't. And then we'll see. That'll be the judge. So far, we have 1 vote for don't. We have 1 vote for do. We have 1 vote for don't. Okay, you guys keep track. I'm gonna wait. I see several more don'ts than do's. Oh my God! Do you know what's so much fun? There's enough people watching now that I can do this, where I ask a question and I get a bunch of answers. That's so fun. There's 60 of us. There's 33 of you on YouTube and 38 of you on Twitch, and you can all see each other. Thanks to Restream. Restream, you're the best. Oh, I love you too, Restream. Anyway, pot of or generating bean curd. A small metal pot with a basic screw on lid. You're missing a word there. Nicely fits in the palm of a typical hand. I know it's just write full sentences, guys. Please, just for me, write full sentences. As a bonus action, to draw forth a handful of tofu. Once you pull away from the tin, you find more tofu in its place. So you just want to make this into more of a proper sentence. So what you'd say is, as a bonus action, you can draw forth a handful of tofu. It seems to generate this infinitely. You can just say it generates it infinitely. It doesn't seem like it does. It just does, right? Unless it secretly doesn't. Oh, shit. There might be more to come. I'm seeing something then more. The tofu is raw and unflavored. While an adequate supply of sustenance, not a fun mouthful. Amen. I like that. Oh, look at getting a follow from Just a Fox. What's up, Fox? Sharing tofu isn't so simple. When you draw out of the bean curd, you must envision the recipient. Anyone that tries to consume it without this intention will find the tofu crumbles into inedible dust after touching it. Who's the recipient? Am I misunderstanding this piece? What am I missing? Don't what? Don't what? If the person who has it wants to give some to someone else. Oh, I see. I would not mention the recipient of the tofu for the first time in that sentence because that's confusing. I would say something like, if you try to share the tofu with someone else, you have to deeply envision them eating tofu or it crumbles to dust in their hand. You got to just write it out more clearly because that was confusing to me. But that's a pretty fun, goofy item. Can I make a suggestion? I think you can add more to it. I don't think this is goofy enough. The point of this item is that you don't have to keep track of rations. So my argument would be, then why don't you just not keep track of rations? Why do you need an item to do it if you just don't want to do it? I think that you should come up with some fun features that this thing can do. What are some things we could do with this tofu thing? I got a couple ideas off the top of my head. What if once per day you could summon a fake animal? Once per day, you try to pull out a piece of tofu and it's a tofu chicken. It looks and acts exactly like a chicken. It doesn't respond to you. It doesn't it's not under your command. It's not charmed by you. It's just a chicken. But if anyone does try to slaughter it, it's made of tofu. That would be fun. I wouldn't make it more than a chicken, but that would be fun. Or maybe once a day, what if this? Every time you pull from it, you roll a d10, okay? Or what about this? Okay. If this is a silly item, here's what you do. Every time a player anytime a player chooses to eat from the pot of regenerating bean curd, they roll a d10, okay? And you as a dungeon master have like on a 1 or on a 10, they get some really spicy tofu, and they get a tummy ache or some sort of, negative debuff. Takes them twice as long to go to the bathroom the next day because they're too spiced up. You know what I mean? I like a good silly item. Thank you for sharing, Ross.
Still.
Oh, it's this fucking thing. There was a little commercial in the ad that was freaking me out. Is it Moon? It's Samwise. Hey, don't I know you from the forest? Aren't you, didn't you save the world from an evil guy? What'd you say? This is my first homebrew submission here. I'm fairly new at making homebrew. Wonderful. So many of you are new to making homebrew, and that makes me happy. Because we need more. We need more homebrew. We need more capable writers. And we need more people that aren't going to whine about doing the feedback process. What's going on here? Oh, you adding stuff? Why'd you add an S, Troy? Troy, this isn't yours. Is this yours? That's not your name. Samwise. All right, whatever. Let's just read it. Second level enchantment. It's called Quick Charm. Second level, 1 action, lasts an hour. When you cast this spell, choose 1 creature within range. Wait, did they leave them? Nope, they just said they were new. When you cast this spell, choose 1 creature within range that can see and hear you and can understand you. The creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage. On a failure, both you and the target are charmed by each other for the duration. You do not have the opportunity to save against this effect. You and the target regard each other as soulmates or destined boon companions. If this charmed condition ends for you or other... I'm going to be very honest here. I don't like spells that are like love spells. And this seems like it's like a love spell, right? Am I written that wrong? Destined boon companions? I don't know what that means. When the spell ends, the target can... Don't say may, say can. The target can make a wisdom saving throw to realize it was charmed by you. On a failed save, both you and the target are charmed by each other for the duration. You don't have the opportunity to save against the spell. You and the target regard. You just read the spell twice, it looks like. You did just write the spell twice. When you cast this spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, you can target 1 additional target for each slot above the 2nd level. Target must be within 30 feet of each other. Okay, so there's a couple things here. I'm going to talk about this on a couple levels. We're going to talk about the mechanical things that I think you could learn from here. I'm also going to talk about the social things that I think you can learn from here. I don't give a shit about your politics. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't generally talk about politic things. I don't generally talk about woke versus not woke things. I would never use a love spell or like a you are now this person's soulmate spell in D&D. That's fucking cringe and creepy. I don't like it. It's not for me. I wouldn't have it in my game. I would much rather give you a spell where you can like peel your face off and put it on somebody else's face and become them. You know, that's cool. This is creepy. I don't like it. I don't like, hey, we love each other. I mind controlled you into loving me. That's weird. And if that's not your intention of the spell, you got to make that more clear. I will say that I like the core idea if you get rid of all this extra stuff. But I do like this idea of a spell that makes it so you automatically fail and the target has disadvantage. And if they fail, you both are charmed by each other. Because the charmed condition is really interesting. If folks, let me show you why. Because the charmed condition doesn't actually need to be creepy. It means charmed condition is 2 things. A charmed creature cannot willfully hurt you. That doesn't mean they have to like you. It doesn't mean they have to be your friend. They just can't hurt you. They also have advantage on social checks against you. So if you are charmed by a creature and a creature is charmed by you, that means that both of you have advantage on social interactions, which is kind of balances itself out. But the other thing that's really funny is you can't hurt each other. So you just have to like, it forces you to like sit and have a conversation, even if you fucking hate each other. And that's kind of fun. So I like that. That's really cool. I'd keep that vibe. I probably wouldn't make it last an hour, even though I know that Charm Person lasts an hour, but I probably wouldn't. I also think that you need to clarify other ways that the charm can get broken. I think the charm should break if they take damage, or at least they should get a chance to resave if they take damage, that sort of thing. It shouldn't just be on and done. Yeah. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a fun spell. I don't think there's anything wrong with it if you take out all the cringy shit. That's all I have to say. Quick charm. Thank you for sharing, new person. New person, you got a little bit of the kindness and a little bit of the coldness. Johnny Bravo spell. That's funny. It's Geostellar. So the Stellar Geo. What a guy. What a guy. All right, let's see what Stellar Geo brings to the table. Stellar Geo. That's pretty cool. You guys know Rocky Top? Okay, this armor. Wait, am I looking at the right person's? Yes. This armor is made to help non-barbarians take the tank role by drawing enemy fire to them. Oh, a noble pursuit. A noble pursuit, Geostellar. Wish that I was born on Rocky Top down in the Tennessee hills. Ain't no... fuck, I wish I remembered the words of that song better. Ain't no smoggy smoke on Rocky Top. Ain't no telephone bills. I once had a girl on Rocky Top. Something say. It's a fun song. Okay. Armor of Attention. Very rare armor. Various. This magical armor magically draws. You can just say. You don't need two magicals. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Or this one. Either one. Either one. You pick. You got a little choice here. You got choice in the matter. This magical armor draws the ire and attention. I think you keep the first magical. This magical armor draws the ire and attention of any close by enemies to you. Any medium or heavy armor. Does this mean it can be any medium or heavy armor? That just goes up here. Armor gives you a +1 bonus to your AC. Solid. Fine. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Hey, Geo. What's up, dude? Geo, don't write the word magical twice. Come on. You're better than that. You got poetry in those stellar geodes. I know it. I've seen it. The armor has 4 charges. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 charge to cause all hostile creatures within 20 feet of you to have disadvantage on attacks against creatures other than yourself. In addition, if a hostile creature tries to move more than 20 feet away from you, it must make a wisdom saving throw or be stopped from moving. Damn. That's both of those features are too strong. Oh, they cost charges. Okay. 2 things. 1, the thing that makes all creatures hostile towards you, this one, the disadvantage on attacks, all of those creatures need to be able to make a saving throw. That's too powerful to be an automatic feature. So all creatures of your choice within, 20 feet of you have to make a DC, whatever. It's very rare items, probably like DC 15 saving throw. Make it a wisdom save. Or maybe a charisma save if you want to. No, wisdom. You get a wisdom save. And then this one should be a saving throw. This one is a saving throw. Yeah. So why don't you make the other one a saving throw? Make them both saving throws. Come on. These effects last for 1 minute. What does that mean? No. They shouldn't last for 1 minute. They should last for a round. A minute's a long time. That's a whole combat. They should last a round. If you want them to last a minute, this is what you do. It doesn't have 4 charges. It has 3 charges, maybe 2 charges, and both of the features are single target. And the creatures that are targeted by them have the ability to make saving throws to attempt to break free at the end of each turn. 1 round equals 6 seconds. Yeah. This lasts a minute. 10 rounds. 10 rounds is a lot. If you're having combats that are regularly lasting 10 rounds, your combats are being too long. One round, the end of their next turn. Yeah, that's a good idea. X-Cat. That makes sense. Yeah. The item sounds like the author really wants to be playing 4E, but their groups insist on 5E. Delport, I wish I knew that. I wish I could buy that joke. What if it was 4 charges and it lasts until the end of the round? Nothing, no abilities in D&D last until the end of rounds. They last until the beginning of your turn, or the end of your turn, or the beginning of the target's turn, or the end of the target's turn. That's how abilities work. What if it was 4 charges and lasts until the end of the round, but at the end of your turn, you can expend a charge to make it last for another turn? I still think there should be multiple saving throws. I think they should get to reattempt that saving throw for sure, 100%. That's very strong crowd control. I mean, you're basically. Let me tell you why. Because this first feature is better than the Ancestral Guardian's most important feature. And if you're going to make an item better than a class's most important feature, you got to think about that a little bit. You know what I mean? You got to tie that shit tight. Tiite, tight. Tight. Did anybody guess correctly what famous person I run D&D for? I don't think so. Nobody wins tonight. That's too bad. So listen, I'll give you guys 2 clues. I'll give you guys 2 clues. One clue won't help, and one clue will help a little, but not much. The guy who I play D&D with is not the most famous person in the band that he is in, but he is married to the most famous person in the band that he is in. That's clue number 1. He is in the band and married to the front person of the band. That's clue number 1. Clue number 2 is his partner was on Conan O'Brien's podcast last month, and she won a Grammy this year. Those are the 2 clues. Those are 3 clues. Paramore, no. Evanescence, no. More modern than Evanescence, and more modern than Paramore, I think. I don't know Paramore that well. I feel like they blew up in like the last 3 years. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I'm just imagining that. I feel like they've probably been blown up for a while, but okay, quest. Oh, I love a good quest. The band with twin bros? No. That would be something. All right, let's see what they said. Do you want me to read this on the internet? You didn't say no. This is one of my prouder pieces of homebrew. I especially like that I came up with. Also, there's a comment at the bottom I want you to see. That's always strange. I'm always hesitant when people want me to see something. There's a comment at the bottom you want me to see. No, it makes me want to check it off camera first. There's a comment at the bottom. Is it like you're just trying to promote something? Oh, it's just another magic item? No, I'm not going to go look at that other magic item. It's a barbarian subclass. I'll take a look at a barbarian subclass. I love barbarians. Boom. Path of the Dragon Guard. Yo, I discovered you recently and I love the whole vibe on your channel, man. Dude, you love my channel? Check this out. So, yeah, so we get pretty hectic in here if we need to. Also, if you ever feel like you want to get closer and you're like, oh man, Cinder's so far away, you can just ask and I can do this. And then I have to prepare. I got to make my forehead very visible for the final shot. And then I can get this. It's like, oh. And then you're like, hey, man, all I can see is your face. Where's that sweet, sweet forehead? Boom! Forehead cam. You know? That's how we do. All right, let's take a look at this this Path of the Dragon Guard. Wait, who's it by again? By Quest. And they said they're proud of it. It's good to be proud. When thinking of barbarians, the common idea is an animal skin wearing wild oaf who wanders the world. One does not easily associate barbarians with orders of warriors of great renown, yet that is just what the Dragon Guard is. So one thing that I will give you some feedback on immediately is this is a pitfall that a lot of writers fall into, and anybody that's watching, I'm sure you've done this. I've done this before. It's just not good. You don't want to start your flavor text about all the things that your barbarian is not. Just start with the part about what the barbarian is. Just start with this. It will read better. I guarantee you. Anytime you write something and it takes you a paragraph of saying the things the thing isn't, almost every single time you do that, if you erase that paragraph and just start as soon as you start talking about what the thing is, it's a perfect opening sentence. So do that. The ending result. Oh, wait. Each side. Wait, beginning centuries ago, between the conflicts of the giants and the dragons, smaller people were brought along to help the efforts on both sides. Each side provided the armies of not gigantic people new abilities and techniques to help them on the battlefield. The ending result after the end of the war was a begging of two major guilds. Beginning spelled with missing letters. The Century Orders and the Dragon Guard, sworn bitter rivals of the centuries. The Dragon Guard swears themselves to the will of the metallic dragons, traveling the lands to defend dragonkind, and so many wishes to kill them. There's grammar missing there. And as so many wishes to kill them? Yeah, it's you're pluralizing something you're not supposed to plural. You're singularing something that should be plural. It's also just, I would just cut that part. However, the Dragon Guard will also fight and travel for their own reasons if they see fit. Is your friend in butt leg? No, butt. My friend is not in butt leg. But that is a great guess. Great guess. I'll scroll up a bit. Did anybody guess right? I'll tell you if you guess. The lead singer is much more famous than the guy. You're not going to know the guy's name unless you're like obsessed with the band. You'll know, you might know the woman's name. I'm going to make a video that I put him in sooner than later because I asked him if he wanted to and he said yes. Okay, so let's see what this thing actually gets. When you choose this path at 3rd level, you may pick one type of draconic ancestry based on your abilities to base your abilities off as listed below. That's not exactly the way I would word that. I would probably say you pick one of these type of dragon entries and it affects your... There's a... Look at... I'm not going to look it up. I'm not going to grab it right now because I don't want to log into D&D Beyond. But look at... Look at like the Tempest Barbarian, how the language that it uses. Is he British? No, he is American. He grew up near where I grew up, in space. Your body begins to get covered in spiky scales, adding +3 to your unarmored AC and causing enemies who miss with a melee attack against you to take 1d4 piercing damage. That is really strong. I don't think that that's what you should get. Getting a flat +3 bonus to your AC. I'm going to keep reading, but that's really strong, and I don't think it's particularly flavorful, so I would probably change that. Causing enemies to... So basically, here's what you get. Beginning at 3rd level, you get a huge AC buff. When enemies miss you, they take 1d4 piercing damage. You can't gain those benefits when you're wearing armor. And if you are wielding a shield, the damage is halved. I don't even think that matters, because 1d4 is 1d4. And the AC is reduced by 1. Again, I would just drop the AC feature entirely. I don't think it does a good job of representing being a dragon warrior, and it's just not really good D&D design in terms of how AC works. You also gain resistance to 1 damage type based on the dragon's type. Yep, that makes sense. You also grow strong, sharp claws from your fingers. When an enemy hits you with a melee attack, you can use your... Don't say may, say can. Come on, guys. Say can. We don't use may. May is not the right word to use here. It's not the right word to use here. You say can, you say can, you say can. Okay? You grow sharp claws from your fingers. When an enemy hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to make an attack with your claws. On a successful hit will cause the enemy to take 1d6 slashing damage, and they must, write in full sentences, please, and they must make a strength saving throw, 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier. On a failed save, they are shoved back 5 feet and are knocked prone. They are shoved back and are knocked back. Is not the right there. On a critical hit, crit rules apply in addition to enemy being forced to... So crit rules will always apply on an attack. You don't need to add that. There is one... I have 2 concerns that I want to share with you. So chat, I've been ignoring you. Hi. How's it going? Hi, King Ricard. Ricard. Hi. Hi. Okay, so... It's Kyle Tuttle? Who's Kyle Tuttle? I don't know who that is. No. His name's not Kyle. Molly Tuttle? Who's Molly Tuttle? Is Kyle Tuttle and Molly Tuttle making out? I guess if I don't know who Molly Tuttle is it Ration Hairston? Are you making up names now? I don't know who any of these people are. Is it Pete Rem? It's not Pete Rem, but their first name might be Pete. That's the closest guess so far, XCat. That's a close guess. That's a good chunk of the name right there. So now you have another clue. His human name is Pete. What's your favorite class? Barbarian. No question. I love it. It's my favorite class to be. I don't know if it's my favorite class to design for, but it's my favorite class to play. 100%. And yeah, I'm the guy that fucking memorized every spell. I don't care. When I am playing in a game as a player, I prefer to chill and have fun and smash things. I don't want to have to rely on spells or think about spell slots. I want to figure out a cool way to use athletics to solve the problem. Okay, so there is one thing, chat. I'm going to ask for your help here because we're going to help this fella build this homebrew out a little bit. There is one thing that he's not. I'll also give you another clue. He's not a drummer. There is one thing that every single barbarian subclass gets at 3rd level, and it's the same exact thing. It's an aspect. It's not the same feature. It is an aspect of the barbarian feature that they get at 3rd level. Can anybody tell me what it is? What is one thing that is in every barbarian's 3rd level feature, and it's missing from this one? Can anyone tell me? Rage. Yeah. So every single barbarian in D&D, its 3rd class feature is directly tied to its rage mechanic. Some of them have an additional feature. Some of them have a little ribbon, right? You know, maybe they don't need to spend any gold to revivify. Maybe once per day they can cast Speak with Animals as a ritual. Talk to some horses and shit. Maybe they can detect magic and glow colors. So, you need to change this feature so that it is rage activated. The other thing that I want to say is, where does this feel like a dragon? I would argue the only place to me that this feels like a dragon is the resistance to the damage type. An AC boost, I feel like, is just uncouth on a barbarian. I would just not do that. Now, I like the idea of getting claws and getting more draconic in monstrous ways, but I would also say you have to be very thoughtful about how you are designing a body-changing, attacky barbarian, because the beast barbarian is fantastic. And I would argue that the beast barbarian has some shit in my throat. I would argue that the beast barbarian is probably a better monster barbarian than 80% of the homebrew monster barbarians out there. And I would even say that I could make a beast barbarian. Yeah, you could make a beast barbarian feel like almost any monster. So I feel like there are both too many things going on, because this is 3 features. Actually, it's 4 features. You get the bonus to your AC, you get the piercing damage, you get a resistance to a damage type, you get claws, and you get a special claw reaction ability. So that's like 5 or 6 different features we're getting at 3rd level. None of them tied to rage. None of them ribbon features. So you're going to want to tighten those up. I would strongly suggest you take a look at the Beast Barbarian and maybe lean into that for like the more transformative elements of your thing. A really easy solution to this problem would be like, keep the resistance to the Draconic type on all the time, but then have it so like when you rage, you get, maybe you get a little bonus to your AC, but I would make it really little. Like I would probably make it half your proficiency bonus rounded down so that it started at level, basically the highest it would ever be was +3, and that wouldn't be till level like 17. And then you get some claws, you get some reactions or whatever. I've seen a few people worry over AC on a barbarian. Barbarians don't tank with AC. Monks and fighters tank with AC. Barbarians tank with HP, and AC is a bonus. I think it depends on the way you want to play your barbarian. It's not hard to build a very high AC barbarian. The problem for barbarians is the same problem for monks, is that at a certain point you're limited by what magic items your dungeon master is going to let you get. Like I could build a level 1 AC 21 fighter easily. I don't have to think about it. Heavy armor, warforged, shield. Boom. My AC is 21. Right there. You want to make it 22? Go forge cleric. You want to make it higher than that? You probably could do it. Forge cleric could have AC 22 at level 1. So AC is gettable in lots of ways. But I don't remember what my point was there. But if you like Dex Barbarians. But yeah, they're generally HP boys. And also it's fun. It's fun to have a lot of hit points and to get hit really hard. And for everyone, like one of my favorite things about playing a barbarian is when you get hit for an attack and the dungeon master says you take 26 damage and everyone looks at you like they're terrified. And then you say like, okay. And they're like, that would have killed me. And you're like, not me. That just, I still got 30 hit points left. That's why I like barbarians. I like barbarians because when a big monster jumps into the room and everyone gets scared, the barbarian jumps at the monster, That's why it's fun. Okay, let's keep moving. Level 6, Might of Metallics. So normally, this is how barbarians are normally built. I don't know if I've made a video about this before. I probably should. So the way that barbarians normally are built is that they don't all follow this rule, but they pretty much follow this rule. The 3rd level feature is directly tied to their rage mechanic. It is only active while they're raging, or it only activates when they rage, and maybe they have a little ribbon feature added on top. But that ribbon feature is very utility or situational. Level 6 is a defensive ability or a mobility feature. It is never an offensive feature. It's never I'm attacking you. It's always like I prevent some damage, or I gain some extra resistances, or whatever. The level 10 ability is the weird ability. It's where you get like spell casting or like once a day howls or shit like that. And then the 14th level ability is a little bit more up in the air. It usually ties to the 3rd level feature, but occasionally it doesn't. It doesn't always, so it can be a little bit up in the air. But if you are noticing a barbarian that doesn't have isn't following that structure, I would take a moment and say, why? Why isn't it doing that? And there might be a reason, and that reason might be awesome. But if there's not a reason, then you got to be like, why? Okay. Might of Metallics. At 6th level, your rage is empowered by the will of the metallic dragons. When you are raging, don't say may, say can, for the love of the universe. You can use your bonus action when you hit with a melee weapon attack to deal an additional 1d10 damage based on your chosen dragon ancestry. You may use this number. You can use this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus before requiring a long rest. Interesting. So it's not always on. It's just a couple times, but it grows. But it's not that strong. I feel like this should be like, I feel like this could be your 3rd level feature. Maybe don't have it scale, or maybe have it scale once. So it's 1d10 for a while, and then like at level 10, or maybe level 13 or 14, it becomes 2d10. And just make it infinite. Just always on when you're raging. All right, let's look at the other 10th level feature. Like, I feel like this feature, I feel like you should switch your 3rd and your 6th level feature. 10th level feature. At 10th level, as an action, you can breathe the elements of your draconic ancestry. You cause enemies in a 20-foot cone to make a dexterity saving throw. I would say what's happening. I would say you breathe out a plume of draconic energy in a 20-foot cone in front of you. All creatures in the area must make a dexterity saving throw. Write it out like that. Make it sound nice. Or take 3d8 damage of the type, or half as much on a successful save. You can use this once before acquiring a long rest. While raging, the damage becomes 3d12 instead of 3d8. That's kind of neat. The area effect becomes 40 feet instead of 20 feet, and you have unlimited uses while raging. I would not give unlimited uses while raging, but what I would say is you can get a free use every rage. When your rage ends, you gain 1 level exhaustion for every 2 times used. No, fuck that. Just drop this. Just give you a free use every rage and drop this last feature. The damage should not increase at level 14. Just let it be what it is. Or make the dot, make it more tied to something else that ages with you. Or maybe it could age it. I don't know. I would probably not. I'd probably not have it stack higher than that. When you rage, my girlfriend is playing a Turtle Barbarian with a shield. She has an AC of 19 plus damage resistance. Shouldn't her AC be higher than 19? What's a Turtle's natural AC? 17? I thought it was 18. Is it 17? Maybe it's 17. I don't know. Maybe the resistance plus something like Storm Aura Barb. Yeah, but Storm Aura Barb sucks. Another 10th level feature. You now have immunity to damage your chosen type. Additionally, you ignore resistances to your associate. So now I don't like this. I don't like the double 10th level feature. I would maybe pick one. I guess, actually, this is what I think you should do. Keep the one with the kin feature. Keep the breath of fresh fury feature. But this is what you change to breath of fresh fury. Make it a lot stronger. Make it a lot bigger. Make it once per day. And then, if you want to, allow you to use a rage to use it again. But it's not like you're using it while raging. It's like you are expending one of your rage abilities to use it. Or if you use it while you're raging, you expend that rage and your rage ends. That could be cool. Wing Dash. Once you reach 14th level while you are raging, you can C-A-N. You can use your action to summon wings of elemental power. You can select an enemy you can see within 1 mile. You give them a dragon brand, allowing you to have advantage on all attacks against the enemy and give them disadvantage on saving throws you force them to make. You then zoom towards your marked target at high speeds. Once you reach them, what's speed? What's your speed? You need to list what the speed is. Once you reach them, you can make 1 attack against them. Your initial usage of this ability does use your movement, but does not limit the distance of which you travel on your turn. What does that mean? So how far do you travel? On subsequent turns, you have unlimited flying speed so long as you remain 20 feet within your marked enemy. So you don't have unlimited flying speed. Because that's not how D&D doesn't work like active chasing. That means that if they move 20 feet away from you, it turns off. So that's not unlimited fly speed. You are forced out of the radius, blah, blah, blah. You can use your reaction to move back. This feels like a little bit, what is the dragonness of this? Is this chat, is there a lore thing about dragons? Of them, like, hunting like this? I'm not familiar with that. Your speed is 1 mile in 6 seconds. You travel all the way to the enemy's location. Oh, then that's a little too strong. You are limited by sight, so you probably can't see an enemy a mile away 99% of the time, but that's a little too strong. In fact, I would say that a little is my exaggerated word. The true amount of too strong that it is a medium to a lot. So the main feedback that I have for this subclass in general is I think you got to focus in a little bit on the rhythm of a barbarian's build. And there's a handful of features that are just overpowered or unexplained in a way that makes them feel overpowered. Like the wing dash is confusing to me, and I think my chat is understanding it a little bit better. If I was ever going to run a chase or a moving platform combat scene, I'd still treat the battle map as if it were static. Use the power of having unlimited fly speed and a 20-foot radius to pick up an enemy and fly up. I guess that's true. You could just fly. That's actually a really good point. With it, the way that this item is written, if you can pick up the guy you're branding. So how this is. Okay, so this is how you cheese this item. This is how you cheese this feature. This is why this feature is broken. What is stopping you from targeting your ally and then putting your ally on your back and then literally being able to have infinite movement speed? You're just moving faster than light with your buddy. That's the problem. There's a handful, but that's the thing that I immediately jumped to. I would strongly encourage you to try to think about how can I make this feel more dragony? And then I also would just tone some of this stuff back a little bit. Tone wing dash back, tone some of the scaling down a little bit, tone down the 3rd level feature, tie it to your rage, etc., etc., etc. Okay. I don't know if you can. Guys, can I ask you a question? I want to start playing Deep Rock Galactic. Do any of you guys play Deep Rock Galactic? I want to play Deep Rock Galactic, but I want to play with people. And I don't know anybody that plays video games. So, will people teach me how to play it with me? Okay, Sea Slug, you'll play it? All right. All right. Oh, getting a handful. Okay, cool. Okay. So, so here's what I'm thinking. Because I'm trying to figure out, I want to do more streams, and I don't know exactly what I want them to be. I want to do at least one more D&D stream starting kind of regularly, keeping up this one, but one more that's like a homebrewy one, maybe one that's more of like a writing session one where like we write something together. And I was also thinking maybe like a call-in show where you guys could call in and we could just talk about your game and help you work on stuff in your game or help you build a character. I think that would be fun. But I've been watching videos of Deep Rock Galactic, and it looks so much fun. And I want to play it on stream, but I don't think anyone will watch. So I don't know if I will, but I want to. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about that. If this next piece is very long, I'm probably not going to do it because I'm a little tired. I didn't go to bed last night. 0 to hero. 0. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? 0. I've been wanting to make a... Let me show you guys. I've been wanting to make a cursed spell for a while that's basically putting the beholder's abilities in the player's hand, literally. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do. In fact, I believe we looked at an item that was a laser gun that shot beholder laser eyes last review. It was a pretty cool one. This is my first time, so I don't exactly know if I did anything. This is the first time I've made homebrew on my own. The artwork for it is almost done. I love my first time brewers. I love my first time brewers. They're so innocent, unknowing. All right, let's check. Hand of the Beholder. 5th level spell. Lasts a minute, takes an action to cast. Range 30 feet, 15-foot cone. That's a little confusing. We'll see what that means in a bit. It's a debuff. Okay, so. Anti-magic cone. Your hand's central eye creates... Your hand's central eye creates an area of anti-magic, as in the anti-magic field spell with a 15-foot cone. The start of each of its turns, the holder can... So Here's the thing. If you want to take a monster's features and give them to players, you can do that. That's fine. But what I'm going to say is you got to figure out, you got to learn two things. You got to learn about how to write spells, because they have to be written in very specific ways, and it is a confusing thing when they are not. So for example, how do I use anti-magic cone? Is that part of it? Is that an action? It's an action to cast the spell. So when I cast the spell, what happens? When I cast the spell, I'm using my action to cast the spell. What happens? Do I have this anti-magic cone now? So here's what you want to do. Let me just show you something. Let's just pick any spell. Conjuration spells suck. Let's pick... they don't suck. They're very good. Okay, fine. Let's pick Ice Knife. So Ice Knife. You create a shard of ice and fling it at one creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. So, if I want to understand how to use this spell, I know that I have to fling it at a creature within range. The range is 60 feet. And the way that I do that is I make a ranged spell attack against the target. So, if you want to do something like this, you need to say how it works. So you could say, when you cast Hand of the Beholder, one of your hands shifts into a anti-magic wielding hand, while the other shifts into one of Cosmic Eye Rays. As an action on your turn, you can extend your anti-magic cone hand to create a 15-foot cone of anti-magic emanating from you until the start of your next turn, or whatever. But you got to build it into the action economy. You have to explain how it's working and show how it's working in that pacing. Same with I-Rays. You say actions up here, but again, you want to actually write it out properly. As an action, you can extend your hand and shoot one of the following I-Rays, choosing a target that you can see within 30 feet. You should clarify. I'm going to say two things. One, if you're going to be taking the Beholder, and the Beholder's a very strong monster. A lot of these I-Rays basically do, like, I'll give you an example. Let's find one. So Telekinesis Ray. This is let's see, the I-Rays do 7 different things. The anti-magic is 8. So the Telekinetic Ray is 1/8 of this spell. There is another spell that is 5th level that is called Telekinesis. The only thing it does is that. Yeah, a lot of these I-Rays are just spells, and they're good spells. So, if you are wanting to do something like this, and this lasts a minute, I want to suggest this is like a 9th level spell, or an 8th level spell. I would caution you to not. I would caution you to look up what all of these things do, and make sure that they are all working and that sort of thing. This would make sense as a magic item. Honestly, it's written like it's a magic item. I thought it was going to be a magic item. Or a higher level spell. I think this could actually work really well as a higher level spell. You just need to figure out, are you shooting one ray with an action? Is the anti-magic cone always on? Like, what can you turn it? Like, is it work exactly like a Beholder Eye, where it's like it's the beginning of at the beginning of your turn, you decide whether it's open or closed and which direction it's facing, and like that's what it is? Or because you're like a player, you can like move. Can you can you just like shine it like a flashlight around a room? Those are the kinds of things that you need to think about, and you got to get the wording for that tied in. I will say this, though. The idea is good. I like this idea a lot. It shows promise. I think it would be very fun to do something like this. You just got to be thoughtful about how you plug non-spell player features into spell player features, because it's not always going to translate. Monster abilities are written very, very differently than player spells, or any spell. I'm saying player spells, but like things that players have access to function very differently than things the Dungeon Master has access to. So if you're going to be pulling something from the monster manual or something from, the realm of whatever monsters, for the most part, then you got to translate it into player options, and that translation comes twofold. Part of that translation is getting those mechanics right and explaining it, but another part of that translation, which is equally as important, is getting the balance right, because monsters are designed to be stronger than adventurers, because most monsters, especially the bigger ones, you're fighting one monster against like 5 adventurers or 4 adventurers. So if you pull a feature, this is why, if you ever see sometimes people will send me homebrew where you have a core mechanic that allows you to make a monster attack another monster. And I'm always a little bit hesitant about that if it's like an infinite thing or something, because monsters just hit so fucking hard. So being able to wield a monster is very strong. Have it spin eyes on your fingertips rather than eye stalks. Oh, eyes on the fingertips is the move. Guys, I'm getting tired. I'm yawning. I don't know how much more time I have in me. Let's try to do one more and see how I feel after that. Thank you for sharing, Xerox. I enjoyed reading your piece. Oh, if it isn't good old Ducky Isaac. Classic Ducky Isaac. Okay. Let's see if I can find you. This is my first published piece of homebrew. I think every single piece we looked at except for Pokeniner and Gladriel, and there was like one other person who wasn't a new person. I forget whose other piece I looked at, but we looked at somebody who's like, I was like, oh, I know your name. You're a person I recognize. Way of the Feywild monk. Oh, a monk. All right, cool. All right, let's take this monk out. I love a good Fey. I like the Fey. I guess mine didn't get picked. I don't know, Tech Scum. I don't think so. The monastic tradition. We'll see how I feel at the end of this one. We'll see if I keep going or not. I am tired, though. The monastic tradition This monastic tradition focuses on one's opponent. You may use key to access Feywild, distracting or exposing opponent's weaknesses. Okay. I'm not going to yell at you for using may in the flavor text, but you should always use the word can instead of may. Oh, link. Yep, I got it. Thank you for the reminder, Mel. I appreciate the reminder. Okay. What level do you get any of these features at? Is this the 3rd level feature, and this is the 6th level feature, and this is the 11th level feature? Okay. Write what level the features are, because people don't always know. I don't even know. I never know. Flubber, then change it for the next time. It's called growing as a writer. It's called learning, changing, developing, getting stronger. The only thing that annoys me is if I say, hey, I feel like you should try this, and then somebody's like, yeah, and then they never do. It's like, oh, man, don't fucking keep sending me the same thing if you're not going to work on it. All right. You can. So whenever you're giving a feature, if you don't have a little subtitle that says 3rd level Feywild monk feature, then you always start it with something like at 3rd level, beginning at 3rd level, starting at 3rd level, when you reach 3rd level. So you get it in the words somewhere. When you get starting at 3rd level, you can expend 1 key point to create a perfect illusion of yourself called a mirror. Your mirror appears in an unoccupied space that you can see within 30 feet of you. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move all of your mirrors up to your movement to a space you can see. So you can have multiple mirrors. Your mirror's AC is equal to your own. Is it a physical object? Your mirror is destroyed if it is more than 30 feet away from you at the end of your turn. Or if it's hit with an attack. You don't... Goddamn, I'm going to get so annoyed. You can expend 1 key point to teleport you, swapping places with your mirror. Huh. When you take the attack action on your turn, any attack you make with that action can originate from your space or the space of, or the mirror's space. Interesting. So it's an Echo Knight basically. So are you familiar with the Echo Knight? So far, this is an Echo Knight. When a creature that you can see within 5 feet of your mirror you can use your. So this is an Echo Knight. This is literally an Echo Knight. The only thing that makes this different than an Echo Knight is that it seems like you can have multiple mirrors. But this is exactly how an Echo Knight works. So an Echo Knight is a fighter subclass. And the way that it works is at 3rd level, you can summon a little Echo, and you can attack as if you were in the space of that Echo. You can teleport to swap places with that Echo, or you can make opportunity attacks from that Echo. I will say to you, homebrewer, that there is nothing wrong with taking inspiration from something else in D&D. That being said, I don't think it's going to help you become a better writer. And I don't know if it's going to help you understand game design better. I think it can work to solve some problems. I think it can give you a quick fix. But I don't think... I think it's worth your time as a writer, if your goal is to improve at writing, to not take that shortcut. That's what I would say. The only time that I think it's really okay to truly copy another class feature is when it is for an entirely different thing and it interacts in a very different way. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. Like the vengeance, it's like the vengeance of the conquest paladin has a 20th level feature that gives them resistance to all damage types. It's very similar to the totem barbarian's 3rd level feature, but it also is totally different in that it's the only thing that they have in common, and they're radically different subclasses, and they get them at radically different features at different levels. So yeah, in its current situation, it is a Echo Knight, but you're getting, basically, speaking to what Just Foxius said, you're getting essentially the Echo Knight's capstone feature at level 3. Well, Tex, that's extra attack isn't the best example. A lot of people get extra attack. Extra attack is just what you get if you want to be more melee. Yeah, it's Conquest Paladin. But this is like a really specific feature. All right, let's keep reading. I'm curious to see if they're all the same. You can, gosh dang it, expend a key point to assume an illusory form that represents the horror or beauty of the feywild. Only creatures affected by the following effect can perceive your illusory form. Only creatures affected by the effect. I don't think you need to say that. I think that's just extra words. Horror. A number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus plus the number of key points expended to use the ability, minimum 1, must make a wisdom saving throw or drop whatever it is holding. Don't change grammar rule. If a sentence starts in the plural, don't change it to the singular. Keep it in the plural. Whatever they are holding and become frightened. The DC is you don't need to say what the DC is because it's your key save DC. So it's your key save DC. While frightened by this spell, a creature must take the dash action and move away from you by the safest available route for each of its turns, unless it has nowhere to move. At the end of its turn, a creature frightened this way can attempt a saving throw. Again, on a successful creature no longer frightened, they no longer perceive your illusion. It's 1 key point to do that. That's very strong for 1 key point. It's not exactly the fear spell. The fear spell is cool because what makes the fear spell so cool is that you don't have the option to roll to break from the fear until you lose sight of the creature. So if you cast fear on something and it can't lose sight of you, like you're in a place where it can't lose visual with you, it is just never going to lose that fear condition until you end the spell. That's what makes fear so cool. And it's just like a big area of effect. So it's not exactly that, because I think at the end of their turn, they just get to make the save, even if they don't get away that far. It's not quite as strong, but it's 1 key point for the power of that spell. So it's still overpowered. Beauty. You can target a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus, plus the number of key points expended, blah, 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 blah. Make a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you. In order to charm a creature this way, you must share a language. Why? Who cares? The DC for this effect is 8 plus your wisdom modifier. When a creature fails a saving throw, it is charmed by you for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is a really weird period of time. So, in Dungeons & Dragons, chat, let's race. What are the appropriate times for a feature to last in Dungeons & Dragons? What are they? I'll give you a couple. A round. A minute. 10 minutes. An hour. 8 hours. 24 hours. Anything over 24 hours, you're getting into weird territory, but it can work. One of my favorite spell lasts more than 10 hours. Nothing is done in 15-minute increments. Don't do that. You can mention anything harmful to it. The charmed creature is amazed by your beauty and regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When a creature stops being charmed this way, your illusion disappears. The previous charges. They have no recollection of. So it's okay. This is really powerful. So for 1 key point, you can get a much more powerful version of charmed person because they don't know that you charmed them. That's so strong. Really strong. Too strong. 11th level feature. So, okay, wait. Let's see how we can tone this feature down. Here's how we fix this. The first thing that I would say is I would not make these features last more than a round. So I would do it if you want it to be an area of effect, then you need to keep in mind 2 things. There needs to be a range. It can't just be a number of creatures. So make it a number of creatures within 30 feet of you, within 15 feet of you, etc. Make that a smaller range. Don't make it a big range. Then make it last until the start of your next turn. Then make it cost 2 key points to use it for the initial version, not 1. Or maybe even 3. 2. 2's fine. 2's fine. And then I think it's solid. If you lower the time of these to a round and you double the cost, I think you're good. They're still pretty fucking strong because using 5 key points to charm, how many creatures is that going to be? Oh shit, wait a minute. It's your proficiency bonus number of creatures. Oh, that's so fucking strong. Okay, yeah. I would make it work on I might only make it work on 1 creature. And it's 2 key points for the first creature, and then 1 key point for every creature other than the first creature. What are you sharing? It's a bard feature? Oh. Are you suggesting that this author may have combined some of their favorite subclass features into 1 class? Is that what you're saying? I don't want to make that assumption. I'll tell you why. Because there are often times, I've done this many times. I had this issue come up this week where I was working with I'm working with a group of people. We're doing some homebrew. We're working on a large scale project, and it's several months in the making and many more months to go. But in our last meeting, one of the people who I'm working on it with is actually PC Perini. He's the guy that was helping me do feedback at the beginning of the stream. He brought something, and he was like, I think this is a really good feature. And I was like, that's just a feature that's the Grave Cleric's subclass feature. And he was like, is it? And I was like, yeah. He's like, oh shit. Like, that happens, right? You build a feature sometimes, and it just is a feature that already exists. So I don't want to assume that, because I feel like that's bad faith. But I will say that they are shockingly too strong in the way that they're written right now, based on how many key points they cost. Because right now, it costs 1 key point to charm 3 creatures or to fear 3 creatures, which is crazy strong. Let alone that that's going to get stronger. I had no idea about the feature while writing this, actually. I appreciate it. Yeah, man, that's what I thought. I sort of assumed you didn't. It's not written this. It's the Echo Knight feature. This just reads like the Echo Knight feature, but this doesn't read like the Bard feature. But I would seriously tone these down. I would completely drop the no recollection of the illusion thing. Okay, let's look at the 11th level. At 11th level, you can expend 2 key points to replicate the effects of the Wrath of Nature spell. That's way too strong. Wrath of Nature is what, like a 5th level spell? So this is how you do key points. If you want to make a key point equal spells, this is how you balance it. Monks can only stun 1 creature for 1 key point. Well, they can use multiple key points in a round, but here's how you do key points if you want to associate a key point to a spell. Generally speaking, the use of the feature, if it mimics a spell, the minimum number of key points it should be is the level of the spell, but I think it probably needs to be 1 higher. Like, I think Nature's Wrath is a 5th or a 6th level spell, so it should cost like 8 or 9 key points to use. It shouldn't cost 2. I'm also going to say that I think that doing things like this, where you pull spells and features from other classes and incorporate them into one, it can work. But to speak to what I said earlier, I really would recommend you to just try writing your own shit and not worry about copying it from other stuff. You're going to become such a better writer so much faster. You're going to be a worse writer initially, but you're going to stay a worse writer if you don't, jump in the pool on a blank piece of paper and see what happens. Yeah. You will grow so much faster as a writer if you just force yourself to just try to fucking do it. You know what's a really good thing? I kind of did. So people say that Hunter S. Thompson would like type up like the books that he liked. You can basically do the monsters too, or abilities, because there's language in D&D that's you start to notice the more you write it and read it. Overall, I think it's a fun idea. I think that I have the 2 main feedback that I have for you is right now it is just way too strong in a lot of directions, and it does not feel cohesive enough. It doesn't feel cohesive enough. There's not. It's too all over the place. You're hitting too wide a range of feywild vibes. Like, you need to kind of focus it a little bit. Because I don't understand what the core game loop of it is. But I do love me the feywild, so thank you for sharing. Okay, convince me, chat. I'm gonna sit here for a second. Convince me not to end stream right now. However you want. Use your words. You can, if you have magic powers, you could use them. But I'm tired, so I think I'm gonna do one more. And while I'm doing the one more, you can send me to bed afterwards, or you can convince me to stream longer. But I'll do one more, then I'm going to bed. You cast Bless on me? That helped for sure. Oh. So the traveling bard is the person that was talking shit on me in stream at the beginning. I think. I don't remember. He was the one that he was the one that said something that was a little roasty. It was all in good fun. All right, let's take a look at it. Slime variant by the Traveling Bard. Dude, you do have so much flesh. I'm not using the flesh points anymore as much. Shit on his brew? No. We don't shit on anything. We're not going to shit on his brew. We're not going to shit on his butt. Thank you, Buttbot, though. That was a great suggestion. Slime variant. Small ooze. Armor class. The armor class is a little high for an ooze. What's the challenge rating here? Challenge rating 1? Okay. Hit points are fine. This is fine. Where do we get interesting? Where is something different? Non-Newtonian. Accepting critical successes and failures, you must roll lower than or equal to this creature's AC to hit it. Hive mind. Each slime. So I've seen this is a feature that I've seen kicking around TikTok a lot. I think it's a very fun idea, and I think it can work really well. I've seen it used in a variety of different monsters before. One of the things that I've seen it before on is where the monster's like AC changes depending on how you hit it, so it becomes harder to hit as you hit it. Having to get the opposite AC is also a way that I've seen it done a couple times before. I think it can work really well on occasion, but it's also definitely a little bit of a... It's not something that I would use all the time because it is a fun monster, but it also is fundamentally different than D&D design in a way that if you were going to have it be the norm, you would have to like adjust the game in a way that might not be fun for everybody. But it is a fun thing to fuck around with. Yeah, Oobleck, exactly. Hive mind. Each slime attacks with advantage when another slime from the same hive is within 5 feet of the creature they are attacking. Cool. All right, I'm down. 2 slam attacks, +4 to hit, 1d6 +2. It's a pretty solid little slime. I like it. I think it's cool. I have no shit to talk. I like it quite a bit. I think it would be fun. This is the kind of monster that I would use. This is how I would use this monster. I would have the players encounter this monster when they were doing a little bit of like a weird funhouse laboratory situation, and I would have them attacked by a lot of these, by like 6. And I would do it when my characters were a little higher level, and it would be a very fun fight to watch because they're not going to hit that hard. +4 to hit. If the party's over level 6 or 7, like that, they're not going to get hit that much. But they could be fun to fuck around with. I like it. It's fun. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I really think about it. Nah, it's pretty straightforward. I like that it's vulnerable to thunder damage. I think there's not enough monsters that have damage vulnerabilities. I was going to say the armor class is a little high for slimes, but I understand why, because it's for the non-Newtonian. And yeah, I think it's solid. The Traveling Bard. Good job. You got a good job. That was short. We'll do another one. Did somebody just give me a super chat? I don't know how to check those. I don't know how to check super chat. Dude, why is chat going so fucking fast on YouTube? It's crazy. Can you guys read chat on YouTube? Jesus Christ, it's fucking flying. That's nuts. How do you do that? Look. This is what chat looks like for me. Oh, you know what? I think I have it set so a lot of it doesn't come. I think I have it spammed. My chat's pretty chill. It's just like hangs out. Look how easy that is to read. All right. You don't want me to leave? Well, I'm gonna call up Super Sketchy. I'll tell you what the best way to make me stay is. Shocking amounts of financial generosity. That's the best way. You do that, you got me. And then I have to feel bad when I still end stream when I want to, regardless of whether or not you do anything. All right, this was not. Let's see what they said. They said this was not entirely made by me. My friend and I worked together to make this, as we've done with others homebrew subclasses. Also, sorry for the crusty image, but that was the best I could find that had what I wanted. Ooh, what a weird crusty image. What kind of crusty image are we going to get here? Wait, I'm not looking at the right one. What kind of crusty image are you about to see? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub. Very kind. What was that, baked toast? Oh, baked toast. You're so sweet. Put a little bit of jam on you. And you're really sweet. Oh, my goodness. I don't usually get subs. I don't usually get gifted subs. Holy shit, some dude. Who just did like a bunch? Oh, my God, some dude. That is too nice. Thank you. Very, very kind. Kind. Look, you got me to fucking sit up in my chair. All right, here's the brew. You earned me for you earned another brew. Okay, jelly toast is good. You throw some butter on that. Oof, my goof. Seriously though, if anybody knows how YouTube works, I don't know how to see when I get super chats. So I feel bad because I know that I got a couple and I don't know where to look for notifications for them. So somebody that understands how YouTube works, tell me, and I will thank you for them. Okay, Barbarian. Barbarian, my favorite class. Let's fucking go. Barbarian, Path of the Metallic Soul. Metal soul forgers travel the world to obtain knowledge of metals of all kinds to further their understanding of their soul's connection to the planet. This is an excellent example of a run-on sentence that is a little too long. This would be an excellent opening line if this was multiple sentences. Boom. Put a sentence here. Figure it out. Make it more sentences. In combat, they strive at turning... They don't... Do you mean they excel at turning the tides of combat? Or they strive to turns the... No one can strive at turning. They strive to turn the tides of combat, or they excel at turning the tides of combat with their ability to transform their body into unbreakable metals with great speed and mastery. Well, that sounds very fucking cool. That you should lead with that. I shouldn't know that I transform into metal at the end. I should know that at the beginning. That's the coolest thing. Put that at the front, not the back. Don't hide it. Don't hide the cool thing. Come on now. Come on now. We're not trying to hide the cool thing. We got to sell it. For folks that are newer to D&D or newer to sharing D&D online, there are flavor text is really important at what'd you say? Sin, you can probably see them when you pop open your stream as a viewer and scroll up. Can't miss it. No idea, but it would definitely work. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I don't see any. Maybe I don't have any, so I won't worry about it. This is what I see when I go to my stream. I see this. What am I scrolling? You know, I scroll up. Oh, I saw one. Super chat. Okay, I see. Cool. Thank you, Troy. You fucking arc fiend, you. Okay, let's look at this brew. I love the vibe of it transforming into metal barbarian. So you've sold me on the flavor. Let's see if you can meet me on the mechanics. Let's see if we can dance this dance together into the moonlight. Sai, how's it going, dude? Sai's another OG person. Cat X. You know what's really fun? It's fun now that we have enough people that I'm like, oh, you're a new person that I'm getting to know, and you're somebody that's probably, you know, seen me when I was doing fucking weird art stuff. Now I just do cool art stuff. Okay. Metal Cunning. At 3rd level, you get proficiency with either alchemist supplies, jeweler's tools, or smithing tools. I'm going to burp soon. Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to the origin of metalwork, you are considered proficient in the history skill at double. Cool. So it's like stone cunning, but for metalwork. I like that. That makes a lot of sense. It's literally called metal cunning. I'm tired. I did not put that together. This is a perfect example of a barbarian ribbon feature. Very, very situational. Very flavorful. All right, let's see what we got. Our main 3rd class feature. Does it compete? Does it feel transformative enough to compete with the Beast Barbarian? That is the question. Beginning at 3rd level, you draw power. You draw the power from metal directly to your rage. You're losing points. You can transform into metallic fusions once you enter your rage. Okay, don't say that. You're repeating yourself. Here's you go. Beginning at 3rd level, when you enter a rage, you draw the power of metallic infusions into your body, gaining the following features. Do you gain all 3 of these, or do you pick one? You may transform into metallic fusions. Okay, I'm gonna assume you pick one, but you need to express that. And also, don't use a fucking semicolon. You're not E.E. Cummings. You're a homebrew writer. You want to put this word bold, and then you put a period. That's how you write it, so it looks nice. Bold, and then a period. Iron. Your natural armor becomes 18, and both your hands become shield-like appendages that count as unarmed strikes. 1d6 damage. Each hand in this fusion increases your AC by 1. What does that mean? So does your AC actually become 20, or is your AC 18? Or is your AC 6? What is that? What is that? Why? What? Someone explain. Cat, I know you've been around for a while, dude. Cat, you've been around long enough that I have seen you literally develop as an artist just through seeing your art in my Discord. Like that one thing you posted recently that was like it wasn't exactly a cityscape. It was like a part of a cityscape. It was less, you used to do like these big chaos explosion apocalypse things. You probably still do, but that was like, I was like, damn, son. Because you've always had a really cool relationship with color, but that was one where I was like, oh shit, motherfucker's learning how to fucking draw. He's not just making me feel feelings with colors, he's making me think feelings with lines. Okay. Yeah, iron needs clarification. I don't understand what's going on with these hands. Steel, you manifest a long greatsword that has the reach property. Cool, that's fun. This weapon increases its increase its to hit and damage at later levels. 3rd +1, 9th +2, 7th +3. Not considered magical. I don't like that. I I think what you do here, yeah, I don't like that. I would maybe add to the damage, but not to the plus hit. And I would not add to the damage at 3rd level. You're already making a great sword have reach. That's fine at 3rd level. Iron doesn't specify anything about you deciding how many hands you're turning to shields or not. It just says your hands turn into shields. So why does it, if your hands turn into shields, then why isn't that just incorporated into the armor if it's what happens? What about the D6? They're called fusions. Like the iron one has the steel, the iron one, hand, steel, and other. Oh. Are you sure? I don't think you can stack these features. I think you pick one. I think you go into iron mode or steel mode or mithril mode or adamantine mode. You think that you like take 2? You think you take multiple? I don't see that anywhere here. I disagree with that. If that is the writer's intention, that they did not make that clear. So yeah, I don't like the stat bonus thing. I would rather it be more alternative uses for the item. Okay, but then that's the 14th level feature. That's not the 3rd level feature. Mithril, you lose your resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, and instead gain resistance to spell damage, as well as your speed increases by 10. You unlock this fusion at 5th level. Why? Why can't we use it at 3rd? I would also not. I don't understand why we're getting a movement speed. Just have it be the resistance thing. Don't give us faster movement. Don't worry about that. Adamantine, any critical hit against you becomes a normal hit as well. You act as a siege creature for destroying objects. You unlock this fusion at 9th level. Again, doesn't feel that much stronger or weaker than the other ones. I feel like we should just get it, right? Like, I don't think I would ever take Adamantine unless I was actively planning on doing a session where I destroyed buildings. I feel like I would take Steel the way that it's written all the time. I feel like these feel too static. They don't feel like... I think Mithril is probably the best one. Not necessarily in terms of the strongest, but I think as an interesting design choice. Steel, I don't love. I think that you're getting somewhere with getting a great sword with reach, and I want to suggest you lean more in that direction. Like, maybe the reach extends. Maybe you can get weird with it. You're going to go to sleep? You have a 9 a.m. class? Dude, I literally didn't go to bed last night. I was up too much late. Sea Slug, you're great, though. Have a good night. Chat, I need your help here. Am I being too fussy? Am I being too fussy? I feel like I want more feeling of variety of what I'm getting out of these things. I guess that's fine. I think the problem is that I want to like the Steel one more than I do. Because I whenever there's a barbarian and it gets options, I always take what I see as clearly the most offensive focused one, like offense focused. Because that's what I want to be as a barbarian. Like I don't give a shit about my AC. I don't give a shit about my resistances. I don't give a shit about taking crits. I want to hit hard. And I want to be like the T-1000. Where I'm like, like turning my arms into blades. And I don't know if the plus is enough to make me feel that. Well, other barbarians' 3rd levels features being better, that's not feedback. That's just opinion, right? Like, that's like, how do we make this better? That's the question. So here's what I would say. If you look at the 3rd level beast barbarian features, as opposed to these ones, the reason why, in my opinion, the 3rd level beast barbarian feels more interesting than this is that all of these features are radically different. I would love to see, what if every single feature gave you a different arm weapon, and that arm weapon could be used in a different way? Like, I don't want to have to be, okay, I guess I'm defensive man mode, or okay, I'm anti-magic man mode. I want to be able to be like, or okay, I'm sword man mode. I want to have like 7 different types of sword man modes. That's what I like. And I think the Beast Barbarian does that pretty well, where the main thing that changes in every Beast Barbarian form is you get a different basic attack, and then each one of that different basic attack comes with one bonus feature. It's very clean, it's very ordered, and they all feel radically different. These feel radically different, but not in a poetic way. They don't have a similar core of like the ba-ba-ba. And we need a little bit more ba-ba-ba. Gold resilience. At 6th level, your soul gains the ability to tap into the power. By ba-ba-ba, what I mean is like a mirror. So like when you talk about the Beast Barbarian, everyone, it's like, okay, here's your unique base attack. This is how it functions uniquely in combat. Depending on what you're picking here, it's like a bunch of different stuff. And this one's just totally different. And this one feels pretty totally different too. So that can work, but it feels more like Battle Master maneuvers or something than like special, or not Battle Master maneuvers, but it's almost like a Rune Knight, you know, where it's like the Rune Knight gets all these different rune features and they're just totally different. So it's like they're cool, but they don't feel like you're transforming between different versions of you don't feel like you are changing into different types of giant rune people. It just sort of feels like, oh, that's the type of rune I have. That's my one special move I get with it. I want to feel more transformative. And a way that you can be transformative is to build all of the pieces around a very tight core idea and then have each of them branch off of that tight core idea. All right, good night, XCat. You're a champ. Let's look at the 6th level feature. At 6th level, your soul gains the ability to tap into the power of gold to allow the persistence of your metallic fusions. Whenever you would unintentionally drop your rage, you maintain it for a number of turns equal to your constitution modifier. You can use this feature once per rage. Interesting. Huh. Very situational, but I like it. I don't know how I feel like it ties to the metal vibe, but maybe that doesn't matter. Let's see what the other feature is. Additionally, as a bonus action, don't say you may, you can create a weapon you are proficient with while raging. If you are not wielding it for 1 minute or your rage ends, the weapon disappears. Okay, I think you should get this level of... Okay, this is what I think. First 6th level, this is fine. This is what I think. This should be a part of your third rate. This should be a part of this feature. And then these should be incorporated into different versions of what this is. That's what I would do. Gold and steel make each other a little bit obsolete. Basically choose between magic weapon and big strong weapon. I guess that's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, steel is always better, right? There's never a reason not to pick steel. Unless you want something other than a greatsword. But why would you ever want something other than a greatsword? Because sometimes a hammer is fucking cool. All right, fair. Legit. 10th level. Metabolic alchemy. Alchemic reaction. At 10th level, the mastery of metal within your soul... Well, I read that sentence wrong. At 10th level, with the mastery of metal within your soul, you can transition into different metallic fusions in the blink of an eye. As a reaction, before you are about to be hit with an attack, you can switch between one of your metallic fusions. You can use this feature upwards to your, just say a number of times equal to your constitution modifier, minimum 1. I like this a lot. This is cool. This is a good feature. Love it. I don't know if it should be your 14th level feature. I don't know if it should be your 10th level feature. I almost want it to be your 14th, but we'll see what you get at 14. Your soul has grew. Ooh, we gotta fix that. Your soul has grown. We grew. We have grown. I don't fucking know. But your soul has grown. Your soul has grown a mastery understanding of metal, which allows it to mix perfect metals into pristine alloys. Starting at 14th level, you are able to benefit from 2 metallic fusions at once and are able to swap between different combinations via metabolic alchemic reaction. I think... Okay, I have an idea. I have a suggestion. Simplify the fuck out of what these do. They shouldn't all do a bunch of different things. Maybe make them all do one thing. Here's what I would do if I were you. Make all of them have one offensive feature at 3rd level. A distinct offensive feature. At 6th level, keep this. Or have them all gain a distinct defensive feature. 10th level, keep the ability to rapidly change them. I think that's fucking cool. 14th level, instead of just describing that we can make alloys by getting iron and steel, why don't you give us 3 more options of metal fusions that we can do? Give us some Super Saiyan fusions. Maybe limit their use. Maybe instead of them being fusions that are active the whole rage, maybe they're like a special ability that we can do as like a nova when we enter our rage. Do you know what I mean? That would be cool. I would do that. I would add something new. Give them something new. Give them something new. Give them something new. Overall, it's a neat idea. I do feel like it steps on its own toes in a couple places, and I do think that there's a little bit too wide a spread of what's going on here for it to feel like interesting choices, but the heart of the piece is there, and I like the direction that it looks like you're trying to go in, and I hope you keep pushing in the direction of transformative characters, because my god, they're fun. My god, they're fun. Yeah, the idea for that one was sick. Turning into weapons and stuff is so cool. All right, boys. All right, girls. All right, champions. I don't know about you. But I'm feeling it. You feeling it? You know what I could do? I could like turn my stream off like this. What if instead of turning my stream off, I just slowly turned all the lights off in my room? You know? You guys are great. If you want to join my Discord, I strongly recommend it. Yeah, this is how we had stream. You guys are the best. Have a great night. We are not going to be doing a stream next Sunday night because it's Passover. So I'm hanging with the family. So we are doing something Monday. I think it's Monday the 10th is when we're doing the next one. But I'm trying to put together some contests, maybe some other alternative D&D events where maybe I play D&D with people, or maybe we do like an event where people all try to write similar homebrew, like everybody make an ice subclass, and people get to show them off, and we can give awards to like the funny ones or whatever. I don't know. We'll think about it. Anyway, I love you. Have a great night. Thank you guys for being here. If you want to support me in what I do, the best way to do it is to subscribe to my YouTube or my Twitch, but also just tell people to check out my YouTube channel. That's really what I'm trying to focus on right now. So don't give me money if that's silly. Make YouTube give it to me, or if you're rich, give it to me. But if you're a regular person like me, don't give me money. Give me attention and views and send people to me. That's the power. I love you. Have a good night. I will be hanging in the Discord probably throughout the week. And if I do another random stream this week... Oh, I'm doing something Thursday night. I'll post about it. I'm going to be streaming with Scarlett. I think I'm playing in a game she's running. Okay, I love you. Have a good